have a quorum with Regent Girdler not here and Barry Martin attending.
Thank you, Pam. Appreciate it. Before we get started into the formal agenda, I do want to recognize our 3 new regents who have recently joined us. We have 2 student regents, Brooke Gallagher and Alexandria Schaus, pronounced that correctly, and Mr. Russell Cox. So before we get started, could each of you just give a 1 or 2 minute overview of who you are, where you're coming from, and why you're so excited to be on this board?
Well, I guess I'll start. So I am following a political science program, and I'm planning to transfer to U of L. I want to go to law school eventually, so I felt like this would be a good experience for me to get some, experience in a professional setting and basically be able to give my opinion on things and try to help my community and my fellow students.
Great. And Brooke, what college are you coming from?
Well, that is something important that I forgot to mention. So I go to KCTCS in Jefferson, downtown Louisville.
Great. Thank you, Brooke. Alexandria?
I am a freshman at BCTC on the Newtown campus, Lexington. I am a first-generation college student, so this is a great feat for me, being a part of this board. Just being amongst you guys and being able to learn the process, being a community member and being able to have a voice for my fellow students. It means a lot to me to be able to stand up for my student body, and that's what is so important for me to be here. I want to go into a 4-year degree for communications. Right now I'm looking at a few different colleges, so this kind of broadens the horizons for me and networking and meeting a bunch of different people.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Alexandria. And Russell?
I'm not sure, but I think I might be the oldest of the 3 new trustees. You might notice I don't know, it's hard to tell. Russell Cox, I'm with Norton Healthcare, Louisville, Kentucky. Been in healthcare since 1981. Started my career as a teacher, come from a family of educators. Passionate around being here as I live with workforce issues on a daily basis. And we have, at Norton Healthcare, we have developed and participated in partnerships around workforce development. We have over 200 relationships that are around workforce development, and it's not enough to meet the needs of the future. So very much a passion around what we can do, not just even in our state, but what we can do in our region to better prepare, to better make opportunities available for people to enter into. And I always will do the commercial for healthcare careers. I'll just warn you up front. But I will do my best to be as thoughtful as I can around the entire issues of workforce, but healthcare is certainly one that is my passion. So I appreciate the opportunity to be with you all.
Great, thank you, Russell, and welcome. We are blessed to have such excellent board members, both those who have been with us for a while and those who are coming to us new. So we appreciate all of your input. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes from past meetings. And I know that some of you who've been on the board before may note that we typically go through these one at a time, but take a look at the bullet list. That's a lot of meetings to do motions and approvals on all at once. So with the consultation of Pam Duncan, we were allowed to group them as all one. So I'm going to ask you to let me know if there are any corrections to the following minutes, and that would include the entire list in front of you.
Chair Damaris, there's a correction to the special board meeting minutes. I think at the end, Chair Henson should read Chair Damaris. Under the adjournment motion.
at the adjournment. Absolutely. Any other corrections? Okay. Since there is a correction, do we need to have a formal motion?
No,
Press that.
Yeah.
I believe that that is just a technical correction that we could go with. If there are no objections, we can approve by consensus.
Okay, great. Then the minutes are approved by consensus with the one correction noted by Dr. Angela Foltz. Thank you. The next item is relative to the KCTCS Board of Regents bylaws. You might recall that we had a special meeting on Friday, August 27th to discuss new bylaws. They are in your packet. In order for us to adopt those new bylaws, however, we do have to suspend the current bylaws. And so I am asking this board that we have a motion and a second to suspend the current KCTCS Board of Regents bylaws.
Chair Damaris, I would make that motion.
Thank you,
I would
Dr.
like to second.
And Angela seconds. So Wendy makes the motion and Angela seconds. And I would like to call for the vote and ask Ms. Duncan to do the roll call.
Chair Lisa Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair James Lee Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Dr. Wendy Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Damon Allen,
Yes.
Regent Russell Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Angela Foltz,
Yes.
Regent Brooke Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Joe Herdink.
Yes.
Is Regent Barry Martin online yet? Right. Regent Alexandria Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Tammy Thompson,
Yes.
Regent Mark Wells.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and therefore carries.
Thank you. And now, so that we can conduct our business today, I'm going to call for a motion and a second that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the proposed revisions to the KCTCS Board of Regents bylaws as presented in your agenda materials attachment A.
Madam Chair, I have a comment before you have the vote, please.
Yes?
So I listened to the special meeting. Obviously, I was traveling. And there's a couple of things I would like the board to think about. One is it's unusual not to have an executive committee. So I think you probably should retain the executive committee. And the executive committee is endowed to act on behalf of the board in between board meetings. So if there's some type of emergency, I think that's important. And then also, I'm a little concerned with the audit committee. Reading through the materials, the idea of 2 non-member regents serving causes me a little concern. And the reason for that is simply put, all of us are on this board because either we are appointed or we are elected. And to have someone who hasn't gone through that process have governance over our committee causes me a little bit of concern. So I think you guys have your decision and all that, but I just want to make sure that the board is aware of my concerns.
Thank you, Regent Allen. I appreciate that. And I think that perhaps nomenclature may be causing a little bit of confusion. While we don't have an executive committee named as such, we do have a committee that meets on a monthly basis. And Pam, correct me on the official title of that committee.
It is the Policy and Planning Committee.
Right. That Policy and Planning Committee is made up of the 3 elected officers of this board who typically would represent the executive committee. And in addition, a representative from the faculty, a representative from the staff, and a representative from the students. So while not called an executive committee, it is a committee that will meet on a monthly basis and should be able to satisfy any of those actions that would need to come forward to an executive committee. So hopefully that clarifies that. Thank you. I got a thumbs up. I couldn't hear you, Damon. Relative to the audit committee, I think it's an excellent point that you're raising. The audit committee format is going to be 3 members of this board as appointed by the chair, and then 2 volunteer members. And I'm going to ask Pam Duncan to comment on the way in which we expect to use the 2 volunteer members in an advisory capacity. As you pointed out, they are obviously not appointed or elected members.
So every committee must have a charge, and also the bylaws require a process, a policy and a process to appoint members, et cetera. So in this case, in talking with Chair Damaris and with other members of the board, and in addition with you, Regent Allen, we have determined that these will be strictly advisory members because of the very issues that you raised. And we will address that advisory capacity in the charge that will be reviewed either annually or every 2 years.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is one thing I did want to mention to the board. Establishing the committee is part of the bylaws, but how the committee operates will be part of what's called a charter. And that charter has not yet been written. Once it is written, it will be distributed to all of you so that you have input into any aspects of that charter. And that's where the 2 members who are not part of this board will be clearly identified as advisory. Damon Allen, thank you so much, Regent Allen, for bringing up your questions. They're always important for us to hear and for everyone to get clarification. So I appreciate it. Given those 2 items of clarification, I'd like to ask again of the Regents for a motion to approve the revisions of the KCTCS Board of Regents bylaws as presented in your materials attachment A.
So moved.
Karen
Second.
and Joe, thank you. And if we could call for the vote.
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Allen,
Regent Allen, yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Foltz,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Herdink.
Yes.
Is Regent Martin present yet?
Yeah, finally. After some
Okay.
technical difficulties.
Welcome, Mary.
Yeah, I vote yes as well.
Regent Alexandria Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Thompson,
Yes.
and Regent Wells.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and therefore carries.
Thank you all. The next item is a consent agenda. In that consent agenda, you have the ratification of personnel actions, the ratification of new credit certificate and embedded diploma programs, and the ratification of college candidates for credentials. Since all of these items are ratification items, they've already sort of gone through their process. They are required to come to this board so that the board can actually recognize them, but we have placed them in the consent agenda. So I would ask if there are any changes to the consent agenda as expressed. Hearing none, the agenda is approved by unanimous consent. All right, so now that all the administrative stuff is out of the way, just a couple of comments about the new agenda format. We are operating, as you know, primarily with the exception of 2 committees as a board of the whole. And so it's kind of great that we all get to hear the same information at the same time. We all get to participate in asking questions and getting clarification. And then it's one motion and second as appropriate, and then we keep rolling along. So very excited that we can work in this particular manner and that we can conduct our business in a single board meeting day. I think you're going to find that it's goes fairly smoothly, and yet at the same time recognizes the opportunity for each of you to have your voice as we talk about the different subjects. So thank you very much for allowing us to proceed in this manner. The first item we're going to discuss is a plan that has been developed by the external firm who this board approved back in June.
Chair Damaris, I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt, but before we begin, are there any changes to the agenda? We need to make a motion on that.
I apologize, I jumped right in. Are there any changes or additions or deletions to the agenda?
Chair Damaris, I'd like to add an item.
Please.
So my item has to do with efficiency of the system. And I don't know if you want me to talk about that now or if I can just ask to, are we moving just to add an item to the agenda? Okay. I make a motion to add an item about system efficiency to the agenda.
About system efficiency. Okay. Do we have a second?
So moved.
Karen seconded. And we need to have a roll call vote on that?
Yes, let's have a roll call vote. Sorry, let me get to all of my members here. Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Allen,
Regent Allen, yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Foltz,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Thompson,
Yes.
Regent Wells.
Yes.
It is unanimous and carries.
Great. What we'll do is we will add that item just before the chair's report. That's okay with everyone? All right, excellent, great. And thank you. This is why we have Ms. Duncan here. She keeps me organized. All right, thank you so much. So without further ado, I'd like to bring forward Mr. Lance Mann. He is from Dean Dorton, listed as executive in charge. And he represents the firm that this board authorized the staff to hire in order to develop a internal audit plan for the entity. And you might recall we previously had this function addressed through internal employees who were focused on internal audit, but the board in June had discussion about outsourcing this to a independent agency to perform that function. And the group, Dean Dorton, was hired, and Lance is here to represent them, and they commenced their contract on July 1 of this year. So there you go.
Thank you, Chair Damaris. And Dean Dorton is very grateful to be here to serve KCTCS in this capacity. We think the world of the system and grateful to be here with you, Board of Regents. I know the internal audit plan has been distributed to everybody. Please ask questions as I go through it. I'm going to start with a few things about what is internal audit and why do we do it and how do we get to the plan that we're going to go through, and then I'm going to go through the plan. So internal audit is here to provide an independent assurance that an organization's risk management, governance, and internal control processes are working. They're designed effectively and they're operating as they should. Good governance is, and I know he has the plan up there. Should I be operating this? Can I? There. Keep going. So governance takes several forms. It starts with the Board of Regents like you all. You all are in charge of setting the tone at the top. You all are charged with getting management to do their part to keep KCTCS safe and to serve your students. Management has several roles in risk management. You've got the senior leaders, who are also there to communicate what the Board of Regents expects to the middle management, and middle management is your sort of first line to make sure that internal controls are designed properly, that they provide the support, the monitoring, and the expertise on all risk-related matters. Internal audit is there to work both with management and the Board of Regents to ensure that one, you have a voice in making sure that management is doing their job, and then we can come in based on what you all want and what we see as risk to test that on a periodic basis. On top of all of that is your external auditor, checking your financial statements annually. This is sort of the governance structure. It's a very high-level overview of governance structure for KCTCS. It starts with you all, senior management, and your external auditor, and below there is the primary team that will be serving KCTCS. What you get from an external firm as opposed to having your own internal auditors on staff is instead of having one or two people's expertise, you get the expertise of an entire firm. So you'll notice here just on the core team, you're going to have 7 or 8 team members serving KCTCS throughout the year. And if we go to the next slide, we've got another 7 or 8 that we'll bring in on specific audits depending on the technical expertise needed for each individual place. One of the things you'll notice in the plan this year that's different than you've had in the past is a high-level emphasis on information technology and data security. And we're going to be doing quite a bit of audit work around that. Our annual cycle starts with a risk assessment. We will do this every year. It is very intensive, but as we perform the risk assessment, we will develop an audit plan for the year. We will do that with the Board of Regents and with senior management to ensure the plan is responsive to the risks of KCTCS. Once the plan is approved, we will go through with conducting the audits. Twice a year, we will report to the Board of Regents on any findings that we had and the status of our audits, and we will issue reports to you all that you can have for your files and then make sure that management is doing their part. We will also follow up on any findings and make sure that management remediated any findings in the way that they said that they would. So the process for developing the audit plan started in July. We performed over 40 interviews. We met with KCTCS Regents, college presidents, senior management, IT, student financial aid, grants, accounting and financial reporting, purchasing, human resources, and a variety of other people. It included the system office, and it included all colleges. We reviewed prior year internal audit findings and reports. We looked at your ethics point reports. We brainstormed both internally within Dean Dorton and with KCTCS personnel on risks based on the industry and based on your student population and your staff and your expertise. And we considered the external audit and interviewed your external auditor to understand any risks that they may see in the internal audit plan. Through that, we developed a risk universe. And so that's a very long list of risks that could be considered as part of the audit plan for the year. We prioritize those because there's only a finite amount of time to do audit work. And the priority is based on the potential magnitude of the financial operation and reputational cost to KCTCS and an assessment of existing controls that are already remediating those risks. Once we prioritized, we worked closely with KCTCS Regents and senior management to develop the internal audit plan that we all feel is most responsive to the risks currently affecting KCTCS. Our calendar for the year started in July and August. We put together the internal audit plan. We're seeking approval of the plan from you all today. We'll begin executing on the plan next month, and we'll do so through next June. Starting in March next year, you should be having this presentation from me in June of each year, and we'll perform the risk assessment in your fourth quarter of your fiscal year each year to make sure that we're ready to execute on the internal audit plan starting July 1 of each year. Our plan is to meet with you in your December meetings and June meetings this year. Does anybody have any questions before I get into the plan itself? Okay. So from October to December, and I break it up into buckets so I understand what you all should expect to hear from me in December. So in December, you should expect to hear from me either a final report on these audits or a status update on where we stand on these audits. And so the 5 we're going to do 5 to 6 we're going to do in this next quarter is a total compensation analysis for system office senior management and college presidents and their cabinets, so that the board can better understand compensation equity. We're going to do some transparency in the cost of attendance. So that involves reviewing what students are communicated to in terms of cost before they enroll and what they are actually charged on the back end, and comparing those two to make sure that they're matching up and that the information is appropriate. We're going to do student financial aid audit. Higher education lives and dies off student financial aid. And the two most complicated areas of student financial aid are how to deal with student status changes and return of Title IV funds, and making sure that those things are done timely. I do a lot of higher education work. Every college I've ever worked with has had a finding in this area. So we want to make sure that KCTCS had good controls in place. Just by the way, your prior external audit did not have any findings in this area, and that's a very good thing, but you still have to make sure because it's an ever-changing area and it's hard to keep up with. We're going to do a credentials audit of senior and key personnel at the system office and at the colleges. That's going to involve understanding what their credentials are and going and finding third-party evidence that those credentials do exist and are current. And we're going to look at the procurement process. That's an audit of our vendor existence. It's more of a fraud type audit, making sure that nobody has got any vendors in that should not be there.
On your first bullet, are you going to use a third party to
We're not. This is a-
benchmark and?
We're not going to do any benchmarking. That's not the role of internal audit. Our role is to report information to you. There are firms that can do salary studies, whatnot for you. This is to show compensation at like levels throughout the college system and at the system office to provide you all information to determine if you would like to move forward with something like that in the future.
So it's only internal analysis? It's
Yes.
not, okay, thank you.
It's more of a current state analysis, whereas, and we may, as a board, based upon all that information, act upon that to do an external review. Thank you.
And then in the last 6 months of your fiscal year, we're going to do several other ones. The first one is a big one for you all. It's the higher education emergency relief funds. These are part of the CARES Act and the other stimulus package from COVID. You all received a substantial amount of money. The rules are very vague in many parts, and so we're going to do an audit to ensure that you spent the money on the right things in accordance with the FAQs from the higher education emergency relief funds, and that as you disperse student funds, you did prioritize those students with the highest need. We're going to do a pro card audit. As with any other higher education institution, you all have a lot of pro cards. For those who don't know what that is, it's kind of the company credit card to make sure that there's nobody spending money on the company credit cards in a way that they shouldn't be. We're going to look at your conflicts of interest policies and procedures, both for the Board of Regents and for senior leaders within the organization, to make sure that, one, you have a policy, two, you're getting boards and senior leaders to review it and attest to it at least annually to make sure that conflicts are being reported if any exist. We're going to do a human resources assessment across the system. It'll include reviewing I-9s, hiring practices, overload approval, and other policies and procedures throughout the system. We're going to do 2 college business office audits, one at Southeast Kentucky Community and Technical College and one at Big Sandy Community and Technical College. And as with any institution like yours, you have quite a few bank accounts, and we're going to do a bank reconciliation review to ensure that they're being performed timely and accurately. And then throughout the year, we're going to be assessing information technology. I've not assigned these to any quarters. We're going to meet with your technology team to schedule these throughout the year. Information security is being looked at in a more active way at higher education institutions. The GLBA Act now applies to colleges and universities as part of your single audit, and that revolves around IT risk assessments and data security. And so we're going to start with information technology governance and risk assessment to ensure that you all are doing what you should be from a risk management perspective. We're going to look at access controls, We're going to do cybersecurity awareness and training audits. We're not going to actually do the training. We're going to make sure that you all are training your people on appropriate things. We're going to look at your protective technologies. What do you have to keep bad actors out of your systems? We're going to look at your security continuous monitoring process. What are you doing throughout the year to ensure that security is being monitored? And we're going to look at your recovery planning. If there was a disaster of some sort, what would KCTCS do? And how often are you testing your plan to make sure that your plan does work? So that is the plan. I have in your materials, there are 2 slides of things that were considered that did not make the final plan. That will happen every year. We create a long list of risks. We provide those risks to management to ensure they know what we discovered, and so that management can make sure that they are doing things to ensure those risks are being reduced to an acceptable level throughout the year. I'll go through them very quickly. Cash collection points, you're not collecting a lot of cash anymore. Bursar office audit. The individual bursar offices will be considered when we're doing those college business office audits. So we're not going to do just one general one. PCI compliance, which is payment card industry. That's been evaluated in the past. GASB 87 is a new accounting rule you're going to have to adopt. You've actually already adopted it for fiscal year 22, but you've already had that assessed and we feel comfortable with it. Employee discrimination and harassment, we've not noticed any indication that there's a high risk here. Delayed transfer of funds to the system office, considered lower risk. Payroll taxes for employees not working at the system office, again, considered a lower risk. And FMLA leave documentation is considered a lower risk. And then independence of the foundations, your external auditor is considering that, and are they considered to be independent? Travel reimbursement and sales tax is not considered to be material. Student waivers, we've not noted any prevalent issues in this area based on our interviews. Inventory management, while you have a lot of inventory, it's not the risk of material loss was not considered high. KCTCS, truth in advertising, I think the Board of Regents are going to handle through new policy development and working with management. Dual credit programs and the profitability of those. KCTCS finance team is going to present to the board on this subject. Campus utilization, and are you utilizing your space appropriately and effectively? The Board of Regents is going to handle with management. Campus property and equipment, deferred maintenance and green initiatives, that should be handled at the individual campuses with their boards and with the Board of Regents. And then inconsistency of disability services at colleges and campuses. The risk should be evaluated by someone other than internal audit.
And audits, are those, I know that they're handled by an external auditor. Are those handled individually? Are there individual audits for each foundation? And is this service provided by the system office for the individual foundations?
So the risk that we identified was the independence of the foundation, and there's a lot of rules around a government agency having a support agency and the independence of it. I do know the KCTCS Foundation has its own audit. I believe the same firm performs the audit of the foundation as do they do the system office. And I believe your individual college foundations, like at BCTC and JCTC, they're allowed to go out and hire their own independent audit firm to assess it. But the main risk for you all, as it relates to government reporting, is making sure that KCTCS's foundation has an independent board and that KCTCS senior management doesn't have the ability to influence the decisions at the individual foundation.
Okay. But there is a requirement of each foundation to conduct an audit on an annual basis, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have one other question. I know that this is a plan based upon the analysis and the interviews of the 40-plus people you spoke with. Assuming this board approves the plan, if something should occur in the next 60, 90 days that the board feels rises to a level of importance to modify the plan, how might that be done?
Like talking to me, the plan is fluid. We, as with any other internal audit plan, it has to be flexible. And a new risk could occur throughout the year that requires immediate analysis and review. And we continuously do the risk assessment throughout the year. So we've done our initial risk assessment. As we go out and do other audits and reviews, we're going to be adding to the risk assessment. And so, one, if you all find anything that you would like us to evaluate throughout the year, please call me. I'm available anytime. And two, if we see something that we think needs to be evaluated from the work we're doing, we're going to come back to you and say, we think this should be looked at.
Thank you.
Back when we were talking about the business office audit, why did you choose those two colleges? Was it just to choose two, or was there a specific reason to choose those two colleges for the business office audit?
During our risk assessment, I asked each and every person where I should spend time at individual campuses. Throughout all of the interviews, every campus was named at least once. These two seem to be named slightly more than others, which is why we picked those for our initial year.
Are there any other questions for Lance? Great. Okay, this particular item does require action by the board, and so I would ask for a motion and a second that the KCTCS Board of Regents accept the proposed internal audit plan for KCTCS as developed by Dean Dorton.
So moved.
Second,
Who was the so moved?
Damon.
Oh, Damon, thank you. And the second was Tammy. Okay, I'd like to call for the vote.
Chair the merits.
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens?
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher?
Yes.
Regent Allen?
Regent Allen, yes.
Regent Cox?
Yes.
Regent Finan?
Yes.
Regent Foltz?
Yes.
Regent Gallagher?
Yes.
Regent Herdink?
Yes.
Regent Martin?
Yes.
Regent Schaus?
Yes.
Regent Thompson?
Yes.
Regent Wells?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and therefore carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Lance, for joining us today. You will all see him again in December. Okay, the next item is relative to us because Paul Sarapata is our employee. And we expect him to have goals and objectives because he is the president of KCTCS, obviously, and it is his job to lead the institution. And it is our job to evaluate at some point later on in the year how he's doing against those goals and objectives. So I am going to ask him to present them to you, but one thing I'd like to note that I did ask Paul to do this year is to summarize his goals in one page. You all probably are used to getting 23 to 25 pages of goals and, you know, kind of consistent a lot with more of a business industry way of doing things. I asked him to summarize that down to a single page so that we don't get lost in all the reading, but also to make sure that he really is focusing on those top 4 or 5 goals. You know, KCTCS and Paul and I are going to talk a little bit later about our college tours and what we're learning, but KCTCS does a really great job of having a lot of initiatives. And as Paul will tell you, there's a lot started and none of them die. And so it tends to overload people. If you don't have a focus of what you're working on, then you're working on too many things and then you end up working on nothing because you can't put your full attention to it. So I did want to note that there's a change in format for his goals and then ask Paul to talk about them individually, and obviously please ask questions as you have them.
Sure, so the first one is, there we go, which is our all ears tour. We've gotten 3 of those done, the system office, Ashland, and Owensboro.
So that's 3 out of 17. We've gotten tremendous feedback. The format that we're using for these is to meet with the local college leadership team first. Then we're meeting with business and industry. And then we have an open session with faculty and staff. And so it's been very productive. In addition to that, for those that either can't be there face-to-face or don't necessarily want to give feedback in an open forum, we have survey instruments that they can fill out. We're going to use all of this and bring this back to you in our special meeting in November for the strategic planning session. So I think we're going to have a really, really great format laid out. This will be the first time that I can remember where the board actually has more than just an hour to review strategic planning materials. So that's the first one. The second one is right around the strategic plan. I believe later on today, Chair Damaris is going to kind of go over what that special session in November is going to look like. We will have 2 special guests coming in that I think will help lead us through that session. We'll also have Dr. Williams' staff on hand who will basically be compiling all of the feedback that we've gotten from these sessions at the colleges so that it can help point us in the right direction. Third one is prioritizing diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think if you've seen the CPE strategic plan that they've put forward, instead of having that as its own separate goal, it's woven through the entire plan, which I think is a perfect way to do it. And Dr. Thompson's got some ideas on how we might do that, and I'll share those with you when the time is appropriate. Exploring ways to provide innovative academic success and improved educational models to help students gain skills most relevant to current and future state of the workforce. Dr. Williams and I testified in front of the Legislative Oversight, what's the full name of that? And Investigations Committee. They changed the name on me. And we talked about some of our innovative programs, such as at Ashland, they've got the 24/7 welding program going where they've got 3 different shifts going. We talked about TechX over at Owensboro. They've got evening and morning programs, weekend programs. And we need to do a better job of prioritizing those and funding those. You know, we've got 45% of our students that are 25 and over. They can't come Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for classes. So prioritizing the workforce education and training prong, so that you can see things like this that have never been put in front of the board before. And this is all the legislature is interested in right now, is workforce. That's what we heard yesterday. There was a huge focus yesterday on nursing. Dr. Williams, I was basically going to give my microphone over to her because she was peppered with a bunch of allied health and nursing questions. And we need to keep this going because I think this is how we're going to get additional funding out of the legislature. There are funds out there. We just need to keep flying our flag, and we're going to keep doing that. And the next one is promoting fiscal accountability across the system by creating alternative revenue sources and aligning staffing needs and work environments with post-pandemic realities. And so what that means is streamlining processes, realigning positions if necessary, just taking a hard look at where we're at right now. The pandemic has taught us a lot. It's taught us what we do well. It's taught us what we do poorly. And these feedback sessions, as I go on my college tour, have been extraordinarily helpful, particularly the survey responses, and some ideas of things we can do to not only save money, but create some money. So that's the 6 goals. I'm grateful that we won't have a 35 to 40 page report at the end of this, and I'm happy to field any questions.
Hey, Paul, this is Damon. Question for you. So as I was reading through this, I was wondering about how do you measure these goals? And I can't recall from prior years, are the underlying objectives, are those the measurables? In other words, you may say you prioritize DEI, but what measurable goals does the board have to assess whether you really achieved what we've desired?
That's a good point. I think what we're going to have to do is publish those objectives and be a little more granular with them. We wanted to keep these really high level, just, that was the only way to really boil these down to only 6. So.
So the objectives will be the measurable component of this then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, perfect. That's what all I really wanted to make sure of. Was there was some way to kind of say, here's the goal, here's a quantifiable way to see if you achieved them or not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Paul, are these annual goals? I mean, I guess the objectives will be based on annual.
Yes.
And then the goals will change out each year or carry
Exactly.
over as needed?
Well, I guess, some of these are probably going to be multi-year initiatives, but they'll carry over. I assume, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm assuming that my goals will be an annual thing, and some may swap out and, based on how things are, and some may stay in there. So, that's at the pleasure of the board on how they want to put that together.
Dr. Sarapata and Chair Damaris, I was just getting ready to make that same comment to Damon, to Regent Allen, I'm sorry. The overarching theme of these goals, I think, is that 40,000 foot view. And I think that where the rubber hits the road that's our job. We now have to tell Paul what our expectations for him meeting these goals are. And I think a big part of that is this internal audit process. So we really do know where we're starting from, as you mentioned, and that's a great one to point out. Something that is feels a little more abstract, like diversity, for example, is very measurable if we get the report back from the auditors saying that we have some discrepancies in what diversity throughout the system looks like. And I'm jumping ahead a little, so forgive me, but part of my whole goal on the efficiency point later in the agenda is to talk about the streamlining point that you made in goal number 1. Do we have opportunities to streamline things across the system and look for those variances? And I think that part of our auditing and part of our board's evaluation of the president a year from now and these goals will be how much variance do we have from college to college in some of these areas. So for me, that's a measurable way to look at it. Where are we starting and where do we end up a year from now? So I would just encourage all the regions to be thinking in those terms as you look through these goals. How do we help Paul reach these goals? And how are we looking to evaluate that? Because ultimately, that's what it comes back to. We're responsible for his evaluation a year from now, so.
And I think, and this is going to happen, as we develop the strategic plan, that may certainly augment my goals so I don't know how much it would augment it, but it could be pretty significant depending on where the board comes up in the strategic planning part, so.
That was going to be my question, the strategic plan for the entire enterprise, how does this intersect with that? Because I think that's incredibly important, that they do tie in. Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm not, it's going to be pretty tough.
Are there any other questions? I think all of the questions actually thus far have been excellent. And remember where we are right now. We're at the goals. Right. So if you all agree that these goals make sense, obviously we'll do a sanity check on them against the strategic plan. Any adjustments that are needed, we'll do them at that time. But these are meant to walk in tandem, of course, and support the strategic plan. Our strategic plan does have a lot of objectives and very measurable instruments for those objectives, and we will be asking Paul to do the same, to have objectives that are measurable. And, as many of us know, that which gets measured gets done. And so I think it's important for us to give Paul some feedback as we really think about these goals here over the next couple of months and ask him, how does he plan to measure them, make suggestions as we have them of ways to measure them. So appreciate it.
I'd add to that, one of the quality initiatives we use in the hospital systems a lot is only measure what matters. We don't need to measure everything. We only need to measure what matters. And so I think the strategic plan, pulling that back into this list of goals and infiltrating these goals back into the, let it go both ways. I think that's the way we measure what matters.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Hear on that. Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? All right, then I would ask the board approve the proposed KCTCS President Zarapata's 2021-2022 performance goals presented in the agenda materials as attachment B. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Angela? Karen? And can we have the vote, please?
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Allen,
Regent Allen, yes.
Regent Cox, Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Foltz,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus, Regent Thompson,
Yes.
Regent Wells.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and therefore carries.
Thank you. The next action item and discussion item is related to a new program to be evaluated by this board for the Somerset Community College. Before we jump into that, and we do have some guest speakers here to speak to the details, I'm going to ask if all would like to take a 5-minute break. Probably a good time to do that.
Yes, please.
Okay, let's take about 5 to 7 minutes, and we will come back so that also our guests can get prepared for their presentation.
situated here. Unfortunately, I have to get my glasses on. Just that time in life, I can't read if I get closer than arm's length. So thank you, Chair Damaris, Regent Finan. I appreciate the nice introduction, and we all appreciate the effort that all the regents do on behalf of the colleges and the system here in Kentucky. As you mentioned, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the work that's been done to put this together through the people that you introduced as well. And we are here this morning to talk to you about getting your approval for our proposal, which will seek the KCTCS Apprenticeship Studies Associate in Applied Science degree focused on above ground and underground utilities technicians to be taught at Somerset Community College. Our proposal has been developed jointly with several local and regional utility companies and came about due to the high demand for broadband and other utilities in our region. This work fits our mission at SCC. We're here to provide high quality, affordable, and accessible education and training. This proposal also supports the KCTCS mission and the Council on Post-Secondary Education's strategic agenda, Objective 9, to improve career readiness and employability of our graduates. And our graduates cover a wide area. In our college, we have about a 13-county area that we cover in South Central and Southeastern Kentucky, all the way from Casey County down to Clinton County, to Cumberland County, and then over to the east towards Whitley and up to Clay County, up through Rock Castle. So there's a lot of area here to cover. And of course, in that part of the state, there's also a lot of work going on. Our graduates of this program will be well qualified. It is designed in partnership with the industry that will be employing them. Those same industry leaders have been a key part of our planning and development in this proposal, and the pathway we are using is an established federally registered apprenticeship program with student support through both the company and through the college. Participants will earn anywhere from $18 to $24 per hour in wages as they work and learn. In addition, students will earn a Class A commercial driver's license, 3 fiber optic association repair certifications, an OSHA 10-hour training card, and CPR and first aid certifications. These are extra third-party certifications that are part of this program. From a broader view, the average SCC associate degree award graduate earns $8,200 per year more than non-graduates. That means over their lifetime, graduates completing a 40-year career will add nearly $330,000 to their income before raises and promotions. Our communities will benefit too from housing, goods, services, taxes, healthcare, and education for their families. And in our most recent area EMSI study, that would be economic modeling, especially international, for the SCC area, it was noted that for every dollar that was spent by students on their education, they gained another $7.20 over their lifetime. Taxpayers gained $4.40 for added revenue and public sector savings for those dollars, for that dollar spent. It's clear that the education such as the AAS in our proposal become a force multiplier for students and the communities. South Central and Southeast Kentucky need this program. Employers have been hit in 2 major areas not reflected in federal labor data. First, the industry is facing a looming bow wave of retirements over the next several years. Second, the expansion of broadband and related infrastructure throughout Kentucky has been exacerbated by COVID, and our necessity to be connected is essential. This industry expects to hire an additional 150,000 people over the next 8 years in the United States. We feel we will be looking for ways to expand this program over that same period. It has been our fortune to have been working with Electricom and the Power and Communication Contractors Association since 2019. Since then, the Wireless Infrastructure Association, the Kentucky chapter of the National Underground Contractors Association, have also joined us to help develop the proposal you see here today. SCC is well positioned to implement and support this program. We have all the necessary classrooms, labs, and most of the equipment. We already offer all but 2 of the courses and can integrate students into many existing classes without increasing class offerings. If needed, we can easily add classes, and our annual budget planning process already includes this information and this course in our upcoming academic year. Finally, we have arrangements with employers for the loan of specific equipment that we do not currently own, and we will continue to seek grants and other options for purchase as well as donations in the future. Our current program review process is divided into 2 parts: an annual review that examines program efforts in enrollment, persistence, job placement, course success, graduation, and program cost for budgeting. Then every 5 years, we do a deep dive into each program that looks at our 5-year trend history, covering all those annual areas, while revisiting industry needs through processes such as DACM, developing a curriculum, or instructional system development task and needs analysis for the future. This robust assessment process keeps our programs current, equipped, and budgeted. In summary, this integrated approach to apprenticeship meets industry and student needs, as well as strategic and tactical outcomes. There is a high demand for these graduates now and through the next several years in an industry that has become more and more critical for the success of Kentucky. This degree is already in the KCTCS catalog, as you know, and SCC will make it unique to the overhead and underground utility technician. We have been working through this process for over a year, and it will help every party concerned. We look forward to your questions and urge you to approve this proposal. But first, I would like to introduce Mr. Steve Putt, Electricom's HR and Risk Manager, to provide a few comments for us.
Thank you, everyone, for yielding a little bit of your important time this morning and allowing me the opportunity. I humbly come before you. There is a steering committee, advisory board that we put together in partnership with Somerset. I am one of several that have participated. I think if we go back, it's 2019, I think, when we started the conversation. And so of employers, of equipment manufacturers for this industry, for associations and coming together. And the first thing I think I'd love to say is thank you to Somerset Community College. It has been an unbelievable honor and privilege to work with an organization so quick to reach out when we've asked the question on, we're looking for a partnership here. And thank you to Dr. Castle, to Dr. Hayes, Lisa, and Eric. Thank you all for that support. With Electricom, we are a national utility services company. We do the construction services or the actual end provider of those services. And over the last year, especially with COVID, we've seen the actual, the hyperactivity driving utility construction in rural markets for the connectedness, the fiber aspect. But it was even there before that. Every one of us here today has a cell phone, and we always look to see how many bars we have on that cell phone. Well, the funny thing about that, we see the cell phone towers and we think this is great wireless technology, but it all takes fiber, wires, lines running to those cell phone towers. And that's the work that this does. This underground and overhead utility technician helps that, as well as smaller communities across Kentucky, to be able to get broadband access for school, for work, for social. And I think as we've seen the last infrastructure bill come out from Congress to be approved, within that bill is specific line item funding for regional telephone communication companies to provide or upgrade their service. This is where the last 12, 18 months, even before we really got started with our conversation with Somerset, this has put a hyper focus, a hyper need on the particular industry. And we love the fact that we have an opportunity to partner with a community technical college program to help us with the apprenticeship, to help us with opportunities to bring in folks that maybe are not experienced in that, have not got those skills, but they want to get a jump on their career. They want to get a jump into an industry that is rewarding and can be a lifetime of income security coming in. So from my standpoint, from the employer standpoint, on behalf of our advisory committee, we thank the statewide system here and the services, the opportunities, and certainly the discussion here today. Thank you.
We're happy to entertain any questions you might have.
If I may, one of the things I read in the proposal was in the program cost area, and it says some of the heavy equipment needed will be loaned to the college from our industry partners. While this is necessary for program startup, ideally this equipment will be purchased and owned by the college in the future. I think that's one of the items that strikes me the most. You can say that business and industry partner together when we have apprenticeship programs at the college and we are training students and they are then working in the industry at the same time. But when you really put investment in it beyond that transactional relationship and you talk about partnership, startup costs for KCTCS for these kinds of technical programs are very, very high. It is a very different strategy than having classroom space for some of our other programs. And so to see a partnership where the heavy equipment needs are being met by industry really encourages me, and I want to challenge other industry partners to do the same, to really become much more of a partner in the relationship and to bring whatever resources that may be needed to move forward, because both sides of the fence benefit in the end. So I wanted to just highlight that because I think it's a really important piece of this puzzle, and I didn't know if you wanted to comment on how that happened.
I don't have the exact details for this particular instance, but in general terms, you have hit it exactly on the head. This is not a Somerset Community College or any college exclusively working and building a program that they want to bring in. This is a partnership with industry based on needs that are already established, and they have stepped up. All the groups that are involved with this particular project are very, very much behind us. They've already committed their people. They've already committed their equipment to do the same thing. We continue to look at that, and we're seeing the same things in other areas right now, including, additive manufacturing, aviation maintenance, welding, some of our hard tech programs that really, really benefit not only from the equipment, but the companies benefit from the employees that they get from us. And I don't know if you need any more additional details or not. If you do, we're happy to.
No, thank you. Appreciate it. Other questions?
I do have a question. I was trying to look through the appendix at the cost of the program.
Yeah.
Is the student tuition going to cover every associated cost with the program other than that equipment you were speaking of? Because it looks like the student tuition is going to come out to $194,652 by the 5th year.
Yeah. As with most of the hard tech programs, the initial cost is more than what you'll see come back at some point. But in the end, you do gain that back. I don't know if we really want to, I don't know what you want to say about this. Elise, maybe you'd like to elaborate a little bit on some of those costs, or Dr. Hayes, if you got anything that you want to put to it.
It actually didn't look that way. It looked like in the beginning, it was actually a lot lower. I guess that's because you'd have fewer students that first year, but I guess my my question about the cost is, in the breakdown of the budget and expenses, there's never really like a grand total in any of those columns, and I couldn't add that up that fast, sorry. I'm a healthcare person, I don't math if I don't have to. So I was just trying to figure out, is the student tuition gonna cover all those expenses? So you're not asking, there wouldn't be additional funds that you're requesting to get this up and going?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. The first year, because we can only account for the classes that will be offered in the first year, so that will only be and we based it on 12 students. And then going to year 2 through 5, and we did all of our calculations on the lower end just to make sure that we didn't overestimate. But currently for our first class, we're going to actually have over 20 students starting in November of this year for the apprenticeship that we're starting with this first class. So once this gets approved and we can start utilizing it, we see that the tuition will cover our cost.
I like the calculation sheet. I just might add or offer that maybe you give us a total for each of those categories so we don't have to kind of figure it out.
Additional questions?
I don't have any questions, but I just have a comment. You, Dr. Kessler, you talked about how qualified the students will be. And I just saw in the description of the delivery methods and partnering with the companies that they, including their classroom, it's like over 2,000 hours of qualification in order to get these. And I think that's impressive to, kind of like I mentioned to you this, like the Kentucky Fame program and how it works with collaborating with the businesses. But that stuck out to me, including the classroom, over 2,000 hours of on-the-job training. So I wanted to comment. I thought that was an impressive number.
We agree, and we think it'll really be a very good end product for us and for the area we live in. So very excited about this, quite honestly.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it, and also for the questions and comments from the Regents. In order to move forward with this program, I'd like to ask for a motion that the Board of Regents approve the Associate in Applied Science and Apprenticeship Studies for Somerset Community College. And I should have asked Karen to do that motion. Do you want to read it, Karen?
I would love to make that motion. I'll make the motion that the Board of Regents approve an Associate in Applied Science and Apprenticeship Studies for Somerset Community College to be implemented in fall 2022.
Second.
Do we have the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I made it. Angela seconded it.
Okay, great. All right. Call for the vote.
Call for the vote.
All right. Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Allen,
Regent Allen, yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Foltz,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus, Regent Thompson,
Yes.
and Regent Wells.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and therefore carries.
Thank you very much. And our guests are welcome to remain for the rest of the meeting, or if you have other things you need to do, you're welcome to go do those. So thank you very much for taking the time to come out. The next item on our agenda is a policy revision, and I'm going to ask Regent Foltz to introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair Damaris. This proposal is to revise a policy that affects our programs, and if you see it as 4.12, the policy on collaborative program development. And there are basically two areas in this policy that we're going to be looking at for revision. The first is to remove some outdated language that references SCANS, which is the Secretary's Commission on Achieving Necessary Skills, and that is 20 years old. So we need to remove that language. And it's also to update some language that affects our programs that have overage hours above the limit that we put on the Associate in Applied Science. In our materials, you can see a list of all the KCTCS programs that are over the credit hour limits that are described in this policy. Our AA, Associate in Arts, AS, the Associate in Science, and the AFA, the Associate in Fine Arts, are designed for transfer, and we have a limit of 60 credit hours for those programs. The Associate in Applied Science are more geared toward direct entry into workforce and are more program specific, and their credit hour limit is set to be 60 to 68. The board approves programs to have overage hours if it is necessary, and many times they have to have these overage hours for accreditation purposes, or there may be curriculum issues where they're allowed to have one class or another. And by having that or statement that allows a class of a higher credit hour to be counted, it may put the program over the limit. So that's where the overages tend to come from. And the Chancellor's Office compiled a list of the programs for us that were granted overages and the date at which the board approved those, and that is in your materials. And thank you, Chancellor Williams, for giving us that. I appreciate that. It is also, I think, important to note that the curriculum committees meet regularly about their curriculum and do revisions. The curriculum committees typically meet at least once a year, sometimes once a semester. So this is always being looked at. And I would like to note that 2 programs, nursing and respiratory therapist, actually decreased their hours to fall within that approved range we have for AAS. So their hours have actually decreased since we granted them approval to have more than the 68. So for a revision of this policy, and I want to refer to the strike-through version that is presented in the materials, we would remove all mention from the SCANS, as I mentioned earlier, which was a report that was published in '92. But when it comes to new programs and the overage under the new program approval, it says once the credit hour exemption has been approved by the board, additional changes to the program credit hours can be approved by the KCTCS president within a 5-hour range, and any changes to reduce program credit hours would need no formal approval. So basically, we would be given Dr. Zarapata the flexibility to approve any change in those credit hours within 5 credit hours. But if they reduce, we wouldn't need formal action. So that is the change in the credit hour overage. And I also want to mention that, you know, the curriculum committees work very hard to keep the credit hours in line because we don't want to, first of all, have students pay for credit hours they don't need. So all those credit hours are necessary. They're not just inflated at all. They are necessary. And many times it's for accreditation issues. I do want to mention employability and workforce. Under Section B, you see the wording has been changed. Where the general education, it says employability, we remove the word SCANS. And in the certificate program, there's also an edit that instead of saying time periods, it references credit hours, which is more reflective of how students actually complete certificates by credit hours, not necessarily a time limit. So, and removing that language and inserting the president's ability to be flexible within 5 credit hours of overage, I would like to recommend that we approve these changes on our policy on collaborative program development. Are there any questions?
I just noticed that in the Associate in Applied Science, there is one typo. It says in the bottom part, once the credit hour exception has been approved by the KCTCS Board of Regents, there's one that says hours instead of hours. There's an H missing, so. Hours instead of hours, that didn't sound, but there's an H missing.
With the appropriate accent, there's not an H missing.
Okay.
Dr. Williams, do you have anything you'd like to add?
The only thing I want to say is that a really good example of this kind of problem or occurrence is about, I believe it was 2 board meetings ago, you all approved a cybersecurity partnership program with BCTC in conjunction with the University of Kentucky. You remember it was a direct transfer program? Like the minute that you all approved that, they changed the program hour by 1. And you had approved an overage for that program, and then we were going to have to bring back another overage for 1 hour. And it just seems silly to keep bringing that kind of action back to the board. So in the sake of efficiency, we decided that this made sense, much like you affirm certificates but do not approve every certificate because we manage so many of those. So thank you for the opportunity to comment. Happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. A perfect example of ensuring we efficiently get programs out there for students to actively start enrolling and getting them in there. So thank you. So we have a motion.
Yes, I would move that we approve our changes to our collaborative program development policy.
Second.
Okay, I'd like to call for the vote.
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Allen,
Regent Allen, yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Foltz,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus, Regent Thompson,
Yes.
Regent Wells.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and carries.
Thank you. The next items after this are all update items, and that is actually by design. The intention of this new formatted agenda was to get through administrative and action items early in the program so that we had time for the rest of our meeting to discuss any of the update items. So there'll be no need for additional actions as presented in the agenda today. The rest of the items will be update. And I just want to note it's only 10:34 a.m. So we are moving and yet there's still plenty of time, right, for people to ask questions. So I do encourage you to do that if you have them. So I'm going to ask Regent Stevens to introduce the next item, and I just want to comment, Regent Stevens, that President Zarapata does have some introductory comments that he'd like to make as well.
Any comments before we start?
No, go ahead.
Okay. The item is, this is a great item, and I hope that we'll get through it as fast as the other ones, Madam Chairman. We're talking about salaries, people's benefits. And basically, Wendell has done a great job of putting together questions that board members have asked for the last several years. Why we have to do this, why we have to do that. And that is in there. I would encourage you to review that, look at that. The system is, you need to really, for a lay person like me, you really need to work on it. It's very complicated to figure out what the system is and how it works. With that being said, there are a couple of things that, before I turn it to Wendell, that we were fortunate enough this year that we gave a $2,000 raise to our employees, which helped greatly. The bad news, over the last 10 years, we have given raises, but we have not given percentage raise where it goes on the base. And that's been something that in my previous time on the board and continues to be something that we want to look at to try to work with our employees. But I'll let Wendell go through and explain some of this. I will tell you that I have asked Wendell to look at the possibility is that in the December meeting to come back and to see how much it would cost for our employees to get an additional $250 or $500 raise this year. And he will provide that for us and for the board to make that decision. So Wendell, this part is yours.
Yeah, I just had just a couple comments. We came out of the June board meeting with a clear message from the board that we needed to take this seriously. I want to commend Wendell and his staff for taking it very seriously, as well as our 16 college presidents. I think what Wendell's going to present to you is very important, so I hope you all can really take this in, because we are taking this extraordinarily seriously.
This is a speed bump in the middle of a fast meeting. So bring that up. What I've tried to give you today, because we have new board members, we have board members who've been here for a while, is to set the background for all of this and kind of where we are. And with that in mind, because I gave you or should have your frequently asked questions in there, that there should be 27 of those. I'll talk a little bit about that. To Regent Cox's question earlier, we have looked at a number of things. We are working, myself, Jackie Cecil, who's with us, our HR director for the system, as well as Lewis Pruitt, who now owns a business and stuff and was consulting service related to higher education, used to be before he retired, the HR director here. We have and are working with a lot of Coupa data, Coupa HR data, salary.com data, as well as the Kentucky Chamber. We've reached out to all of them. We've been talking with the salary.com data with regard to purchasing a large number of positions. Before I get into this, I will tell you that we've surveyed, and I have roughly 30 pages of responses back from our questions and things. We also have a calendar and timeline. I won't get into all that today, but that'll be the update that we bring back in December to give you a little bit more. But there is work being going on, has been going on since June. And there will be work continuing up through December, through March, and through next June in order to bring you a formal recommendation. With that said, let me kind of go through this. We've had the opportunity to look at it, but we'll kind of walk through here just a little bit. Can we fix all of these problems that relate to compensation? These are the many things that we talked about in June, about providing a recurring salary increase, about addressing wage and salary compression, about having a related market schedule. The salary schedule is also attached to those questions and answers, frequently asked questions, as attachment A, and then about our hiring practices. That was also discussed with regard to hiring at minimums. And some colleges do that more frequently than others less so. With that said, we can't solve everything at one time. That's why, backing up a bit here, I'm going to propose to you that we do these things over a 3-year period of time and phase things in, because I don't think if you just give the salary increase, this is my personal and professional opinion, you can do that on a recurring basis, but you still got other issues with regard to your salary schedule, with regard to compression. So those things are all interrelated, as well as our hiring practices. So just to give everybody a background, if you look back through here, we've had salary schedules, different things existed before KCTCS created, because you had the technical colleges coming out of state government, and then you had the community colleges that were under the UK schedule. So early days, the board adopted a study with the Hay Group. They put one together that was pretty much, let me get forward here, quickly done, because at that time we were hiring people and creating the system, kind of, as they like to say, flying the plane while we're, building it. So we needed something pretty quickly. So we got that in place, but it really didn't do a comprehensive look and set us forward. So that was done with Mercer. And then we didn't do anything for 14 years or so later. And I know some of you were on the board at the time. I think Chair Damaris, I think you had just come. I know Regent Stevens had been here when we had Hannah Resources Group in Ashland come and speak. And we worked with them a better part of a year to do some things along that line. All of these tried to incorporate in the salary structure guiding principles. Now, we haven't always followed those, and that's where we are today. But with regard to, it would be dynamic. The salary schedule would be reviewed annually. We would give recurring salary increases along that same line. We would have minimums that would be for individuals that were hired, just had the minimally qualified for that job, still earning the position, if you will. Those at the midpoint, reflective of market, that would be proficient for that particular position, whether that was faculty or staff. And then the same thing, the maximums, that would be, the maximum rate you would pay for that position. Regardless of what the position might be, all positions have some level of value, and to try to stay within those range and use the outside market as a guide along that line. Got a lot of papers here. So, and stop and ask questions if you have any along that as we go. As part of that, as I mentioned, the salary schedule would be looked at annually. We believed at that time, and many things always going forward, that we would be able to provide an annual recurring salary increase. And part of that question, why we can't do all of this at one time, you got to remember from 2008 to now, in the state appropriation alone, we've roughly lost about $58 million. Our tuition has increased, but we've had a couple of times where we've frozen that and our enrollment has declined. Because in 2008, 2009 time period, we were about 110,000 students. Today, we're around 80,000 students. So when you factor in the tuition that, you factor in that you've lost better part of $50 million in state appropriation, other things of that nature, you've got, better part of maybe short of $100 million that's gone out of your budget yet, and we've downsized. I'll remind that you may or may not be aware, but in 15-16 and 16-17, we eliminated almost, well, a little over 800 positions, 802 positions. So we have done things to try to do that. With regard to colleges being able to hire up to the market, that's still true. The colleges have the ability to hire up to the market, but with that same point, if a college does, Jack and his team and others try to work to make sure that there's equity adjustments, so that if you come in, and I've been here 10 years, and you come in new, that there is relevancy that reflects that equity, so that I just don't jump everybody coming in new. And I've got 5 other people who've been here 10 years and been doing the job and doing a great job, excellent performers. So there's some type of equity relationship looked at in that. So that still exists. On that same line, it goes without saying, just the same point here, that the human resource, our people, are the most important, most hardest working, because the organization wouldn't exist, wouldn't get things done, wouldn't be there without the human resource and our people. And we have maybe not always prioritized our salary structures, our salary recurring increases, things of that nature. But going back to the point, some of that also has been the financial resources that we've had, the uncertainty of the future. Hopefully, the state's budget coffers are up, and that will help us. Maybe, hopefully, COVID someday, knock on some wood here, we get through that quicker than later. But, the state has a $1.2 billion fund balance from this past year. The revenues are up for July and August, 12.5%. The budget actually would have to tank 10.38%, I believe it is, for the rest of the year, and still break even. So optimism abounds with regard to maybe the state having some resources. I know I spoke to the Finance Committee when it was constituted a couple of years ago. In March of 2020, we were looking forward, hopefully, to additional state appropriations, enrollment turning around. COVID hit and put a major speed bump in a wall against that. But that being said, you also ask about how many people have we had leave in the last couple of years. We've had 955 employees separations. Most of those were just regular separations, but they left because of some reason. Obviously, better pay somewhere else, maybe other types of issues, those types of things. So 20% of that 25% left because of those things. Another 5% was related to retirement. That could be a good thing and bad thing on a KRS side, or the other thing we're paying for. So there's always pluses and minuses.
Wendell, can I make a comment before we proceed?
Yes.
That 25%, a fourth of our workforce turned over in 2 years, I find that to be absolutely shockingly high. I don't know if that's, I was really surprised when I saw that number. in the personnel actions that we ratified, we lost 83 faculty across the system. And some were retirement, but over 50 were resignations. And I think that is something the board needs to be aware of. But we as a system should be really concerned about retention of our good people. And I just want to mention that because 25% to me is shockingly high. But the number of faculty that resigned that we approved was also shocking.
And I would agree with that comment because I think it's largely due to our competitiveness in the market and our ability to attract and retain qualified employees.
I'd also like to add about the cost to bring new people in and how much more that costs to get people trained up and brought in. And so it really behooves us to try and retain these employees any way we can.
And I'll just add one more comment relative to academia as an industry, if you might use that term. Absent the 5% that have retired, a 20% turnover rate is equally shocking to me as well. It's not typically an industry that sees that kind of turnover. And so an awful lot of institutional knowledge is going out the door, and an awful lot of relationship building between faculty and students. And that, is often not talked about and sometimes overlooked, but absolutely key, I think, to the retention of our students in many ways. And Alexandria, I'm going to pick on you for a second, but yesterday during orientation, you led a good and very much impassioned conversation about how you feel about your relationship with your instructors. So if you wouldn't mind commenting a little bit about that.
Sorry, Madam Chair, if she's speaking, I can't hear. So if she could cut on the
Am
mic.
I on now?
Just
There
hit.
you go.
Oh,
Little green button?
Yeah.
Should come up.
am I there now? Okay. Sorry. That's what keeps me going back is my instructors, my staff, my DSS staff, everybody that as a community there that helps me. They all pitch in, they all have a role to play. I've gotten to know them and they are amazing. And I couldn't imagine one of them leaving. And when I see these numbers, it is as well shocking to me. And I've talked to a couple of them on a personal level, and they've had opportunities to leave, but they're like, I won't because I love what I do and I love my students. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad because I couldn't imagine my academic career moving on without you. Like you've been an important part of mine. Another question that I want to raise is why are we not internally bringing people up in the KCTCS system, like students? You say training people. Why are we not bringing our students up within and creating more of a environment to bring educators within our system up from our students and doing internships that way? Will that not alleviate costs and make it more of a partnership within KCTCS with the colleges? Just an idea.
No, great.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexandria.
I mean, to your very point, that's part of the issues that we're facing because we've only adjusted this salary schedule that we have, the current one and the previous one 6 times in basically the last 23 years. And that speaks for itself with regard to competitiveness, regard to retention, regard to, promoting and moving people up. Back to Regent Stevens' point, since 2003, faculty and staff have not received an increase, recurring or non-recurring, in the salaries for at least 6 of the 18 years that coming forward since the 2003 Mercer study was done. More recently, we've looked at, and we continue to look at the Coupa information along that line, but when you look at the Coupa, the national averages have been for the past 3 years for staff about 1.88%, 1.43% for faculty, and 1.92% for administration. Now, we've not done those things on a recurring basis. We have done some non-recurring, and we will certainly check into Regent Stevens' question with regard to that. But to be competitive and to attract, retain, and develop future faculty, staff, and leadership, we've got to have a plan of action that meets these challenges. To that, what we've tried to do is to ensure that we're getting buy-in. So not just, and to Dr. Zarapata's point, presidents have been involved. We have surveyed with regard to our HR directors, our business officers, and others in developing approach. We've sent out some surveys with regard to all the HR directors, all the colleges. We've got permission and discussion with the HR directors and the presidents and things to query, where are you seeing the problems are? Where is the turnover? You know, what is happening there? I mean, I've got a whole list. I've got about 30 different pages here from what type of titles, faculty and staff are you experiencing the highest level of turnover? How many separations in the past 3 years? Just to read you some of the things that, this is the type of work that's going on to give you the background of what's happening here. What are the primary reasons for people leaving? We obviously know what those are. Where are employees going? Are they going somewhere else in the community? Are they going somewhere else in the region? Are they leaving for out of state? What's the reasons they're leaving for? Who are the employers' choice in your market? So we get a feel for who our competitors are that we're competing in each of the college local areas.
Vice President Falwell, you have a question.
Not to slow you down, a pothole over the speed bump, but so are we doing exit interviews with every single person that leaves to know the answers to those questions, or are we making assumptions based on their resignations?
No, we are doing exit interviews. Jackie may want to speak to specifically with both here and the college, but we are doing exit interviews. We do capture that information, but we also want to survey them to hear recent, what I'm saying, what is particularly right now with this job market of 10 million jobs in the United States and just the competitiveness nature of it to be current.
Vice President Falwell, if someone's speaking, could they turn on their microphone, please?
Becky, you want to come up here? There you go.
Yes, the exit interviews are being conducted, and they are being conducted here at the system office as well as the colleges. And those results are compiled and shared with the leadership so that we do know why people are leaving.
And are those exit interviews uniform across the system, or does each college develop their own tool?
Each college is using their own tool.
We're going to talk about that later.
Okay, sure.
Jump over the speed bump, move again. We're also looking at who are the employers of choice in the communities, because the competitive nature, you will have different markets with regard to maybe Louisville, Lexington, Northern Kentucky area basis, maybe somewhere else. It might be in Somerset, could be in Hopkinsville, could be in Ashland, so those types of things. What are the jobs that are most difficult to recruit and why? Those types of things. So we are surveying, and I've got several more pages of this, the types of things in order to get and ascertain the answers and try to make sure, because one of the things we heard you all ask us, did we have input? So we're trying to get that broader input and stay focused. I know there's been questions about having faculty and staff rep, not opposed to any of that. Question at this point is getting down into the dirty, getting the workload where the rubber really hits the road, and then in order to be able to come back to you or anyone else and give you what the analysis and what the research is telling us, rather than have everybody involved and have so many cooks in the kitchen that we're stumbling over each other and not really moving forward. But what we have talked about, and we've talked about with the internal operations team, we've talked about it with the president's leadership team, we'll be talking about it again later this month when we have a retreat with them as the PLT, is the recurring salary increase. That tends to be at the top of the wage or the top of the list for everybody. And then to address compression in some ways, because that's a major issue, because we haven't adjusted salary scales and we haven't given recurring regular salary increases. So you may have somebody that started 2 years ago, 3 years ago, making the same as somebody who started this week. So those types of things. And then to try to get the salary scale to be more reflective of the market. And then last, our hiring practices, which you all have mentioned too, at hiring at the minimum. Those things being said, part of this, ensuring we do have a competitive salary schedule, is defining the market. So that's what we're also trying to do. And I've mentioned before, potentially maybe a bilateral type of scale to where we have a salary scale that's like on attachment A there with the frequently asked questions, but you may also have that scale being able to be adjusted. I don't know whether 5, 10, 15% for other more competitive markets, maybe in the urban areas where the market is much more competitive. In some of the rural areas, the colleges, besides the school district, local public schools, may be one of the best employers of the county or the region and not be as competitive as other maybe areas such as the metropolitan areas of the state, maybe Louisville, Lexington, and Northern Kentucky. Benchmarking. That's one of the things we're also done with the Coupa, looking at, we've done outside benchmarking in the past with other systems as well as our four-year institutions here in the state. We do some of that yet, but at the same time, we've identified 49 titles and about 1,000 different people affected on those 49 titles, looking at other sources with Coupa, salary.com, and also the chamber in trying to get what are competitive salaries in there too, so that we will have, whenever we come back with you with regard to a salary schedule that is reflective of the market and that we can try to meet those challenges. Because there's certain areas where a position may be just local and can be filled. Other positions may have a more regional base of which you need to qualify. I think Dr. Carey's talked about some of that with regard to like an apprenticeships. You may have people locally be able to do that, but you may also have to reach out regionally or across the state or in some positions for leadership within KCTCS, college presidents, things of that nature. You're going to be on a national level. So looking at those things. And then, just retention schedules. What can we do regarding recruiting? What is our problems? Largely, we know that it's salaries and being able, as you've mentioned, Regents South's trying to be competitive and being able to retain and keep our good people. And then adjusting that salary schedule relative to those benchmarks, be more competitive, and make the necessary adjustments. And make the commitment and stick to it. So addressing that, currently, if you look at going back through, just taking the demographics of where we are, KCTCS, as of this past July, 2% of our faculty are at the minimums of their band. 16% of the staff are at the minimums of the band. 90% of our full-time faculty are below the market. 84% of the full-time staff are below the market, which the market being the midpoint of that band or the band, respective band that they're in. Obviously, contributing factors we've talked about. The lack of a regular recurring salary increase. Faculty promotion increased the rates. We haven't increased our promotion rates for our faculty in my lifetime that I know of. $500 for an assistant, $1,000 for an associate, $1,500 for a full professor. The inability to award increases for exceptional performance, and then the lack of overall recurring funding for salary increases.
Wendell, can you stop there for a moment, if you don't mind? And then we'll recognize Regent Foltz for a moment. 90%, 84%, not even at the midpoint.
That's correct.
Those numbers are shocking. And in your earlier slide, you talked about guiding principles, what should have been happening all along. And yet those are a direct match to the contributing factors, that which did not happen. I agree with you wholeheartedly. We must put a stake in the ground. We must take care of our faculty and staff. And, I implore upon the board to really think hard about doing this, because if we don't have our number one resource, and that is the human resource that drives the engine of KCTCS, then we don't have KCTCS. So I'm just equally shocked at those percentage points. Thank you. Regent Foltz.
Thank you, Chair Damaris. I just want to echo your concern with that 90% of regular faculty below market and 84. Most of the faculty, and I can speak for my division, but most of the faculty I know, we don't talk about midpoint. We just talk about how many hundreds of dollars we're off minimum. We don't even talk about midpoint because that's something we will never get to before we retire. And that's just kind of the reality. It's how close we are to midpoint. That doesn't happen. It's how close we are to the minimum. When you get promoted through the faculty pay bands, and like us, Vice President Falwell mentioned, we have not changed our promotion amounts ever. Once you have to be in KCTCS, the average is 12 years to get promoted to a full professor. And then you're at the minimum of the pay band for a full professor. So you sit at the minimum of the pay band. And if you stay in the classroom and you don't take on more administrative responsibilities to somehow, you're still have faculty rank, but you're actually doing a different type of job and not in the classroom. If you stay in the classroom as a full professor, the only adjustment you're going to get to that salary is the regular adjustments that we're going to approve as a board as a salary adjustment each year. And you saw what we've been doing for the past year, right? So all of your full professors that have been promoted within that time frame, unless they've taken on administrative roles, are sitting near the minimum. And there's that compression. And there, like I said, this idea that we are 90% below market, it is probably more telling how many of that 90%, the percentage that's actually much closer to the minimum. They're not a fourth of the way to the market or something like that. We did see those scatter graphs, I think, in our last workshop we did on compression, and I found those to be concerning. When we did look at that data, that you could see where individual employees fell. But it makes it very difficult to retain good faculty and good staff when, and I'm just going to use faculty as an example, after 12 years you're promoted, but that's where you're going to stay unless we get recurring raises, because there's not going to be an automatic raise for longevity. There's not an automatic raise if you get a different degree. That doesn't happen. So I just want to mention that because the faculty pay bands are a little different than the staff pay bands, where different jobs are under those pay bands based on the job categories. Faculty can get promoted, but once you are promoted to full professor, you're in that band. And that's kind of where you are. So I appreciate the opportunity to say something on behalf of the employees. And I also want to say that I appreciate Regent Stevens' suggestion that if it is at all, and I won't be here for the December meeting, but if it is at all possible to give our employees a bonus in December, even if it's a small amount, it's deeply appreciated. With inflation going up what it is, I mean, $3 a gallon gas right now. It's holiday time. I think it would be very appreciated. When we're doing stuff with the pandemic and teaching, I think it is important to realize that most faculty are doing double work many times. We're teaching face-to-face, and we also have an audience of students that are coming in remotely, so we're teaching to two audiences simultaneously and recording if we can. So it is changed, and in many cases made it more difficult to effectively teach during the pandemic. But I also want to say our support staff, particularly maintenance and custodial staff, the amount of extra work that they've had to do during the pandemic to prevent KCTCS from being a super spreader has been phenomenal. They come into my classroom after I have class and disinfect after every class meeting. That's a phenomenal amount of extra work. And I think it would be a really good sign for the board to recognize all that extra work that's happened during the pandemic, particularly on the part of people that have worked so hard to keep our campuses safe and open and, as I said, not being super spreaders. So I appreciate the soapbox for a moment, and thank you, Chair Damaris, for allowing that.
I have a question, Wendell. I'm really two items. I'm really concerned about, I know we've had to change the retirement format for retirees, but I'm really concerned about, I think the people that have been with us for 15, 18, 20 years are probably going to stay till they get to the retirement because they're in teacher retirement or one of the others. The other retirements is, some of the benefits are not as good as the Kentucky teacher retirement system. So I think that's a concern, is to try to keep those people that are 5, 6, 7 years. We've got to keep them some way in the system. And a follow-up, what Angela said is that, and I did a little research on this, is that a professor with 15 years experience or so makes about $60,000 at the community college system for an average for 10 months. Yet it's the same with a doctor's degree and a public education, average state $60,000 for 9 1/4 months. And then, of course, teachers are capped out at most public schools at 27 years. But if you were teaching in a public school in Western Kentucky and you had 27 years, your last year would be about $67,000 for 9 1/4 months. So, you know, we've really got a problem. I know that those people that are 18 and 28 years, they're looking toward retirement, and we may have a really good chance keeping them. But those others that are 5 and 6 years, we've got to keep them, is what I'm saying, some way, shape, form, and fashion. And then the unsung heroes are those custodians, maintenance people, and secretaries and clerks, this and that is, that work extremely hard, and we've got to find a way to help them. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Not to get us off subject, but with regard to the 403B retirement, one of the things that we are doing, in fact, I had a meeting with TIAA CREF. They'll be the first, in addition to American Century and Voya. We're meeting with them every 3 weeks because one of the things that we have on our 403B plan, if anybody knows anything about any of the, whether it's Fidelity, whether it's 20th Century, whether it's TIAA CREF, they have thousands of funds. Many of those funds just overlap and constantly, you know what I'm saying? Some are managed, some are not managed. We've looked at some this past week for the next 3 weeks for an indefinite period of time. Going to be meeting with them on a regular basis to narrow those funds. And because we got a lot of funds in there that people are available to choose from that really are not, and I don't mean disrespectful, they may not be educated about the funds, and a lot of those funds have been losers, so to speak. And if you haven't, been in the market with regard to anything else but your retirement, but if it's in the right place the last few years, you'd be doing pretty well. So we are looking to narrow that field as more of a responsibility for KCTCS to help our employees. With that said, addressing salary and wage compression along that same line, some things we've got to do is evaluate the education experience of our new hires and determine the starting salary relative to minimum markets. Ensure that when we do that, we also do with equity adjustments to make sure that our existing faculty and staff, compared to the new employees, are relative to that market as well. And then adjust the salary schedule so that the market, it is reflective so that we can attract and we can retain our faculty and staff. The desired outcomes on this, is develop and implement a plan and a timeline. And that's why this is looking at a 3-year type of timeline for cost projections, for recommended alternatives for you as the board that will help us address annual compensation increases, wage and salary compression, adjustment of the salary schedule, funding strategies along that line, and then communication to faculty and staff to the commitment and hold to that commitment. So in December, we're coming back with an update with regard to a recommended approach that we'll try to do in December, or in March rather, and then hopefully have you a plan in June which you would approve for the 22-23 year budget. Along that line, before I go to other questions, I want to talk about a couple of things. As I mentioned before, we have met with the Internal Resources Action Team. We're talking with the other groups such as the HR directors and things that we've surveyed on. What are the turnover trends by titles? Why are people leaving? Where are they going? Who are their employers of choice in their markets? What jobs are the most difficult to recruit? What are the relevant labor markets? Are current salaries competitive? Because we do have some positions and titles that are competitive. Don't think that everything we've got is not competitive, but we have a large number that are not. But we have some that are also competitive because of the nature of the position. And what practices are working well in recruiting, selecting, onboarding, developing, and motivating faculty and staff. General trends, you know what I'm saying? Why are these high turnover rates in faculty? You're going to see a lot more of these in the allied health, nursing, technology programs. Those are often identified. And, you know, it's a shame, but we have many faculty and staff that, were they not for their commitment, they wouldn't be here. They'd have left because of salaries a long time ago. Same thing on the academic or the staff side, academic advisor, maintenance techs, things of that nature, custodial workers, administrative support, student service personnel, business service personnel. Those are often that's been most noted in our follow-ups and working with the colleges and bringing you an update. So I'll bring more of this back in December in more detail. But the majority have indicated that compensation impacted the turnover. And some are leaving for other local markets, others are leaving for regional markets, business and industry, things of that nature. You know, when you've got the Amazons and everybody else hiring at $20 an hour and so on and so forth, and we're paying half that, obviously, if people have that alternative or have that choice, they're going to leave you. So trying to get those things. But we are working with a large number of people, including HR directors, to identify. We have 49 titles that we're looking to assess the competitiveness. We'll be working with salary.com on some things there, as well as the chamber. And the reason we're using salary.com, we can get a lot more positions for $1. It's pretty expensive if you use the chamber for that many positions. You're talking pretty expensive dollars on that. But as I mentioned, we're using the Coupa survey, things along that line. And we do have a timeline for a lot of these things that I'm speaking about. We're also looking at, we'll be discussing with the internal resources team, as well as the PLT and the business officers, how we're going to fund this on a recurring basis. And we may not be able to do all of it at one time, but I would make the argument that to do a recurring salary increase and not address compression in some way would be short-sighted, as well as adjusting the salary schedule. So questions or comments?
I echo what the other regents have said about that. Seeing those numbers, when you sent that information out early on, that was great. Thank you. I got to review it all. Seeing those numbers, first seeing the guidelines, that I was like, okay, great, this is great. I see these guidelines. And then when I got to the point where I saw the numbers, you know, the 90%, 84%, we're not following guidelines. That's what you put forth there. So we either need to change the guidelines, I think, or find a way to get back to those guidelines, in my opinion. And what really other shocked me again, the last board meeting, you announced we were a $1 billion organization. And I think a $1 billion organization, where we can't, and we're financially stable, the last report. But in that, we cannot afford to pay our faculty and staff adequately to meet our guidelines we were set previously. Sorry. If we're a $1 billion organization and financially stable, but we can't make those changes soon and now, how financially stable are we?
We're financially stable. The large part of that, as I have mentioned, and we'll talk about it in the financial statements a little bit later, we've got a better part of $300 million in stimulus money. But that stimulus money has to be directed specifically for COVID-related activities, whether that be PPE, whether that be, you know, moving to online, those types of activities. So while we do have a $1 billion budget this year, largest ever, a large part of that is non-recurring. The problem we're facing is recurring. Largely, the two primary sources of revenue we have are our tuition. That's the number one source, and then state appropriation. When both of those have been down, that's been a large impediment. So we have to continue to look for ways to address that, efficiencies and things of that nature. And I know that'll be talked about later as well. But that $1 billion budget is a great number, but at the same time, a large portion of that has to be or is restricted to specific uses and cannot necessarily be used to address all that. Now, I will say this on behalf of that. We have pulled back, and I'll talk about this in the financial statements, a better part of $48 million in lost revenue that we're able to do that would allow many of these types of things to happen on a non-recurring basis, going back to Regent Stevens's point, potentially in some form of mid-year non-recurring type of adjustment or award, if you would. I see that Regent Allen has his hand up.
Thank you, sir. So one thing I want to note on page 7 of Mr. Followell's presentation, he notes the average national salary increase is 1.88%. To Regent Herding's comment at the last meeting, I think we proposed, given all the infrastructure and federal stimulus that Mr. Followell talked about, a minimum of a 1.7% increase just to keep up with inflation. So I think as we look at this, every year you have to consider just the cost of inflation in this recurring salary increase. And the other thing that I caution you on, so I obviously support this wholeheartedly, is right now we've got the money, we can do these pay increases and we should consider it. But there may be lean years, 5 or 10 years from now, where you may not be able to do it or may not be able to do it on the same level. So we should support a recurring salary increase with the understanding that each year we're going to have to look at it and take under consideration certain factors such as our revenue, such as inflation, such as these macroeconomic factors within the market also that we've talked about, i.e. what are other companies paying? What are, in nursing, for example, you can probably go to a hospital now and make significantly more than what we can pay an instructor. So we have to look at all of those things. But I support this, but my main point is we can't get bogged down with paralysis by analysis. It's never going to be perfect. There, some people will win more than other people, but we need to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Allen. Very well said. Regent Cox, did you have some point?
Chair Demers. Yesterday when I was leaving to come here, our chief of staff said, your first meeting would be a good time to listen and not talk. Please don't tell her that I violated that advice. Two things come to mind as a new regent sitting here listening to this, and I just felt like I needed to say them both. One is what incredible loyalty you must have with employees who, under these circumstances, have remained. That's a testament to commitment to a mission, to what is being accomplished. Because I don't know of any other business that could put those two statistics up there and say they were viable. So the first thing is what a great testament, and wow, do we need to figure out ways to reward that loyalty through these times. The second thing is a leadership team that can sustain what you're sustaining under these circumstances is an incredible team. Just getting to know you, but I will tell you, I don't know of another business who could take those statistics about at market or below market and be able to have a sustainable business model. I don't know where the funds come from to write this. I'm sure that I'll learn about that as time goes on. I certainly hope that there is a way we can do it in a more accelerated fashion. And if there is, I'm 100% behind it. But it's an incredible thought to think that under these circumstances, you've been able to do what you've been able to do. And to the rank and file, what a great workforce you have.
Thank you, Regent Cox. I'm sorry. Regent Schaus. I keep forgetting the S in front of you.
Am I on?
Yes.
May I make a comment? Just taking in all the information today, I'm new as well. As the student outlook, I know KCTCS relies on admissions, am I correct, of students. So from a business and a student standpoint, I'm going to tell you, your resource that you have are your teachers. They are the most important because as a student, that's who I rely on, your faculty, your staff, your professors. If they're not there and they're not good at what they do and they don't offer what I need, I'm not going to come to KC. I might come, but I'm not going to stay. I'm going to go to another institution, no matter the affordability or whatever. I'm going to find somewhere else to go. So that is your most important resource, and it is imperative that you take care of them. So this is great that the board is taking this seriously. My suggestion would be not only to look at the financial aspect, but add a personal touch to it. Let these, if you're looking at it as a business aspect, let them know you care. put the HR aspect, like you said, in December, the holidays are coming up. Send out a personal card from all the board members signed. Put a candy cane on it, just something small, like you see in nursing. I just implore the board to do something personalized for regionally for all their employees, especially going through the pandemic. And I really think that'll make a difference within the system.
Thank you, Regent Schaus. Are there any other?
Regent Fletcher, I think you had a question.
I was just going to make a comment that, just a few days ago, we saw that KCTCS was 6th best state employer. So something's right, even if the money is way, way off, and I would kind of follow up on Regent Schaus's comment that the culture is probably a little bit of what needs to change in some of these areas, but obviously these folks are committed to what they're doing. They must love what they're doing to work for that kind of money for as long as many of them have. And I don't doubt that, knowing our regents who are here with us today. But I would encourage us to look at maybe some other non-monetary ways to try to improve life in the system, especially at some of the colleges where we know those pay bands are so compressed. So.
Thank you, Regent Fletcher. And Regent Gallagher?
Yes. Do I just press this button here? Okay. I just wanted to ask a question. So I was wondering, why would it take almost a year to implement the plan? And is there any way that we could implement this plan sooner?
I would suggest to you that we need to have the time to have the research to know in the plan as to what benchmark with regard to salary schedule, with regard to surveying, which we're in the process of doing and have done with regard to recommendations for whether it be a salary increase on a recurring basis, an adjustment with regard to compression, as regard to adjusting either the salary schedule, faculty promotion rates, all of those things we're in the process of working on. We'll bring you back in December a bit more detailed about this work that's going on in the background. But at this point, today's presentation is built around getting everyone to have a common base and understanding of what we have. The facts is, good, bad, and ugly as they may be, on the table so that everybody has the same basis of understanding. So.
Thank you.
Regent Thompson?
I do just, of course, want to reiterate what everyone has said about the dedication of the faculty and the staff. I am one of those employees, Regent Stevens, that you talk about. I've been at the college for almost 30 years. So I'm the one that is looking for the time to, in the years to retire. But thinking of all of the employees that are coming behind me, of course, trying to get this to where that they are paid and compensated the way that they need to be. The one that really sticks out for me, for all of my fellow staff members and faculty members that still have a lot of time to go. With the compression, the one that stuck out to me was, those equity adjustments made for existing faculty and staff for the hire of current employees. Morale is a big deal. And like Regent Schaus said, and others, other things can really help with that, but money talks. And as we all have said that, and I just like that for compression, for the morale of those who have been here for many years, to really, that's important to feel like that you are as important as those that are hired newly. So I just wanted to say that I do appreciate, I appreciate KCTCS. I've worked here for almost 30 years. It is a great institution. And many thousands upon thousands of students have been helped and have careers now. And I work in marketing, as you know. I hear the stories all the time. I hear the success stories of the students, how much they love KCTCS, how much they love the faculty and staff, how much they love the fact that it's, small class sizes and the personal touch of the faculty and staff. And again, just I appreciate you, Vice President Followell, and all of your staff for all that you're doing to try to help bring us where we need to be in the system.
Other comments or questions? I mean, that's That's the good, bad, and ugly of the report. Yes, sir.
I believe Regent Herding has one more comment.
More just a question, just because my ignorance. Where does the money come from for salaries? Is it the individual college that gets rebuilt, or how does that work just on that end?
Tuition, that comes in by college by the same token. The state appropriation comes in through the state, comes to KCTCS. It's distributed through the performance funding model. So all of the state appropriation goes out to the colleges. Now, the system office does recharge the colleges with regard to system-wide contracts and things such as Blackboard or ERP with regard to PeopleSoft, those types of things at which we operate on, as well as other types of things that support the system office. But the primary two sources of revenue we have on a recurring basis that are unrestricted to be able to go towards salaries and not directed towards other types of things are our tuition and fees, which the only fee we have is the Bill Smart fee at $8 a credit hour, and our state appropriation. Tuition and fees are somewhere, and I forget the exact numbers off the top of my head, but $220, $30 million. Our state appropriation, including the $3.8 million we did get in additional funding for the 21-22 year, is $174 million. That it also includes, though, Fire Commission, K-beams, and those other mandated programs such as train. So you take off about $8.5 million there or so. So you're really looking at about $165 million that runs through the performance funding model.
I guess my question was more focused on locally, the colleges, if there is like a 1.7% increase that your team develops and figures out, if one college is significantly lower on their surplus of money or whatever it's called, and one college has it, would one college have to lay people off to meet that demand and the other one wouldn't? So Gateway or wherever would be great, maybe Henderson might have to.
That would be dependent upon the individual college, what we're working toward, and that's one of the things why it's a little more complicated in that sense, is some type of methodology that doesn't hopefully require that, but at the same time would allow us to be able to do a system-wide salary schedule, system-wide recurring adjustment, system-wide compression, whatever that number may be, and those types of things, because we are a system. You are the board for the system. And to work towards that and get consensus as to what this is in the recommendation that will come to you all later this fiscal year.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Herding. I'd say one last comment, and then we're going to let Wendell get off the podium here, is that I believe at one point in time, and you mentioned it, Vice President Followell, that there might be more folks who could provide some input to this process. And so where you all deem appropriate, I would like to ask that you consider some faculty representation on the working committee. I know you're getting a lot of information from surveys and things like that, but if it's at all possible, you know, perhaps, and this would be up to Paul and how he wants to logistically handle that, if we could have a couple of folks from the faculty and from the staff provide some in-person representation on the working committee. I think it helps to add, as we talked earlier, the more relationship, perhaps the more emotional side to the numbers, because the numbers are the numbers, but we are still talking about people. And so I'm hoping that you all could work that through.
We can certainly work with Dr. Zarapata to make that happen.
Great. At this point, I've actually had a couple of folks ask me for a little break. So we are going to do a short break and come back and, well, Wendell, you'll be back up again. So give yourself yourself a break. We'll give about 5 minutes if we could, please. Back to order. Just one more item we're going to cover, which is the OPEB report. And after we cover that, we should be right at about noon. So we will break for lunch. We're going to keep lunch to 30 minutes. So that gives you enough time to have your lunch. It's a box lunch, so it should be pretty easy for you to grab and enjoy. And then we'll be coming back right after the 30-minute break. So I'd like to ask Vice Chair Stevens to introduce the next agenda item.
Well, Madam Chairman, you were concerned about if there's going to be enough discussion about the last item, so I think we answered that question. Wendell, this one should be a lot easier for you. So we'll turn it back to Wendell about the benefits.
Regent Stevens, thank you for the opportunity to talk about this one. This one is, I don't know if you can scroll down a little bit in this particular item. You have this before you, I was going to scroll on down. I think it may be, here's right, stop right in there, what we want to talk about. Let me get my. Since I'm the old codger and been here since Moses walked the earth, I can talk about some of these things. In 2013, the Board of Regents made a bold decision and a right decision without question given today to trust roughly $163.7 million in March of that year. Because one of the things under a 403B plan for retirement carriers, if you don't put those assets into a trust, then long story short, it really goes against your liability. At that time, we were looking at somewhere around a $400 million plus liability. But if we put the trust in and actually trusted it in those sense, then we could basically bring that to zero, or roughly there about $20 million difference. Since that time, with the market gains of these last 8-9 years, and going back even beyond that, in 2009, the board took action as of June 30 of that year that KCTCS would no longer, for employees, new employees, provide a health care option or a health care benefit, I should say, upon retirement. That was following some of what the other universities that were doing were in 403B plans, UK, U of L, those types of things, and other businesses. But we did trust that in 2013. This plan, and it's limited to the number of people that were in the plan at that time. That was about 2,400. Today, there's still about 2,100 or so that are either can be in the plan, either active or interactive. And when I mean active, persons like myself that are 403B, not covered by KT or KERS retirement with regard that also provides a health benefit. So at age 65, everyone is carved out to Medicare, but this is the supplemental to Medicare. For those employees that are not 65 but retired prior to that, they're under the Kentucky Employees Health Program. But this plan, what we did and went back through and worked with Anthem, who also provides that benefit currently under a Seniors Blue plan that we had, and asked them to renegotiate those things to a Medicare Advantage plan, which, as you see on the screen there, we're able to do at a lower cost, because if you look at the attachment to this, flipping it over on attachment A, I'll just point to this. Doing this and looking at where we are on line 9 of the expenses, as of June 30, the expected pension benefit obligation, and that's terminology, it's not a pension benefit, but that's the terminology that's used for the actuary on this case. Using the current plan that we have today, this new plan will go into effect January 1, 2022, is $195 million. The new plan under the Medicare Advantage with greater benefits, significantly greater benefits, if we look back on the front page, is $189, almost $190 million, a $5.7 million benefit in savings. By the same token along that, so the overall trust is roughly 130% on a positive, or $57 million, because as of June 30, the trust itself has grown from the $163.7 million we put in there, in addition to the $5 million or so each year in expenses it has paid out for these retirees in supplemental health insurance, is setting at $246 million. Now, that benefit and that trust is set up solely for those retirees and their health benefits belong to that. And that is one of the reasons why, flipping back to the front page there, we're able to take the annual deductible to zero, to include comprehensive vision care, dental care, hearing care, significantly reduced prescription coverage, doctor's visits, outpatient hospital services, emergency care services, ambulatory services, nurse line services, and a number of other things to help our retirees. So this is one of the greatest benefits we have for those people that were part of this plan and still here, because we're able to reduce the overall cost, basically get more for less money. And this is a great story. So I am very glad to report this to you, that effective January 1, we will be able to do the Medicare Advantage and save almost $6 million off what we're currently doing and improve our benefits for those retirees. And as I say, there's still about 2,000 people in there, either active or inactive. Looking at my numbers, we've got active participants of about 1,058. Average age is 56 years old with 22 years of service to KCTCS. Inactive participants, which includes those people that are no longer working but may or may not be drawing, because we have some people that may be under long-term disability that wouldn't necessarily be drawing out of the plan. Whenever they reach 65, they would be carved out to the plan. But 1,137 of those. So total of 2,195 people that are affected by this OPEB trust. So it's 165 of those are under age 65, but this is a great thing to report to you and give you an update. And even with the market changes up and down a little bit, I'm sure that we're still $50 million plus. Someday, I was asked about what happens to that money that is not used. Now, obviously, all of us that are part of this plan will have to be dead and gone. That may be 50 years from now, but at the rate it's going, given the market returns, and many of us, maybe some people will be here and look back and read in the paper that the KCTCS other post-employment benefits trust, and the board took action to accept that back into KCTCS, and $500 million is available to the organization. So by de facto, we may be creating the largest endowment the KCTCS has ever seen too. So we're doing two things at one time. So I'll answer any questions you have. I'm very proud of this and what we're able to do to help our employees.
Thank you very much, Vice President Follow. This is a good story. I think the important word that you might not have used in your description of when the money comes back 50 years from now is unrestricted.
Unrestricted dollars. Yeah.
So that certainly is music to the ears of the president, who will be the president at that time and who will be the CFO at that time, because then that can go straight to the operating expenses of the institution.
Well, I applaud the board from 2013 and going forward, that same thing, because, and we did things at the right time for the right reasons. And obviously the market has helped us significantly. And we've been very good with our investments along that line, working with the Common Fund. And you don't get $57 million to the good of the expected long-term life of these things. And I forget the actual study, but it goes out to like 2,200 or something plus, because I think they do them on 100 years or something along that line, the actuarial valuations. I don't have it before me, but it is a great thing. So
thank you.
It's good news. That is great news. That's not just good, bad, and ugly. That is great news.
Just a clarification, Wendell, this is the part of what they call Medicare Part B, is that correct?
I think so, yes.
Yes. The supplement on that, Medicare pays for so much, but this is the supplement, right?
So, yes, Medicare, everybody gets carved out to Medicare at 65. You have to sign up for Medicare in that sense. So whatever Medicare doesn't cover, this plan will then cover. And what we've done right now, the current plan we have that runs through the end of the year is also with Anthem through, but at the same time, there are deductibles and things like maybe $200 for the first prescriptions or whatever you get, and then their amount based upon some schedule of charges. What we've tried to do with this is there would be zero deductible for that first $200 or $500 or whatever it is out of pocket, so that the retiree is not paying anything out of his or her pocket for that, and try to minimize everywhere we could, knowing that we had the resources to pay for it. We were still able to do that and come back looking at them and others and still save almost $6 million off what we're doing today. So this is great news.
And I think for Jackie, this is a good point to encourage people. Here are some of the benefits after
Now,
retirement.
this is closed. This is a
Yeah,
closed
but I
plan.
mean, this is very good. Thank you.
Wendell, who's in that group?
Anybody who was here before July 1, 2009. So you have to be here to then.
So
And you-
give me some
Not a
examples.
KT or not a KE.
Say that again.
Not part of KTRS or KERS, not a part of the employee retirement system or the Kentucky Teachers Retirement System. Anybody that was in a 403B plan as of June 30, 2009,
How many do we have now?
2,195. Now, out of that 2,195, some of them, in this case, as I mentioned, are active and inactive. The inactives are those that may not be drawing against the plan, but they have the ability to draw against the plan. So I may have retired, but I may be under a spouse's retirement plan, or I may be under long-term disability that I work for KCTCS and was injured or had other types of illnesses and things. So until they reach age 65, they would not be a part of this plan. We would pay for their insurance separately.
Anybody that's in more than one plan?
Not to my knowledge, no, it can't be. So like if you're undercovered by KERS or KTRS, either one of the pension plans, they provide you a health benefit plan separate, and this does the same thing. And whether if I'm 55 and retire, I would still get this post-employment benefit health insurance supplement. So I would get it at the same rate. If I'm 55, I'm not eligible yet to draw Medicare, then KCTCS is a benefit. If I retired under the rule of 75 and was 55 years old for the next 10 years, they would pay my health insurance at the same rate we pay for a single coverage plan of Wendell Followell here today. At age 65, because of Medicare, same thing as with a state employee under KE or KT, still have to sign up for Medicare, have to notify KT or KERS. The same situation would happen here. They would be carved out to Medicare. Medicare becomes the primary payer. This supplemental insurance becomes the secondary, as Regent Stevens said, for Part B, D, C, whatever.
So what if you're after that 2009 group? What benefits like that do they have?
They do not have a health insurance retirement benefit.
At all?
At all.
Regent Hurdy?
I guess that leads into my question. Would there ever be a chance it was doing so well, it could be opened back up?
This is a closed plan and a closed trust. Something else would have to be done. It's a Section 115 trust that, for that region at that time, because nobody knew whether all the things we're talking about today would have, transpire or not, it is very restricted, should I say. We had Frank Bitzer, who was worked with Greenball Doll McDonald at the time out of Cincinnati, who wrote, and I have the book, an ERISA book and things about that thick, come and provide consultation and expertise for us in drafting this. We do this a little different. One of the things that we do, we have a trustee for it and we have an investment manager. Dr. Zarapata appoints an administrative team, which includes myself, Jackie Cecil, and Assistant Treasurer and David Adkins. We meet with the Common Fund quarterly over this and have regularly managed it, as well as our endowments, as well as others, to make sure we're getting good return. We often, as in the past, like we mentioned this morning, even on our retirement plans, we will trade funds out, that they're not getting the type of return we believe. So we regularly monitor it. But we also have a trustee. Everything has to go through the trustee. We bid the trustee a couple years ago. We were using First Financial out of Cincinnati. They were charged us on the basis of assets under management, which at that time was about $175 million, $180 million. And not charging a lot, but I forget, relatively not a lot, but it may have been 50 basis points, 75 basis points, but 75 basis points, 50 basis points on $200 million is a lot of money. We rebid that with PNC as well as a number of other responders and vendors. And we pay now somewhere around, I want to say $60,000, $70,000 per year for that service. Because I will tell you, the trustee is required under the Section 115, but they make about 50 payments a year. They make payments to the various carriers, whether it be in here, the insurance companies, they pay the actuarial. Every 2 years, they pay, look at whatever we have, our audit schedules, those things. I could do it on a spreadsheet. So we rebid it and we were able to carve off better part of $140,000, $50,000 a year, going back to draw additional interest compounded on this trust.
When I have a clarification is, are we saying that new employees now that are employed by us and work for 30 years and say retire at 55 and 56, they do not have any health insurance?
That would be correct. Not now, if they work for us for 30 years, going forward. If you were hired today,
Yes.
you would
As
not
compared
have,
to the old plans that we used to
that
have.
is correct. If you were hired today, 30 years from now, depending on what's out there with the ARPA, the American, Affordable Plan, you would be carved out to that. At 65, you would qualify for Medicare.
I guess I need to ask you a loaded question then. Does that really, or you, Jackie, does that really hurt us in recruiting and keeping new employees? Because if you do, and you've got a span of 10 or 12 years or something like that's what I'm saying is, and you don't have health insurance. I mean, a lot of people, that's, especially some of these lower paying jobs we have, that's really what they're working for is their health insurance. I mean, is that another problem in this salary thing is that we need to be
I don't
concerned
think
about?
it's that of a problem, because if you look at other institutions, whether they're public or private, that's not uncommon. That is very common. And that's why people are working longer, older, living older, age 65 and carving out the Medicare. And that's why you also have the American Affordable Care Act with regard to that same thing. I don't know, I see Regent Ryan shaking her head. I mean, it's not uncommon. And that's one of the things, UK did this in 2006. I think U of L has done it as well. And this board, or the KCTCS board, made the decision in 2009. The liability on something like that for all the other employees that we have along that line would be hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions.
Regent Allen
Regent
has a
Allen?
question.
Yeah, I had a comment, and Wendell, you sort of hit on it. So at the bank, we used to do this for certain employees. So like I was hired in, I'm post that, so I don't have this benefit either. It's not uncommon, and it's driven primarily because the cost. So each year when we negotiate premiums for our employees, obviously I can't disclose what that is, but the year-to-year change can be astronomical from one year to the next. And as Vice President Followell said, if you were to do it now, I mean, hundreds of millions, we would not be in as good a spot as we are financially. So, and it's not uncommon. It's common across a variety of industries.
Thank you, Regent Allen. Are there any other questions?
I guess I'm sorry. I'm just trying, again, I apologize. I'm not a numbers person. I'm a people person. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it all. So you said it's a closed trust, so nobody else can join it ever.
Correct. Nobody can get, only way you can't get in it, you can get out it one or two ways. You can leave us before you retire, or you can expire.
Well, that's kind of sad. Okay, so is there a law that makes it a closed trust?
Federal Section 115, IRS code.
Okay, so there's nothing we could as a board do to change
We're
the fact that only 2,100 people are part of that?
Yeah, you could do what Regent Stevens is speaking about. You could go back and offer the post-retirement benefit or something of that nature, but the liability on that will be $500 million plus, probably.
And it would have to be a completely separate fund.
Correct.
Right.
It could not be part of that trust. Have to be a
I'm
separate issue.
thinking, and Damon's shaking his head because he's like, Wendy's so dumb, but yeah.
No, I was agreeing it has to be a new trust. You can't get into this trust.
Right. But I'm looking at this trust that says it's already 130% to the good. And then there's that 57 million. Is that the comment? And again, forgive me if I'm being repetitive, but that 57 million can come back at some point?
Right. Once everybody is expired again,
And what's the prediction on when that will be?
50 years from now. You've got people that could be hired at age 18 on 2009, June 1st. And, so June 1st, 2009.
Yeah.
Say that again. Right. So, I mean, you could have, and I don't know, I don't have the age distribution here, but we could have some very young people, even though we're talking 12 years later, that might be age 30. So literally, we're talking 50 plus years before that trust would literally be done, because it's there until that last person is no longer alive.
So that funding for that trust came through state appropriations and tuition.
Tuition, all forms of.
Right.
We began the smart thing in about 2003 when GASB 45, Governmental Accounting Standards 45, began to call us to require. These were good days when we had tuition was, or not tuition dollars were good because we had great enrollment. We had state appropriation of $228 million. So we were able to carve out in the budget, as far as our financial statements under 45, the amount, kind of like what KT and KERS are supposed to do, and that is carve out what that future liability would be. And we did that for roughly 8, 9, 10 years. At that point, we had $167.3 million that we had put aside. We then put that into a trust, invest that, work with the common fund as our investment manager, pay out all of anybody that's retired under this trust. We pay out roughly $5 million in benefits a year beyond Medicare for those retirees. And today it has $246 million, largely because the investments, and we've still got half the population not drawing against it. They're still actively working.
So if we're saying that our biggest investment or our best investment is our investment in our people, I think everybody here agrees with. Is this something that an individual college's foundation could start a trust such as this for? I'm just looking for other sources of income. And I hear that when I talk to legislators all the time, that all these foundations have all this money and what are they doing with it? And would this kind of because it sounds like it's a cool benefit. Would this be kind of a good investment for some of those foundations to think about? I'm just trying to think outside that box.
It's, and I see Regents got his hand up. It's a very complicated thing here again. I mean, every 2 years, because we have more than 200 people involved in this plan, we have to do, by GASB standards again, an actuarial analysis as to whether it is properly funded. By the same token, let's say this thing, it is doing very well, but let's say it wasn't doing very well. You would see it show up on our financial statements as a liability, much the way KT and KERS is, being $2 billion short. That would be a liability that this organization would someday have to pay for, and might not be like the compensation item we discussed, but somewhere along the line, we would be responsible for paying for it. The fortunate thing is that we are in a positive nature with this. This is a thing we did right. As a board, we've invested it well, and we're getting a good return. And even if the market were to tank, we're in pretty darn good shape with regard to being able to weather that.
At least for 2,100 people.
Correct.
Regent Allen, did you have another comment?
Yeah, so just keep in mind as you look at this, there are some key words in here. So total expected pension benefits, plans fiduciary net position as of June 30th. So keep in mind, these are estimates. These are forward-looking statements. To Vice President Followell's point, you could have, theoretically, all 2,100 employees live to be 100 years old, And you may find that this trust is underfunded in that scenario. So you can't really predict. So we're in a good position now, and I suspect we'll stay that way. But, this is a very forward-looking thing that no one knows exactly what it'll hold. But also, more importantly, if a foundation starts a new trust to do this today, they are really going to struggle to outperform. They're going to struggle for their investments to outperform the rising costs of healthcare. So if healthcare goes up just 10%, it'd be hard to get an 8% return in this interest rate environment just to keep up with it. So that's what Wendell's really talking about when he talks about how expensive it would be to do it now. When this happened, 2009 was a great recession. We're at a 42-year low on interest rates. So very different environment.
And to that point, we started with $163.7 million. So it wasn't like you were putting $3 or $4 or $5 million out there in the interest rates along that line. So, and the market has gone up, what, 100%, 200% in the last 10, 15 years. So the time we got in this was a good of the valley.
Maybe this is a mistimed question, but kind of what is the value of our foundational funds across the system right now? Not just the system, but all 16 colleges plus the system.
Vice President Mueller would have to answer that. I don't know.
Great question. So I did a assessment of our recognized foundations across the system a few months back. The data is accurate as of 2018. As you know, we did the Regents revised the policy for recognized foundations. We had not been requiring those recognized foundations to submit completed 990s. So we don't have a backlog of 990s, but there is publicly available data. So I've been able to go back and look at 2018 and past. Fiscal 2019 is just now coming online, publicly available. And then the recognized foundation revisions that we have processed that will be completed this calendar year. We'll then begin collecting the 990s for those foundations moving forward. So we'll have more complete picture. But based on the 2018 data, which is the most recent data have complete picture, the current net assets across all recognized foundations, for which there are 15, was $46 million. And the average net assets for those foundations is about $4 million, $4.5 million. And as you probably know, that those net assets are not all endowed. Some of them are holdings of certain regards. Some of them are liquid assets. Some of them are invested in endowments. Some of them are property and other real sorts of investments. It should also be noted that they're also restricted. So they're not unrestricted to be used for whatever purposes. There are most all of them are restricted in perpetuity for some requirements by a donor. So that gives you a little bit of picture of the state of affairs for the foundation. $64 million across the system as of 2018, and average around $4.5 million net assets per foundation.
Okay, which is it? You said 46 million first, then you just
$46 million total net assets, $4.5 million average.
I know, but you then said 64 million.
64 million total. So I take all the foundations, take their balance sheets, add up all the different total net assets, 64. And if I divide that by the number of foundations, average around 4.5 million. And some are much lower than 4, some are higher than 4. Paducah Junior College, which has been around the longest, is higher than 4. Some of the recent ones, like Bluegrass, are much lower than 4.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. And later on in the agenda, one of our updates is institutional advancement report. And so there's a lot of information in there about foundations. I think it's one of the areas as a board that we know less than what we should know about. And so I have asked Vice President Mueller to put together a lot of information. He's done a good job, and I'm looking forward to his report today. And as he mentioned, there will be more information forthcoming as he kind of gets a lot of the administrative reporting from all of these independent foundations to roll up. That has just not been done before. And so it's important because we need to know those numbers, obviously. All right, I'd like to call for a lunch break. So if everyone's okay with that, 30 minutes.
in Kentucky have a separate organization or division that does this. And so I'm going to turn it over to Val Parks and let her talk to you. She is the Director of Organizational Integrity and Deputy Title IX Coordinator.
Okay, let me make this a little bit bigger. Thank you all for your time. I hope this topic doesn't spoil your lunch, but as Pam said, we've developed a new division of the Office of General Counsel called the Division of Organizational Integrity, and it is a new division, but I'm not a new person. I've been here for a while, and I've been handling these issues for some time, but we just thought, as Pam said, as best practices, we would have a more focus on these issues. We are charged with administering the KCTCS policies on anti-discrimination and harassment. So, KCTCS wants to have an environment, cultivate an environment where we have equal opportunity. We want our students to have equal opportunity to education, and we want our employees to have an equal opportunity to thrive at KCTCS and have a career there. So we want to make sure that we don't have any barriers that are based on harassment and discrimination. And as such, we have several policies in place to address these issues. Of course, we have our anti-harassment and discrimination policies and procedures. We've got Title IX, sexual misconduct, sexual harassment policies. We have pregnancy-related accommodations policies and procedures. So we don't want individuals who are pregnant, we don't want that to be a barrier for them to have access to KCTCS, either working here or getting an education. So we've adopted a policy to accommodate pregnant individuals. We have a policy on employing people with disabilities. This is our Americans with Disabilities Act policy. So we have a policy and process in place to address employees who may have a disability. We work through an interactive process to find reasonable accommodations for employees. We have a student harassment and discrimination grievance policy that would cover other topics that aren't covered under our Title IX policies. And we also recently adopted a domestic violence policy. This policy is not necessarily based on any kind of law, but we adopted it because we wanted to send a message to our KCTCS community that if you're involved in a domestic violence situation, we are not going to turn our back on you. We want to help you through that and offer accommodations to get you through that situation so that you can stay engaged with KCTCS. So, Hannah. So our policies are largely based on laws, and they're based mostly on civil rights laws. So Title VII is a civil rights law that says that employers cannot discriminate against employees based on protective factors. Title IX, as I was just talking about, that is the gender equality law for education to make sure that men and women have equal access to education, and we have a policy that addresses that. The Violence Against Women and Campus Save Act, part of those laws require us to do training on violence against women and sexual misconduct each year, and I'll talk a little bit about training in a second. I went over the Americans with Disabilities Act. We have a law that, we have a policy that addresses the tenets of that law. And again, it requires us to work through an interactive process to find accommodations. Age discrimination, equal pay, and the Lilly Ledbetter acts are part of our anti-discrimination policy. And of course, I talked about pregnancy discrimination. And then GINA is another federal law that says that you can't discriminate against employees based on genetic issues. That is also part of our anti-discrimination law. So what are the responsibilities of this office? Well, two main responsibilities is training and resolving issues that bubble up under these policies. So our training involves an annual training period, which we're undergoing right now. It started on September 7th. We provide, as I said earlier, the Violence Against Women's Act required us to provide training on Title IX and sexual misconduct. So we offer a course on that through a vendor called Vector Solutions. In addition to that course, we also typically offer a course on discrimination. This year, we added a course on workplace bullying. And since Dr. Zarapata has put an emphasis on diversity, we also offered a course on diversity staff to staff. So we require all employees to take this training. We call it our mandatory training period, and it truly is mandatory. We do require all employees to take it. New employees get the courses as they're hired. They have to take it within 30 days upon their hire. So the training is ongoing. It's done online, which makes it fairly convenient and available. It's pretty user friendly, but it's also not perfect. So we are striving to look to provide some more either in-person or live trainings throughout the year on this topic. Just to keep these issues in the forefronts of our employees' and students' minds. The other big responsibility we have is to resolve these issues. When these issues bubble up and we get allegations of harassment or discrimination, what do we do with these? Our office is charged with determining whether any of these policies had been violated. And when we get an allegation, we don't just automatically take action based on that allegation. We typically have to get more information and have to conduct an investigation. So our office is charged with conducting those investigations. We do those investigations in a discreet, to be as less disruptive as possible. We do them fair, we do them very thoroughly, and we do them impartially. And we do these to gather additional facts to determine if there is a policy violation. And if we take any action, the action will be based on the facts that we gathered and not necessarily due to someone's position or whoever's screaming the loudest. We take our action based on facts from a thorough investigation. If we have determined that there's been a policy violation, then we decide how are we going to resolve it. We work very closely with college presidents, with human resources directors and professionals across the system to trying to find resolutions to these situations. We try to take any corrective action that needs to be taken, and then we take action to make sure that the incident doesn't happen again. So that's largely what we're charged with and what we do in this division. Yeah. I talked about receiving allegations earlier. These kinds of allegations can come in through any means. Typically, they come in straight to our office. We strive to have an open office, to be available, to be accessible, and to operate in a way that makes employees comfortable coming to us with these allegations. So by and large, most of them come straight to our office. Oftentimes, employees will go to their supervisor to report these allegations. Of course, if the supervisor is part of the allegation, then that is really not an option. So We work very closely with the human resources professionals across the system. They are all very well trained and very seasoned on these issues, and we work with them daily on issues like this. Oftentimes, students will go to faculty or their advisors or any other college administrators. And the training that I was talking about a second ago trains these individuals on how they're going to respond when they do get an allegation like that. So that's why it's important that we offer the training on a consistent basis. And then finally, we have another mechanism for training, which comes through our Ethics Point portal. Ethics Point is a link, Hannah, if you don't mind to hit, is a link that can be found on our website that is available to any employee, student, citizen, really in the world. And recently, we got a report from someone from Finland, so it's truly out there for anybody to make a report of an allegation. It comes through our office. It can be done on an anonymous basis, or someone can attach their name to it. If it's done on an anonymous basis, we don't ignore that because it's anonymous. We pay attention to what the allegations are and act on accordingly to the allegations. So we do get reports in through this mechanism. Not everything that comes through the Ethics Point portal is harassment and discrimination. It can involve other issues. If it's not an issue that our department handles, we refer it to the appropriate department to handle, and each report we get through this mechanism, we make sure that we respond back so that the reporter knows that someone did see the report. Yeah. As I said earlier, our department supports the human resources professionals throughout the system, and we also support the student services professionals throughout the system. So it's vital that we work closely with human resources. A lot of employee relations matters are entangled with harassment and discrimination. Yes. No, it's not traceable. We can't find out who did it. Yeah. We work with the human resources professionals. A lot of just the employee relations matters are intertwined with discrimination and harassment. So we work with them to tease out what should be handled as harassment and what should be handled as a policy violation under other KCTCS policies. We work with the student services professionals all the time. That's typically where the Title IX coordinators are housed. So we are there to assist them with any kind of Title IX or any other kind of discrimination allegation. And again, I want to emphasize that we work with both employees and supervisors on ADA accommodations to make sure the employee is accommodated and can do the essential functions of the job. So, yeah. Yeah, like Pam was saying earlier, this is not something new or unique to us. Higher education institutions across the nation have offices like this. As she said, UK has one. EKU has an office. I worked in that office for 7 years. And then West Kentucky, I know, has a similar office. The other higher education institutions, either in Kentucky, have an office or they have someone that's dedicated to this kind of work. So what we're doing is really not anything different than what they are doing. Okay, so that was kind of overarching look at what we're doing. Are there any questions that we can? Yes.
You might have already said this. What's the reporting structure of this division?
It reports to the Office of General Counsel.
Okay. I guess I have another follow-up. Will the board get any sort of report, excuse me, about like the numbers or anything like that is that?
If the board would like a report about Ethics Point or harassment cases, et cetera, we're more than happy to supply that. as you saw when Lance was speaking, they felt that harassment and discrimination was a pretty low risk here. And the reason being, in my opinion, and maybe this is tooting our own horn, but we work daily with all levels at KCTCS, at all the colleges, to try and stop problems from becoming actual harassment complaints or discrimination complaints.
Any other questions? Thank you all.
Thank you.
we are going to call our meeting back to official order. And our next item is an update item, and I'm going to ask Regent Stevens to introduce the next item.
Excuse me, biennial budget 2022 through 2024. Paul, Wendell, somebody can talk to us about it.
Wendell is getting prepped.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Haven't seen you in a long time. Glad to be here. The biennial budget request is a little different this year. Typically, we would have brought you something at this time in order to approve. However, COVID has messed with a lot of other things, including this. There are discussions, and you should have a calendar within your onboarding that kind of lays out things. Things have been kind of late this year to update you kind of where we are on some things there. Dr. Zarapata and I have been talking with the CPE, their staff, other universities and things with regard to the 22-24 biennia and a request both for operating and capital dollars. As of last week, I guess, and it should also, I think, maybe be in part of it. I don't know if it's in your packet or not, but the discussion has been around CPE asking for roughly a 7.4% increase in state appropriation for 22-23 and a 9.9% increase over 21-22 for this next 23-24. I don't know if it's in your packet or not, because a lot of this stuff is just literally attachment C, I think it is, if it's in there, has just came out. I'll come back and talk about the capital piece, but on the operating, because that's really what we've talked about this morning, is everything operating dollars wise. If that would be the case, that would be $67.5 million. That's being discussed, and if you look at the calendar, to be discussed in the next few days and weeks with the university presidents, as well as Dr. Zarapata, as well as the university and myself, CBOs. And then in 23-24, that would be $90 million. According to the way the dollars are split up, KCTCS roughly gets $22.1 million, or take that back, not $22.1 million, 22.1%. That's one of the things we have some concerns about, because whatever, when the performance funding was created and began, whatever was earmarked in time is basically the same percentage you get in infinitum. We feel, or I feel, and I've expressed this at CBO meetings and things at times, that given what we've talked about this morning and other things, KCTCS really could use some additional dollars along that line, historical underfunding, things of that nature. But that being said, the 22.1% for 22-23, where the General Assembly and the governor agreed to this recommendation that the CPE is considering, would be roughly $14.9 million in 22-23, and would be roughly $19.9 million in 23-24. So that would be a great thing. That's a bold ask, but you must remember too, KCTCS, as I say, over the last 10 to 12 years has lost roughly $50 million plus in state appropriation. We are pursuing additional consideration. I don't know if Dr. Zarapata wants to talk about it through the Workforce Trust Fund. Just mentioned we have been working very hard with President Aaron Thompson, the CPE, and their Chief Financial Officer, Bill Payne, in discussing possible dollars that would help train and skill and upskill both unemployed, underskilled in all of the areas. Particularly, I know many of you are very interested with regard to allied health, things of that nature, that manufacturing, logistics, all of these things that would help us. So, and discussions are continuing on that. I don't know if Dr. Zarapata wants to make any comments about that.
I think I'll probably have to update the board in a week or two. Things are super fluid right now, but I'm feeling very confident. So
as I mentioned this morning, and the revenue estimates up for the state are up. They were 12.5% up again in August, which is a great thing. As I say, looking at things, if they were to continue through the year as they did in 2021, this past fiscal year, as I mentioned before, the state generated about $1.2 billion in surplus over 1920. In addition to that, they had about $700 million that was in the rainy day fund coming out of 1920. So hopefully the state will have both recurring and non-recurring dollars to build a biennial bus in 22-24. Let's flip over just back a little bit, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have with regard to the capital request, and also I'll talk about a little bit what the CPE is doing. Before I get to this, I'll come back. This is what we submitted to the Capital Planning Advisory Board. CPE on the capital side is looking for, I don't know if it's in here or not, but they're looking for roughly a $700 million ask that would be bonded for asset preservation. As we've talked before, and then often come to you in June and December with regard to an update on our facilities. KCTCS, and I forget the exact number, but it's better part of $1 billion in deferred maintenance that we have, as well as all the other state institutions across the state. It's a huge number. That being said, they're looking at a 50 cents on the dollar match, but in the first year of the biennia, they would do 400 and then additional in 23-24 for additional $300 million. And this is a request. This doesn't mean any of this being funded, but if it were to be funded at those levels, we would have to raise half of those dollars. But we would get out of our proportion on that. Here again, one of the things we asked for also, because they would take 10% off the top of the base, $70 million, that would be distributed among the institutions. We requested and were able to get consideration, because we have 16 colleges, that the universities would get $7 million off the top of that. We would get 14, because we do have over $8 million in gross square feet of facilities. That being said, we would roughly get out of that $700 million, $92.5 million, of which we would be obligated to match 50 cents on the dollar, about $46 million. Now, we are in discussions with the CPE and other universities and things. We would like to count the dollars we put in the last couple of years, when several years we've had no money to match with, because trying to find $46 million in match is not going to be an easy task, particularly if we have to do it in a very limited time with a biennium, meaning basically from this time going forward to the 2.5 years or so, if this were to be approved. So we're in discussion with them on that. Questions about anything that we're requesting and discussing with the CP. None of this has been finalized, all very preliminary, all very fluid, as Dr. Zarapata mentioned there, but we are pursuing and pushing for KCTCS and all of our institutions to do as best we can with regard to the request. What you see here is our budget request for capital side. This has to do with all of our capital plans and things of that nature. Let me see if I can find my hard copy to kind of look at. A couple of things here that the first one on deferred maintenance, that $40 million includes all colleges. At the very top there, that's the deferred maintenance pool. So every college has deferred maintenance in that list. We tried to pool that together so that the Capital Planning Advisory Board, State Finance, Council on Post-Secondary Education, others, the Governor's Budget Office, LRC, could see the magnitude of our needs. And this is really for roofs, HVACs, all types of things that we've really never been able to address because we haven't had the resources to do with it. Because much like with the compensation issue we talked about this morning, you have to use whatever fund balances you have to keep the place dry, and so it's not have leaky roofs, those types of things. So we've had to prioritize and do things along that line. Second request, and I won't go through all these, has to do with the renovation and the occupational technical building, phase 1 at Elizabethtown. Obviously, Dr. Zarapata talked about, I think, maybe a little bit with regard to the recent developments of our Senate Bill 5 that was approved last week. That may affect some of that. Jefferson also, they have the Hartford building. If anybody's ever been to the Jefferson campus, it's a building that was built, I guess, in the early mid-60s, along that line, 70s. It's very cumbersome. We've had some, and getting an assessment on that. There's a question as to whether you renovate it and spend the kind of money, you could almost tear it down and raise it and build a new facility. They do have some matching dollars that they would be able to add into it that would help do that. Other things with Somerset, the whole list down through there. One of the things you'll see down the list on number 17, you see a lot of these other roof replacements because we took a double shot on that. Those things could be above in that $40 million pool if we were to get it, but also we wanted to list those out so we don't get the $40 million. Maybe we could get where it says like Southeast roof replacements, number 11. We might be able to get that individually, those types of things. So we kind of took a double approach with that. On number 17, one of the things that we're also asking for is so that Bluegrass Community Technical College could hopefully someday leave the University of Kentucky campus there at the corner of Cooper for additional dollars to be able to help them construct out and finish the Newtown campus. So that would be new construction in that sense. Could be new construction on Jefferson with regard to those. That's being in discussion as well. Another items really have to do with renovation, expansions and things to just modernize our facilities. While you heard this morning talking about apprenticeships and things of that nature, the stimulus dollars have helped us significantly with that, but there's still a lot of need that you can't use those things for a lot of the career and technical education programs that really is very costly, whether it's welding booths or anything, advanced manufacturing, robots to train on, all of those things. So those are the things that we're asking for state funding in this first part. The second part, if Hannah, you would scroll down. Right in here is restricted funds listed. These are things of which the college would hopefully find the dollars to be able to do either out of fund balances or things of that nature if we don't get things above. So these could have federal dollars attached to them, grants, contracts that maybe at the federal level we could get, and or that we would use some of our fund balances, things of that nature, to try to get to this. Now, this is a list we're asking for approval. This doesn't mean that we have the dollars sitting aside to fund them, but if you don't have the coupon, so to speak, that they're approved by the General Assembly and listed in the budget bill, then you can't do them whether you have the money or not. So it's kind of like you may have money in the bank, but unless you got a check to write against it, you can't do it. So that in total, you see there's a number of things there, but big numbers, $256 million in general fund projects of which we're requesting. Our numbers are small in comparison to others like University of Kentucky, yet at the same time, they're big numbers when you look at them. Same thing with regard to the restricted agencies. But these are a list of which we've gathered input from all the colleges around, talked to their leadership teams, to their M&O teams, evaluations with our facility support services. And this is the list we've come up as our priority list for KCTCS for the 22-24 biennium. Any questions or, yes, sir?
How do you come up with the priority list, the number? Like who's first?
We have a rubric and go back with that rubric that looks at age of facilities, needs of the facility, square footage, cost, a number of things in there, and do the best we can with that. And maybe 10% of that, being all honest, might be arbitrary in some ways, because you get to a point, okay, this one versus that one, well, let's think about that roof's a little older, but this one's in worse disrepair, those types of things. So some of it does, maybe 10% is in judgment, but we use a rubric, which we score each one of the requests.
And when you say we, who is we?
We means my staff with facility support services. Look with them, working with them, which the colleges, all facility staff, as well as president's leadership teams, business officers, are aware of that rubric. So, I mean, we don't give them the exact weighted numbers to those, but they know what's in there. So we don't have, hopefully nobody playing games in that sense. So we don't have the exact weights, but we tell you we're going to be looking at these things that are renovation, obviously, are going to have a higher priority than new construction. Because that's where the state has been, that's where the Governor's office, the General Assembly has been. They haven't had the resources to be able to fund it, but we're hopeful that they would be able to do this. And many of this could be done through bonds.
So they submit everything to you and then you guys
Right,
prioritize it?
we normally we visit every college. This year, in developing these over the last 6-7 months, since early spring, we teams meetings for a good hour. We talked about these. We've had dialogue all during that period of time. We had to give the Capital Planning Advisory Board in early summer. We went before, I was actually on vacation, but my staff went before the Capital Planning Advisory Board, get 15 minutes of fame in front of them, much like with you all today, and talk about your projects and why your list, and answer any questions they may have. The Capital Planning Advisory Board is made up both of legislators as well as executive branch personnel. So it may have people from the Finance and Administration Cabinet as well as General Assembly members and others of that nature. So it's got probably 25 to 30 people on it. And they're looking, and what they are looking for in that sense, they're charged with coming up with a 6-year capital plan for the entire Commonwealth. But the real focus is on the first 2 years. The out years, 4 years, 6 years later, can be very, very fluid. But their charge is to come up with a priority list for all of state government, if you will. That includes the executive branch as well as the universities.
Wendell, one question I have about, and most of this list is comprised of maintenance type items, renovations,
Yes.
repairs, things like that. I think I read in these materials or something previously that this is really just scratching the surface in
Yes.
terms of what is outstanding for the amount of maintenance that we would need to bring all facilities to a more higher operating. Is that correct?
That's correct. I don't have the exact number, but we're looking probably with KCTCS. The last time there was a study done, $1 billion or so in facilities. Because as I mentioned, we've got over 8 million gross square feet of facilities across the state at all levels. We have the Bill Smart buildings and things that are done. Many of those are done in the last few years. However, beyond that, I think the average age of our facilities statewide is somewhere around 28, 29 years old. Even like in Owensboro, once was, the newest campus was built in the 80s. Well, 40 years ago now. I mean, so it's not uncommon. Like I say, including the new Bill Smart facilities, our average age is around 28, 29 years old.
So I think if I could ask for, I believe the facilities update, the next one will be in December.
Right, we'll give a facilities update. I think Regent Stevens asked me, could we also include something on safety? We'll talk about that as well.
Great. And I'd like to see a graph if you can produce it or if you have it available as to how much deferred maintenance is out there and what percentage of it we either have addressed or would address in this. I think most people who manage facilities know that if you keep delaying the deferred maintenance, the cost of repairing it under an emergency basis is astronomically higher than if you did the maintenance in the first place. So I think the board would benefit from getting an idea of kind of holistically what that looks like.
And that goes back to balancing that scale we talked about this morning on a non-recurring basis, okay, at times, and not making excuses, but do you do some of those things or do you give it in salary? You know what I'm saying? That type of stuff. So it's balancing. And because it depends by college in that sense, somebody may be an older facility, a college that's been around a long time, the facility's not as good a shape. They've got immediate needs. So where do you come up with those? And we try to also maintain a reserve as the board has required us to do, as well as for those things that you do not have just unexpected, just like at your home, your water heater goes out, your furnace goes out, your HVAC goes out. Where do you find the dollars to do those things? To try to keep a contingency to be able to address those things when they do occur.
Yeah, and I think it would be important to see that as we look again at the further update on the salary and compensation issue. I think it's a matter of balancing both of those and having a more complete picture helps the regents to be informed on that.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, our next item is institutional advancement. I'm going to ask Regent Fletcher to introduce this agenda item. after she's done chewing. It's just, it's in the presentation material. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, institutional advancement report covers the product aid and sponsored project grants and contracts. Project by donor purposes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No worries. I already let Chair Damaris know that this is a lot of information. I know that you all will request a lot of information, but I don't want to run over my allotted time, so I told her to give me an international symbol for wrap it up. But I do want to be able to answer any questions you may have. So I think it was mentioned earlier that we really haven't done a proper orientation of the board on the business of our foundation. So that's going to be the primary focus of this presentation, to provide that orientation. And we are also I'll be using this data to develop a more formal orientation for new regents as they come on board, so that we have a base level of understanding. So most of this will be new for most of y'all, and hopefully moving forward, we'll have this baseline. The questions that you ask, I'll be making notations so that maybe things I need to clarify or expand upon. And I may not have all the answers. I may know the ballpark figures or information, but I may not know the actual specifics. And so I may defer to a future meeting to provide you more detailed or another format. So I'll start with the first page of the PowerPoint. Do I need to click it or click it? Okay. Oh, look at that. All right, so I'll be using the word philanthropy more than you probably have heard in the past from advancement. But philanthropy is a word that's not easily understood. So the definition, I guess the actual legal definition or the historical definition is really the combination of two Greek words, which philan, which is the origin of the word like Philadelphia, brotherly love, and then the other half is anthro, which is man. So it's basically love of mankind is the literal translation. Another definition that is by Robert Payton is that philanthropy is basically voluntary action for the greater good. And so you may have a question, what's voluntary action? And the other definition I like is a friend and colleague of Leda Fullwood, and her book is linked there if you want to check it out. It talks about, her quote is, philanthropy is deeper than your pockets. So I think a lot of times when people hear the word philanthropy, they think about, Mr. Moneybags and Monopoly and big checks. But philanthropy is more than dollar. It's more than resource development. It's that voluntary action. It's the service. It's the leadership. Your time on this board is an act of philanthropy. So, questions so far? All right. So I will be wearing, for a moment, my KCTCS Foundation hat. So in my role, I wear two hats. One is the Vice President for Institutional Advancement for KCTCS, And the other hat I wear by virtue of that position is Executive Director of the KCTCS Foundation. So the mission of the foundation, essentially, to summarize this, is to help find resources to support KCTCS. This mission hasn't been updated in a few years, and it's going to be reviewed at an upcoming foundation board retreat in November. So this may change, but this is the current mission statement. And the goals are multifaceted. You'll see that it's essentially to support the vision, mission, goals, and objectives of KCTCS, is to coordinate private sector development programs and activities of KCTCS. So basically, fundraise resources to advance KCTCS interests, raise private funds for system-wide initiatives, support from regional, national, and statewide corporations and foundations. One other thing that's not mentioned here is individuals, which we'll get to that a little bit later. Other goals are to provide guidance on managing and investing of private funds. So that's the fiduciary responsibility of the foundation, is that donors give funds to the foundation and entrust its board to actually invest and manage the funds and basically represent them as trustees for those funds to meet the philanthropic goals. And then we basically, another thing that is unique to the KCTCS Foundation as opposed to the college foundations is that we are to act as a cooperative and supportive resource for college foundations. So there's a couple of things we may touch upon where the KCTCS Foundation is actually supportive of the college foundations. We attempt in every regard not to compete with them. We actually try to support them, and so we always try to manage where that line is. We are a fundraiser and advocate, so if Dr. Serpata needs someone from the community to talk about a topic, and it's a message that is better carried by an individual in the community that has the interests of the organization at heart but isn't embedded in the organization, that can be a role that the foundation board can provide, that he can call on one of the trustees of the foundation to act as an advocate or someone to speak out. They also serve as counsel for the president of the system. So if, let's say that Dr. Serapata has a question or concern or is trying to get a sentiment of what things are, how things are going in the community or with business, he can reach out to them and he can ask them questions or get their counsel, which is very, very helpful. Questions so far? All right. So the KCTCS Foundation, this is a question that I've actually heard a lot, that there's this mystery, there's this black box, no one knows who's on the foundation board. And really, it should not be a mystery. It's published in the annual IRS 990 documents. It's on the website. So here it is for everyone to see. And essentially, we are comprised of representatives from the community. And there's a cross-section of sectors, viewpoints, geographical representation. And we're working to be a more diverse board. There has been a tendency to be more of a central Kentucky board, and we're actually working to be more east and west represented, as well as some of the balance between urban and rural. And one of the things that is a priority for me right now is to have a more balanced male to female ratio. On the left there, you'll see our officers, and on the right, you'll see the members that are members or trustees but are not officers. Next to some names, you'll see a star. Those are ex officio members, which essentially means that they are on the board because of a position that they hold. Our board in the bylaws states that ex officio members have voting privileges. So our ex officio members have voting rights. I am the only officer that is ex officio. Our bylaws do not allow for any other officer to be an ex officio. I'm the only one that's permitted for that role. And you'll see there that this board is represented by the presence of Chair Damaris. She's listed there under Dr. Serapata. And then we have a couple others that are on here listed as ex officio, but I'll talk a little bit about that more later. Questions so far? Yes, ma'am.
Diversity and ethics as KCTCS that they went over during the lunch?
Yes, we prescribe to the same code of ethics, and our officers have to do an annual disclosure on confidentiality, conflict of interest, ethics, conduct, and we'll go through some of those professional standards in a little bit. Yes, we do. Actually, 2019, we made a public statement about our commitment to ethics. We were the first higher education institution to unilaterally across the institution to have our frontline fundraisers and executive staff publicly recognize that we uphold the code of ethics, and AFP, the Association of Fundraising Professionals, recognized us for that, and they're hoping that other institutions will follow suit. So it's really kind of a unique and cool thing. Questions so far? And Regent Schaus, thank you. Good segue, because here are the items, and these are listed as attachments in the presentation at the end. So I will not go through all of the documents that you see attached there. Thank goodness. There are links here. If you don't want to go through attachments and you want to go back to this page and click on a link, you'll see that there's the Donor Bill of Rights, there's the AFP Code of Ethics, and then the KCTCS Foundation has its own policies. And those, like I mentioned before, outlined code of conduct, ethical principles. So if a trustee is arrested for some behavior, or treats a trust or a regent disrespectfully, that the foundation board would have a recourse to basically ask them, or just have them step down. We also annually do a conflict of interest confidentiality agreement with all trustees, and that we provide that to our auditors on an annual basis. And we also recently completed a donor privacy, so we disclose to donors the type of data we collect and the ways in which we use it. So, questions on any of that before I go on? All right. So we've talked about recognized foundations a little bit, and you may be asking, what is a recognized foundation? So at our September meeting of 2020, the Board of Regents passed a resolution to amend the policy for recognized foundations, that is policy 7.4. We made some adjustments to that from the previous policy. So that's one piece of it, which you'll see that item number 2. There's also the issue of institutional history, so we'll talk about that. And there's also the issue of SAC COC standard 5.3.c. So I'll go through those real quick. So history of recognized foundations, older than the finest bourbon. So I will have 2 pages of two columns or 2 tables of the foundations. And we usually recognize our colleges in alphabetical order, but I went with order of age. So the finest bourbon among these is the Paducah Junior College, PJC as they call it, which was established in 1945. That's a long time ago. So you can imagine they have a rich history, rich heritage, and a lot of local ownership. They actually have local tax dollars that support that foundation, and it's very ingrained into the community. And you'll see that Henderson also has a rich history, and there's very many foundations listed on this first page that predate the creation of KCTCS. You'll see on the right-hand column there the date that it was recognized. So this is the date in which they opted into a recognized status with KCTCS, where they basically established an MOU to outline the expectations for them to be recognized by KCTCS. So you'll see dates that vary. Henderson was among the first. I think they were second. First or second? I think they're second. The first one is actually the KCTCS Foundation, which you'll see here on the second page. So this is first, they were the first college foundation, the second recognized foundation. And the KCTCS Foundation was the first recognized, but it wasn't the first college foundation because it's system-wide. But you'll see here the other colleges that have recognized foundations and when they were established. And this is when I say established, it means that is the year of establishment with the IRS. So they are independent, separate 501c3, recognized by the IRS as a charitable organization, and they are purely independent. They have their own board, their own fiduciaries, separate bank accounts, etc. So questions on any of this? One thing I'll mention, there's been some conversation that it's a mystery about who's on the boards, how much money they have, and whatnot. I have actually linked, you'll see each of those colleges, there's a link. You click on it, and you can be directed to their page on guidestar.org. You can create a free account with guidestar.org, and you can actually access all the 990s for each of those foundations. And so if you want to dig into the 990s, and we'll talk about some of the elements, some of the parts of the 990 that are helpful, You can dig into the history and learn more about a college foundation that might pique your interest. So I do want to make sure you know that you can click and read more about those foundations, financials, and history. So the last in this, or the next one, is the policy 7.4, recognized foundations. So we did make some recent policy revisions. This policy, as I mentioned before, was established in 1999 with KCTCS Foundation being the first, Henderson's College Foundation being the second, and then the others followed that. It was revised in 2005, and then we revised again recently in September of last year. And the revisions accomplished a couple of different things. One was it got everyone on the same schedule of renewals. There was a little bit of, it was kind of all over the board. Some it was like it was a 10 years, and it just, rather than trying to enforce something that was inconsistent across the system, it was really better just to do the reset button. And that allowed us to do a couple other things. Regent Finan earlier talked about are those foundations required to do an audit? And so this recognized foundation revision actually made an annual audit a requirement to maintain the recognized status. There are a number of other things that are required to maintain the status, and there's an annual, basically checklist where we accumulate the items within that annual process, and if they complete all the items, then we would renew them. If they don't, then we would give them notice, and they would have an opportunity to become compliant with the policy that you've set in place. Both parties also have the opportunity to withdraw from this and not be recognized foundation at any point. So there are links there for the administrative policy and procedure if you want to check on those. Questions so far? All right. So in September, when the Regents passed the policy revisions on recognized foundations, I committed to come back to you and give a report, and I said that my goal was to have us through this process by the end of calendar 21. I'm very pleased that we are nearly there. So you have listed here the foundations that currently have recognized status that in the process of renewal. So you'll see 3 columns there: reviewed, approved, and finalized. So this body authorized the modifications of the policy in September of 2020. And then the KCTCS Foundation decided that rather than to burden each of the college foundations with the legal expense of developing an MOU, that we would kind of trailblaze and work with, we secured outside counsel and developed an MOU for a 2-party agreement between the KCTCS Foundation and KCTCS. And that document was reviewed with our general counsel's office, Honorable Pam Duncan, and we basically revised it until we were all come to terms on the details. And then we drafted a 3-party agreement that would be between a template that would be between a college, there's recognized foundation, and KCTCS. And then we circulated that, and I think it was late February of 2020 or early March of 2020. So we supplied that to each of those recognized foundations so they would have a chance to circulate them to their recognized foundation, to the boards. This was not the first time they had heard about it. This had been in process for a little over a year. We had involved executive directors of each of those foundations in this process. They all had input, they all had, the presidents were involved in the process. So it wasn't a surprise, but the MOU was a new element because it basically articulated the details that existed within the recognized foundation policy. So the review was when they actually brought it to a board meeting for their board to review it. They approved is the date in which the board voted to approve that MOU. And then the finalized is essentially they send the signed document from their side, the foundation and the college. They send it to the system office, and then we countersign it. And then when we send it back, that is the date we put down as finalized. So you see here, the first page, that nearly all the colleges, recognized foundations, have gone through this process. Gateway, I think it's in the mail, or it's finished out in the mail. Hazard, they've had some scheduling conflicts. They've actually had to reschedule their meeting a couple times. As you know, the COVID rate in Perry County is very high. I think they're just being extra cautious. It has been approved by their executive committee and the board, but it's a matter of having the meeting to actually formally voted in. And Hopkinsville, they had started early, had some really great questions, and I think were very helpful. But then they quickly were going into a SACS accreditation visit, and so that took priority, which is understandable. And they have approved it, or they're going to approve it, I think on the 22nd is what they've shared. So next week, I think Wednesday next week, and then, so they'll be soon finalized. And you'll see that the other college foundations also. One that's listed here, so in the first one, I talked about the history, there were 15 recognized foundations, 14 for colleges and 1 for the system. These two tables, there's actually 16 recognized foundations, 15 of which are representing colleges and 1 for the system. So the one that's new, go back a page, is that 4th one down, Elizabethtown Community and Technical College. So I'm very grateful for Dr. Pate, the president of the community college in that town. He and I started working together on a concept, a pilot as he calls it. They had been working, they had previously had a recognized foundation that didn't work out. They lost their recognized status, and they had been using the KCTCS Foundation to process gifts that required that a 501c3 status. And they were in the process of establishing their own 501c3 recognized foundation. And in that process, they realized the time and expense that would entail. And so we started talking about what would it look like if we formalize a structure with ECTC to establish basically the foundation structure for that college, but alleviate the requirement of them to do the administrative tasks. So to do an audit, do the 990, to establish policies, procedures, bylaws, but still have the same level of control and oversight on priorities, needs, local engagement, working with donors, that sort of thing. So we essentially crafted a pilot program where they have what is essentially a development or philanthropy committee for ECTC. They have a board of directors for that committee, and they have delegated the fiduciary and governance responsibility for all other matters to the KCTCS Foundation. But they have the chair of that body serves as an ex officio voting member of the KCTCS Foundation. So it's a way to have local college representation on the KCTCS Foundation. We started this, you can see we finalized that agreement just not too long ago. And so this is very, very new, and we're going to test out to see how that works. But we're excited about this. It's something that was kind of a passion project for ECTC and our former board chair, Barry Bishop, and we think it has potential. All right, going forward. Any questions before we get to? All right. So foundation member structure. So I talked about this a little bit at the beginning, that the chief advanced officer for each of those colleges serves as an ex officio voting member of the board and is designated as the executive officer or the executive director. A member of the system college or college board serves as ex officio voting member. So some of those colleges, it's designated as the chair of their college board, serves as ex officio member. Others, it just says a member. But it's up to those foundations' bylaws to outline the requirements. For the KCTCS Foundation, we actually outlined that it has to be the chair of the Board of Regents, so that's why Lisa Damaris serves ex officio on that group. There are other types of ex officio members. One for the KCTCS Foundation is that the KCTCS Foundation calls for the KCTCS president to designate a college president to serve as an ex officio voting member. And so part of the reason for that is that they can come to this board and see the best practices being modeled at the System Foundation and be able to take that back locally. And last year it was Ty Handy, and they usually serve a 2-year term. And this year it is Dr. Linden from Hazard. And there are other ex officio members. For KCTCS, we have Brandon Fogel, who is the chair of the KCTCS, the ECTC Foundation, a DBA committee under the KCTCS Foundation. So if you make a check out to ECTC Foundation and send it to Elizabethtown, it'll count as a gift. You will really see no indication that is going through KCTC's Foundation other than that's where the gift is received. Other items, except for the executive director, ex officio members aren't officers. Recognized foundations are supported by service of paid staff. I think there's detailed questions about that I'll probably have to do at another meeting, because I think it also relates to the question of independence. But we'll spend some more time on that third bullet, probably another meeting. And the president is ex officio voting member of the board. And so that last bullet reflects the next slide, which is that there is an element of accreditation that we put into place here. And that is the institutional related entities control of fundraising activities. So the issue of foundation control, there is the issue of governance and fiduciary responsibility. But in terms of controlling the types of projects that are fundraised for, that is very clearly the responsibility of those college presidents. And that's outlined in SAC COC standard 5.3.c. You'll see here, the institution demonstrates that a chief executive officer controls any fundraising activities of that entity, or the fundraising activities of the entity are defined in a formal written manner that ensures that those activities further the mission of the institution. Thankfully, we have Regent Policy 7.4 that articulates item 2 and 1 under standard 5.3c. So questions on that before I move on? All right. Now this is a very general overview, very, very distilled. I'm glossing over a lot of theory behind the practice. But this is basically a Cliff Notes version just to give you some context. Okay, so fundraising. So essentially what we're doing in fundraising is that we're making a connection between organizational mission and donor interests. So one of the things that we try to do as a foundation is that there may be needs of a KCTCS or a college that really needs money. However, it may not be something that an outside supporter would like to fund. So earlier talking about the needs to recognize our faculty and staff with salary increases. I don't know that there is a likely scenario where outside entities will be willing to donate funds to support that enormous need. However, something that the foundations could do is that they can embark on a program that might incentivize exceptional performance or exceptional longevity or other things that might add or augment some of the expectations or culture locally. So that's one thing where the foundations can provide an asset. We also have to look at the donor interests. So sometimes there is a donor interest to do something that is not in the best interest of the organization. So let's say a donor wants to give you money to start an academic program that happens to be for a low demand, low wage sector or field. I'm guessing we would say no to that gift. Even if it's multi-million dollars, the time and energy we would spend on that are just not effective use of our resources. Or let's say a donor wants to try to control or enforce some sort of agenda, we would probably say no to that. And so there's usually a back and forth within that first bullet. In fundraising, we also need to encourage gifts of time, talent, and treasure, and try to align those mutual interests. So, asking donors to spend time to do meaningful work, to volunteer meaningful time. Having some volunteers to come in and file documents is not meaningful. Having alumni come in and mentor or coach students looking to enter the workforce is meaningful. So one of the things that we can do is help encourage those sort of activities. Questions on that before I move on? Yes, ma'am.
How is the connection with the students? Like, until being here on the board, I haven't heard much of the KCTCS Foundation, and I am a student. So what can you do moving forward to make sure that more students hear about this foundation and your fundraising and to link them?
A little bit later, I'll talk about fundraising campaigns. Usually that sort of activity occurs within a campaign. A campaign is really a fancy word of everyone is thinking about it, everyone's working together towards that common goal. We haven't done a campaign in several years, so if we do a campaign, that would receive attention, but right now that's hasn't been a priority. That's something I really think we should do. Professionally speaking, I think it's important. All right, so categories of giving. So these are just very, very basic summaries of different buckets or types of ways that supporters might contribute support. So the first and obvious way is volunteering towards the mission, being engaged in the mission in some way. So your service on this board is an example of that, your community service. Leadership, so speaking out in the community, representing the mission. If someone says, oh, it's hard to get a job, college is hard, college is expensive, and you say, well, there's, KCTCS, and it's, it may be challenging, but it's not expensive and you can do it. So that sort of, advocacy is really a type of leadership. Annual sustaining support. So annual support would be, the gifts that you might make on an annual basis, $100 every year, $200, $1,000. Generally, we talk about the board engagement. So whenever we talk about board engagement and giving, we typically are encouraging the board to make an annual gift towards that annual sustaining support. Major impact giving is typically there are more targeted areas where donors want to support, say, and I'll get into this later when I talk about restricted versus non-restricted gifts. I have actually a good example using Regent Herdink as an example. But major gifts is usually larger gifts, 25K or larger, targeted in some way. Typically donors that give out, given this way, planned it out a little bit more thoughtfully than someone that might, take money out of their billfold and put it in the envelope. And there's plain giving and bequests. So there's vehicles where you can do a trust. Plain giving might also be given through an IRA distribution. There are various vehicles. And then principal transformational gifts. The gift that we saw recently at Paducah Junior College, West Kentucky Community Technical College, that would be an example of the $15 million example of a transformational gift that really has a transformational impact on the campus. Questions on these before I move on? All right, Joe threatened, Regent Herdink threatened to have lots of questions, so I'm just standing by. All right, so this pie chart is a representation of the sources of giving in the U.S. as reported by Giving USA Foundation. It's a collaborative between the Giving Institute, Indiana University's Lilly School of Philanthropy. Earlier I talked about Robert Payton. So Robert Payton is closely aligned with the history of the Lilly School. So they do a survey every year and assess where do charitable or philanthropic dollars come from. So we're going to do a little bit of math here. So the largest piece of the pie is what? 68% is individuals, right? So what can you tell me about the rest of the pie chart here? You see anything that we might need to adjust that 68% a little bit? Who makes bequests? Those are individuals as well. So that's actually closer to 90% individuals. And let's talk about foundations. How many people give through a donor advised fund through Fidelity Charitable, a foundation? How many people, how many donors have a closely held corporation, a family business, and make gifts through the corporation? Those are individuals. So when we normalize for those sorts of gift transactions, actually, the gifts that come from individuals, from people, is closer to 85 to 90%, and corporate giving is typically 10% or less. So that's just food for thought. I think a lot of times when people think about big gifts, they think about big companies, and really the big gifts come from individuals. So here is a pie chart of giving by source for 2020 for KCTCS. And you'll see we're way overweight there on other. Other is that $15 million that we talked about before. And this is the, actually it came through what was defined by the college as a charitable federation. So that really is an individual gift, but you'll see there that of the rest, corporations, foundations make up the large remaining majority of that. So when you look at this compared to that, so you see that we're way overweight on corporate representation and foundation representation in these gifts. I think it's partially because of the nature of our mission, but I think it's also because we've become reliant on that sort of support. You look at 2019, and this is more normalized data. We take that $15 million out. This goes back another year to 2019. You see that individuals way underrepresented related to the industry norm. Foundations way overrepresented compared to the industry norm. Bequests, we haven't had bequests. We don't have a plan giving program, which is a concern to me. Corporations, way overrepresented compared to industry norms, and other, the federated giving, we have organizations that, collect funds from other sources and then give it to us. They're overrepresented there as well. So you see some of the potential there. What this shows me is that it doesn't, it gives me some concern in terms of the portfolio balance of giving sources. But what I see here is really tremendous opportunity, that we haven't been intentional about engaging individuals, and that there's potential for significant growth here. Questions on this before I move on? All right. So giving back purpose. So one of the questions that I get a lot is, people say, well, the foundation has lots of money. People give lots of money. There's a big need. Why don't we just go to the foundation and support that need? Well, the honest truth is that really very little of the support that we get is unrestricted, which is no strings attached. You'll see there 2020, including the $15 million, that the unrestricted is really, really big compared to the restricted. But we pull that out, you look at 2020, and only 4% is unrestricted versus 96% restricted. And the idea behind this, the reason for this is very simple. If I go to Regent Heerdink and I say, Regent Heerdink, I know you care about KCTCS. Would you make a gift for just whatever we think is important? Oh yeah, I'm on the board. I feel led to give. I'm going to give you $100, which we'd say thank you. We'd appreciate that. That makes a difference. But if we came to you and said, we know that the thing you love about your job is taking apart computers and putting them back together, and that really motivates you, and we want other students to have the opportunity to take apart computers, and computers aren't cheap. The parts aren't cheap. Would you be willing to invest in a program that might supply computers and parts? And would you consider a gift of maybe $3,000 over the next 2 years? And you'd be more inclined to give towards that restricted purpose than you would be to the unrestricted purpose. So that's just human nature. We want to give to something that we care about. So that's the job of our foundations, is to identify where there's overlap between the needs of the institution and the interests of our donors, so that the gifts may be restricted, but they're restricted for strategic purposes. Questions? There haven't been really any questions, which worries me a little bit. Either I'm not explaining it, or people are, okay. I hope no one's afraid to say anything. All right, so we talked about types of giving. The other thing that, I talked earlier about campaigns. So typically campaigns, you'll have a cycle. Campaigns, organizations will focus on doing a campaign, which is gearing up, where philanthropy and giving and external support becomes a more forefront of within those institutional mission or the marketing strategy. You'll see alignment of giving themes, mission themes, impact themes, and it'll be kind of suspicious, like why are we telling stories about students and how they're making a difference and stuff, and then you start seeing stories about gifts to these specific purposes. And then you start seeing announcements, and it gets bigger and bigger, and then those are campaigns. University of Kentucky just is kind of in the middle, I think, phase of a campaign. So there's different stages of a campaign. We'll talk about that briefly. But that's intentional. So typically what happens is that campaigns align with the strategic planning cycle, that we look at what are the strategic priorities of an institution, and then we identify what are the ways in which outside support can help that help those needs. So the things I mentioned this before, that we don't typically look to replace or fill the gap of diminishing revenue, but typically what campaigns do is they're looking at creating, maybe a proof of concept, an initial program, a pilot of some sort, improving a program that is really good and has potential, and we just need to expand it in some way, or expanding, scaling it to a new status that really has much broader impact. Maybe it's a program that's been successful at one college, and we might want to expand it across the entire system. So that's typically what campaigns do, is they look at either creating programs that are small scale as a pilot, improving existing programs, or expanding as related to the strategic priorities. They begin with multi-year efforts, which begins with a readiness assessment. We'll then move into some sort of feasibility study to align, to understand, we may need X number of dollars, but in terms of feasibility, in terms of the donors, in terms of the pipeline, that may not be feasible. We would then develop case statements on how do we articulate the need and the donor interest. And that way, when we go to meet with a donor, we don't just say, hey, we support this thing, but we actually can talk to them on their terms, the example of the computer and the parts. They typically begin with a quiet phase. So basically, you have your internal stakeholders, your board members. You usually have a campaign committee. You develop a table of basically the number of gifts you need to solicit in order to have success to get towards your goal at a high level, mid-level, and then a more broad level. And then when you get to about halfway or a little bit past halfway, then you might launch a public phase where basically, the quiet phase, it's the best kept secret. Really, it's not really a secret. All the people that really care about the mission know. But the public phase is when you basically, let the horse out the gates and you just go full throttle and you make sure that, anyone, no matter, what hood or holler they might be hailing from, that they know about the mission and the opportunity to give. There are generally speaking, three different campaign types. There's a special campaign, which is usually a short-term, limited scope campaign. There are capital campaigns, which are a little bit broader. You might utilize 2 or 3 different giving vehicles or methods in terms of the campaign. And there's a comprehensive integrated campaign, remember I talked about the different types of giving? So a comprehensive integrated campaign utilizes all of those different types of giving, but we integrate it so that, you might be asked for a major gift, a principal gift, an annual gift, and you're asked in a way that is meaningful to you, and that the messaging across all those channels, across all those asks, across all the communication is integrated, but there's total alignment in terms of the messaging out to the external constituents. Questions on any of that? Yes, sir.
I finally have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a way to judge the success of each one of your campaigns afterwards, like a scoring system or anything, to see what works and what doesn't?
Yeah. You basically would do when you do a feasibility study, typically you would conduct interviews, and they're generally anonymous interviews that you would have an outside firm conduct, and you would identify people that are longtime supporters, people that are peripheral supporters, people that may know nothing of you, and you would interview them. You would test the different pillars of a campaign, the different things that you might be raising funds for, and you would see how much they may be inclined or disinclined to support that, and if they were inclined, at what dollar level. So you would have some sort of scoring of that, and then you would, as you track along, you can measure performance, and you measure your pipeline in terms of how many you have in the process, where they are, which stage. We can get more into the fundamentals, the theory behind the practice, but probably at a later presentation, because there's a lot, and just like you're asking a question that really involves like 3 different books. And I didn't really prepare to give a lecture on that. Yeah, sorry.
And, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there was, and it may have been fulfilling the promise. One of the things that I remember was that they just were trying to get across the system 100% participation. So it was, if you gave $1, if you gave $500, whatever it was. And that was kind of like the way to measure it, because depending on, how much of the KCTCS across the system actually participated 100%. So it was kind of like that percentage of how much participation we had in that.
Yeah, that sometimes is a measure, is participation, a dollar goal. It could be not just participation in giving, but it could be alumni engagement. There could be an advocacy element. There can be developing ambassadors, alumni ambassadors to volunteer. There's so many different measures, and that's really what the campaign planning is about. Is you determine what are your goals, and then what are your measures, and then you basically spend the next thing I probably didn't mention is campaigns take a long time. Usually, I'd say a minimum 5 years. If it's a special campaign, maybe 3 years, but for a capital campaign, I'd say about 5. For integrated campaign, probably 8 to 10 years. They take a long time to do, and they're a lot of fun. All right. Oh, so here's a summary of the 3 that we have done at KCTCS. Capital campaign, Partners in Progress, Fulfilling the Promise, capital campaign, and Build Smart was a special campaign. If you do the math, you'll see that basically with each campaign, we increase the new plateau of average giving year over year. And so we have essentially stayed flat since the Build Smart campaign. We've had a couple dip here, about 3 years ago, but we've essentially stayed flat because we haven't invested new resources into advancement. And so typically what happens with a campaign is that you spend time gearing up. So you do an institutional assessment, you measure what staff you might be needed to meet the goals that you have set out. And you ramp up, you hire staff, you allocate budget. Typically on average, this is ballparking, but whatever your goal is, estimate around 20% budget to actually realize that goal. But you ramp up, you see an increase in support, and then you have a new plateau. And generally, you'll have staff that leave at the end of the campaign, and then you kind of go through the cycle and up again. So it's kind of this cycle of like a stair step, year to year, over campaign over campaign. I know Regent Cox, you have experience with some of this. I don't know if you want to, reinforce or provide your own perspective.
You covered it very well. I would say the question I would have is, in healthcare, grateful patients are a huge part of what we do. Do you have grateful alumni? What's been your experience with alumni who have been through here and gone on to be successful? Has there been engagement of them?
Yeah, you've actually given me chills. I know. So over here we have Dr. Yates. And so for the past 2.5 years, she's heard me talk about how are we going to approach fundraising for KCTCS. And I know this is public, so I hate to tell, cat out of the bag of my vision of how we can do it. But my vision of how we do fundraising for KCTCS is not like a university might do. I actually would advocate for something more like a hospital. So you think about a university, a student goes to campus, and there are people in the room that have heard me say this, so sorry if I'm on my soapbox, but you go to a university, you live on campus, you go to tailgates, you go to parties, I always say hacky sack on the quad. There's, frisbee, all these, late night study sessions, and really it's an emotional connection you have to your institution. And what universities do is it's a numbers game. Is they stay in contact with those alumni once they graduate, and they engage them in annual gifts, alumni activities, magazines with alumni notes, that sort of thing. And when they start to get into their 40s or 50s or 60s, their kids starting to go into college, or they feel, a donor feels nostalgic about the days tailgating, and they have capacity to make gifts, then they typically give back. Community college is different. It's much more transactional. A student comes in, and they're not looking for hacky sack on the quad. They're not looking for, they may be doing late night study sessions, but it's with a crying baby on their hip. It's a different experience. They're coming to community college transactional. They're spending their time and money to get a better education, to have a better life. And it's really, I say it's much more like a hospital, that a patient comes to the hospital not to have an emotional experience. They're going to have one, but they come into the hospital to get healed, to get, fixed, to get cured. And you don't play a numbers game. You don't wait 30, 40, 50 years and send them, notes on all the other patients that, over the years. You wait till they're on the mend, and you follow up and you grateful patient model. So I'm really an advocate of what I would call the grateful graduate model. So stealing from healthcare sector and to implement that, it's going to be expensive. I don't know that we have the resources to do that, but I think there is potential there. No other community college is doing it, so we would be trailblazers in that regard.
I would also say that investment in planned giving is going to reap benefits beyond your imagination. I mean, it's a significant investment, but it's a significant return.
Yes. So when I got to Eastern Kentucky University, they did not have a planned giving program, and we put one in place. And the gifts that we saw immediately were quite surprising, just simple stuff. But then the gifts, I've been gone now for almost 3 years, but they're starting to get bequests and things that they had no idea about, but they're using the language that we sent them. And it's been that program that we put in place about 6 years ago, which it's really quite, it's, the question that, or the statement I've heard some people say that planned giving is like a tree. When is the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago. What's the next best time to plant a tree? Today. Plant giving is the same way. The best time to have done a plant giving program would have been 20 years ago, but we can't go back in time, so we do one today. So I totally agree with you. Questions before I go on? All right, so that concludes the feel-good kind of broad overview, cliff notes, the primer on advancement and fundraising and campaigns and foundations. So I'm going to move to the reports, unless there's questions. All right, so going to the reports. Actually, before I go to the reports, for those that are looking at the 990s later, to see where they can find juicy tidbits about our recognized foundations. So I'll give you your cheat sheet here. So if you look at the 990, part 1, you'll see a summary of current and prior year expenses, revenues. It's really just it's on the first page of the 990. It's under part 1. It gives you just a summary of where where our foundation is seeing activity. Part 6 outlines the policies and procedures they might have in place. If you look at the 990 in there for the KCTCS Foundation for fiscal 19, you'll see that item 13 and 14 say no. This past year, we actually passed a policy on document retention and I forget what the other whistleblower policies. So those actually for the next fiscal year will be checked as yes. If you look at part 7, you'll see a list of officers and directors. So don't let it be a mystery of who the officers and directors are for those local foundations, those those college foundations. You can find those under part 7. And you look at part 9, you'll be able to see the expenses. They're itemized. So if you want to know how a foundation is spending their resources on things that are not related directly to the mission, scholarships and the like, you'll be able to see there under expenses. For the KCTCS Foundation, our expenses are largely our audit, our legal counsel. We have some allocated for publications. We're doing a website this year. Really quite nominal. If I did some peer analysis compared to other community colleges recognized foundations, and we're really, our expense to income ratio is quite favorable. But I'll let you examine that on your own. You can draw your own conclusions. All right, going to the reports. So the first report is this one, the Institutional Advancement Report. And let's see. And I don't know if Regent Allen or Regent Martin are still on. I didn't see if their hands are up. I couldn't see their. But if you have questions, please just speak up. I'm not going to read this verbatim, but I will draw your attention to a couple items. So if you look on page 3, where it says private gift income report donor source by college. Next page 3. Yeah, right there. And scroll down a bit if you could, please. Thank you. So somewhat to preempt Regent Heerdink. You'll see that Jefferson, KCTCS office, Madisonville Community College, Somerset, and West Kentucky all had bumper years. The reason for that, they were actually reported in the last region report that we provided. So Jefferson is wrapping up an AMIC campaign, their advanced manufacturing facility. They also are doing, I think it's called a Jefferson Rising special campaign. So the gifts that Jefferson sees are a reflection of those two special campaigns. KCTCS office, we actually had a couple different things. And I have asked, so we have in the gallery, 3 very special partners in the KCTCS Foundation. We have Dr. Yates, who I mentioned before, sitting right here. And then we have Rick, raise your hand there. And then we have Harmony, thank you. So this past, I guess 2 years ago, the foundation, the KCTCS Foundation, I made a little bit of a risk in that instead of trying to do things as we've done in the past, I was trying to think about how could we support the institution by not looking to raise basically unrestricted or easy money. Scholarships are typically pretty easy, but to look at what are some of the needs of the institution and to engage with partners in different cabinet areas and to identify some potential projects, and then to basically flesh out those projects. So it started off with Harmony Little. So Harmony and I began working on a project to do some research in preparation for some federal rules that were going to come along, and it starts with an S. CIPRA. CIPRA is basically data to reflect impact of government investments into organizations. So we had done work with the foundation, and we basically built out the first prototype of doing grants that are not just basically just general grants, but very targeted strategic grants that advance an interest area of the system office in this case. And so we built out this proposal. We sent it to Annie Casey, the funder. They funded it, and we came in under budget, which, you know, most foundations, if they came in under budget, we'd find a way to figure out more budget that needs. And we offered the money back, or we offered to reinvest it, and we gave them some options of how we might further the impact of their gift. Typically for some sort of effort like this, there is a typically overhead cost that we include, and we underbid what most nonprofit foundations might do, because we're just we're building goodwill. This is our first exercise in this. And they were so impressed with the quality of the work and the progress, the outcomes, just all around. I don't know, Harmony probably can speak more if you have direct questions, but they actually said, hey, can we actually extend this and do another $50,000? And then at the end of that, they did another 25, right? So we went from a $25,000 gift that aligned with our strategic priorities and our needs, and we were able to basically add another $75,000 just by taking care of the donor. So that's one example. And we developed, we had not done this before, so we developed what that model would look like. And then shortly after that, or kind of in parallel with that, the former Vice Chancellor, Shannon Gilkey, you may know, who's now up in Rhode Island, he and I worked on a couple of others, and he had identified some areas of strategic need and priority for KCTCS. And we had worked on those, and one of them, Harmony took on, and the other one, Rick took on. And same thing, we identified a project that has strategic needs for KCTCS. One is a GIS tool. So Rick, if you have questions about this GIS tool, talk to Rick afterward. Rick Jones is a very, very smart man. I think you'll enjoy talking with him. Basically, we're able to overlap data. I'm not gonna tell it as well as you, but my job is not to create the program. My job is to understand what we're trying to do from a programmatic standpoint, understand what the interests of the donor are, and try to make a connection there. That's my job. And so worked on that project and funded it, and the supporter is very happy, and we're looking at, you know, potential outgrowth of it. And actually, I think it's become part of the Chancellor's office as an ongoing program. The other project worked on with Shannon and then Harmony after Shannon left was a program you may have heard of called Align. Basically, it's looking at our, again, I'm going to oversimplify it, but basically it's to look at our course curriculum and competencies that relate to those, and how do we look at our educational model. So that's been very, very good. So some of the numbers you see for KCTCS are a reflection of us being more strategic in how we do fundraising, that we align institutional needs with potential funders. So that's part of what you see under KCTCS office. And then the other one that you'll see listed there is, I credit Dr. Yates. She has worked for, I'd say, about 2 years on a gift from Toyota to basically identify the needs of the college for cars, not for driving, not to add to the fleet, but to meet the career and technical education needs of the colleges. So working with the colleges to pull and assess what the needs were from a programmatic standpoint, and then working with the donor to actually make the gift happen and to make the donor happy. And we, you'll see this in the report, that there was, I think they originally did 33 cars to 12 colleges. 32 cars, 11. See, Dr. Fletcher, I'm not good with numbers either. Yes, and then they were so pleased with the publicity that they received that they did another two cars to another college. So very pleased with that. So I credit it. Really, it wasn't me fundraising. It was partners internally that understand that it's not really about the money. It's like that quote at the beginning. Philanthropy is deeper than our pockets. It's about understanding how do we make the connection between donors' interest and institutional needs. You'll see also listed in Madisonville, they received a donation of property for their aviation program. Somerset, you had Dr. Castle here earlier talking about some of their programs they're doing. And he's not here. Every time I mention this project, he's not here. But Regent Girdler was instrumental in helping with some property donations to support the line technician program. So that's what you see listed for Somerset was the support from SPEDA for some property. And then West Kentucky, you'll see that they had the $15 million from Mackenzie Scott to support. It's an unrestricted gift technically, but there are some preferences or recommendations of the topic areas or priorities for that gift. So that is this past fiscal year in a nutshell. And you'll see some other gifts listed in the following pages. So that's my presentation on those items. I'll entertain questions on this, and then I'll do a quick wrap on the last couple pages. Quite a bunch. I'm guessing the lunch has hit you.
Let me ask you
Yes, sir.
just a quick question. Donors typically don't want to give to deferred maintenance. They don't want to give to, they want to give to things and causes.
Yeah, to impact.
And just hearing your presentation and listening to some other things today, tuition continues to, the importance and the dependence, if you will, that we have on tuition. You know, because state funding is fickle at best.
Yeah.
The things that we control are expenses and tuition to the degree that we can. Is there an opportunity for us in any way to develop philanthropic plans around tuition, scholarship that don't already exist? First-time college students, first-time family college students, but something that is an affinity that some of your corporate money would see as a good investment, diversity programs.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to do your job. I'm just trying to understand where your donor, or where you think is the sweet spot for us to really advance in the future.
Yeah. So I'll say you actually gave me another topic, another gift I can talk about. But I'll say to that point, we can never replace declining state investment in higher education through charitable support, even through corporate support. It's just not going to be possible. And for student scholarships, I think we can do some there. I think there's interest around doing things around first generation students. I think around some of the non-academic barriers. There's the food pantries, there's emergency assistance. I think there's things that we can do, but they're not going to replace the state investment or offset any sort of rising institutional costs. It'll be, like I said before, it's going to either to create some programs, to augment some programs, or to scale some programs. But there is potential for there to be something along those lines. The other gift I did not mention that you'll see that I'm going to preempt Regent Herdink. I knew he was going to ask this, but I'll preempt him. You'll see that the KCTCS Foundation, KCTCS office under the very last page of the report. You go to the last page of that. Next page. Next page. Yeah. Oh, back. Right there. You might need to zoom it in. So here you can see, hopefully you can see, that the KCTC's office, that in fiscal year 21, that essentially what we saw was a 10-fold increase over our average in fiscal year 2018. And that is because there's a couple of things that are working into the advantage of the KCTC's Foundation. One is, mentioned before by Vice President Falwell, that we have the amazing partnership of the Common Fund in terms of investments. We are consistently able to perform top quartile, in some instances top decile, relative to the Kubo universe or the Cal universe, and there's a couple other measures. So we do very well in that regard in terms of our investment, because we're able to invest in vehicles that are not common for the, we talked about the size of our endowments. It's not a large endowment, but we can usually invest in much harder to access funds based on our endowment level. So we have that common fund potential, and the fees they charge us are really, really low, which is another good thing. So high performance, low fees. The other thing is that we have, I mentioned before, we have low overhead in terms of the foundation, that we operate really, really thin margins. That it's basically just, like I said, an attorney, tax prep, financial accounting software, that sort of thing. So one of the things that we looked at, and actually it was a suggestion by a former KCTCS president appointee representing Jefferson, Ty Handy, Dr. Handy, served on the KCTCS Foundation board the last 2 years. And we had talked about the common fund and the advantages there. We'd also talked about, we want the KCTCS Foundation to think differently, talk about some of the programmatic things that Dr. Jones and Harmony have been working on. So Ty had taken that to heart, and there's a project in Louisville called, you may have heard of it, called Evolve 502, where they're developing a promise scholarship for students that graduate from JCPS to have guaranteed tuition, last dollar in, but guaranteed tuition and an opportunity grant to support attendance at any of the KCTCS colleges. And so what we have done is similar to what we've done with ECTC and extending the kind of the administrative umbrella of the foundation, but able to kind of expand the scope a bit, was that we worked with Evolve 502, and they made a gift to the KCTCS Foundation that is very similar to, if you think about a donor advised fund, how a donor advised fund would work. But their long-term objective was to invest in our students through last dollar scholarships. So they have invested those dollars in the KCTCS Foundation as a gift, invested in the common fund, and we've outlined a MOU structure where they have the ability to provide guidance on the investment balance. We have identified 3 phases: a growth phase, a midpoint phase, and a spend down phase. And they review the performance, they review the spend down of those funds, and they recommend investment policy. And then the full board, the KCTCS Board of Regents, or KCTCS Foundation Board of Trustees, actually reviews and submits any of those changes. So the growth you see in 2020 and 2021 are a direct result of the projects that I mentioned, the grant projects, as well as Evolve 502. It's going to be, I think, a 15-year project of investments where they're out there fundraising to support this initiative, and then they send the funds over to the KCTCS Foundation, and then we administer the funds, and we also are the fiduciaries of the funds. So we're able to basically realize the investment potential of the KCTCS Foundation to have really significant impact. And those funds have performed very, very well, and they've been very happy with that. Leave anything out, Dr. Yates? Okay. So. Yeah, total amount that we're expecting or we've estimated is around 600,000 thereabouts this first year.
I'd also say that 70% of our students don't pay any tuition revenue because of financial aid, so.
Yeah. Gas, computer, books, yeah. Yeah, and that's what Dr. Zapata has mentioned is why I'm kind of I'm going away from scholarships so much. Not that I don't appreciate scholarships, I won't, or that I'll turn down scholarship support, but I think there are more tactical ways to advance the interests of our students. I think if we talked about our faculty and staff, I think if we think about endowing executive and residence positions, endowing some sort of incentive pay and sort of those sort of things. It's not going to fix the salary issues, but it's going to basically model a sort of culture and things that we value for the system. So, all right, wrap up, the last thing is that grants, so the thing about grants is that we don't, the next thing is the grants. So because we're reporting at the end of a fiscal year, and this is ending June 30, typically grants basically all come in at the beginning of the fiscal year. And so the report, if you were comparing this report to the report I gave in March, the numbers have not changed. The only thing different is that we've listed some other notable grants at the top. Those aren't actually grants that are in the report. Those are going to be reflected in the financials in the next report. So really, I'm here to tell you that the grant report is the same report I gave last report is the same as this report. It's just there's a couple more notable ones to see that you'll see in the financials next report. Otherwise, that is the balance of my presentation, and happy to answer questions. Or if there are other things that you want to see at a future presentation, please. I think there's a mechanism by which you can share those. So.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. Very in-depth presentation, which was very much needed because I think all of us have learned information today that we didn't know previously. So thank you very much, Ben, and to the staff and folks supporting Ben. We appreciate you being here and doing the work that you do every day. I have attended one of the foundation board meetings so far, was particularly impressed with the quality of folks on the board and the conversation, and I look forward to our strategic planning event, which will happen second week in November of this year. One thing I'd ask Regents to do is think a lot about what Ben has talked about in the materials in your packet, because I'd like to see, as we embark upon our own strategic planning retreat, and couple all of our thoughts with those of the president's leadership team and those of the colleges as we develop this strategic plan. I think that the information that Ben's presented today has got to be part of that plan. It's got to be integral. They cannot operate separate and apart. So just really think about that as we move forward over the next couple of months of how do we work on initiatives under the Office of Advancement that are in line and dovetail well with the strategic plan for the entire institution. I know I'd like to see more connection there, and I think all of you would probably agree as well. I'm going to ask that you indulge me in a slight change to the agenda. We have folks here from Bluegrass Community and Technical College who have been so patient in sitting through all of our meetings. So Regent Herding, we're putting you on the spot to talk a little bit about the item that the folks here from Bluegrass will represent.
Sure, thank you, Chair Damaris. I get the privilege and honor to recognize these people. Just a little back history of why I asked that we have them come. Back in 2020, when the pandemic started, we switched to online learning pretty quick. Working in the IT departments, we quickly realized that a lot of students had some barriers with that and getting technology they need, whether it be internet connection in their house or computers. And at that point, we started having weekly TSAT meetings, which is our peer team for technology solutions, and everyone would talk about what they're doing. Many colleges did a gifting program of computers, laptops. A lot of colleges did loaner programs, and we kind of just went trucking on, and that's kind of part of our routine. And then, kind of forget about it. It's just part of what you do now. Later, a PowerPoint presentation, I don't know how, came across my desk, maybe through a peer team meeting, about some actual data showing what impact that had on students. I was like, this is perfect. And I think I forwarded it on to Chair Damaris and said, we need to have them in here and talk about this. It's one of those good things to talk about. So that is my backstory of that. And thank you for being here. We have Miss Bell, let's see, Mr. Zink, Dr. Ledford, and Dr. Acapo.
He is not here today.
Okay, okay. Well, thank you for being here. I'll let you take the show, and thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I am Lisa Bell, the Vice President of Finance and Operations for Bluegrass Community and Technical College. So we appreciate you having us to share this exciting good news about a program that really just came about as part of brainstorming. So our student distribution of surplus computers. As Regent Hendricks said, I have with me Mr. Lauren Zink, our Director of Technical Service, as well as Dr. Chris Ledford, who is our Director of Institutional Effectiveness. So since the IT folks did the heavy lifting on this project, really right in the middle of the pandemic, I'm going to ask Mr. Zink if he will give us some distribution data, and then Dr. Ledford will come and give us the good results of our student success.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm really excited to be here to talk about this. This program, the Student Distribution of Surplus Computers, is something that developed from an exposed and highlighted need. When the pandemic hit, we found a lot of our students didn't have the technology needed to do their coursework at home. So we got together as a group, along with Thomas Rogers from Jefferson, and talked about how we could better assist the students with that problem. So we developed the Student Distribution of Surplus Computers. And what that is we had a lot of computers being donated, or not donated, but sent for surplus and also for donation. And we decided that better than selling those computers online, it would be better met if we gave those computers to the students so that they could take them home and do their schoolwork. And our goal was to provide free technology to under-resourced students in support of our access, success, and resource focuses. So in fall 2020, we had 210 students pick up the computers. And in spring, we had 44 students. So that's over 250 students that we were able to help meet their technology needs. And here's a great picture of our crew. They're out in the rain. You couldn't have stopped these people from assisting the students. It's a rainstorm. They've got a tent set up, and there's a line of students ready to receive their machines. Just a great atmosphere. So this semester, looking at the success and taking that into account and hearing some of the personal stories from the students, we've decided to up our game a little bit, and we're going to shoot for 400 computers distributed to students. All right? And that is not just at the Lexington campuses, but that's at all of our regional campuses at Bluegrass, which you know handles various different areas, counties. And then the students will be able to choose their own pickup time to work around their schedule. So we're not just going to give them a time and a place to pick up a computer, but we're going to take the computers to them and allow them to schedule a time around their life schedule. So at this point, I'd like to pass the baton to Dr. Christopher Ledford, who will highlight some of this great information.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Bell. Again, my name is Chris, and I'm so excited to be here to share data on this wonderful and very successful program. So as Lauren kind of mentioned at the beginning of the slide deck, we want to investigate the efficacy of this program in 3 key areas. Number 1, access. Did this initiative, the Surplus Computer Initiative, help students increase their access to BCTC, to their course materials? Did it provide resources? So among who in our student population was there a demand for these resources? And finally, the thing that we love to talk about the most, did this have an impact on student success? So we're going to start with demand, and over the next couple of slides, I want to point out that we've got our computer recipients on the left, my right, your left, and a comparison to non-recipients, the general student population on the right. First, we looked at demand by income, and as you can see in these 2 charts, the distribution of Pell-eligible students among those who applied for and received computers far exceeded the distribution of low-income students in our student population. So Pell eligible students were in high demand of these computers, about plus 17% compared to the general student body. Again, looking at computer recipients on your left, my right, we have the distribution of computer recipients by race and ethnicity. And as you can see, non-white, underrepresented minority students were far more likely than what is represented in the student body to exhibit a demand for these surplus computers. And finally, you can see as the tail of this chart goes towards the right, the distribution of the light blue bars, which are older non-traditional students, exceeds the dark blue bars. So we see a higher demand compared to what exists in our student population among non-traditional and older students. Next, we looked at access. Did this surplus computer program have an impact on our students' abilities to access their course materials at BCTC? And so what we're looking at here is a little bit confusing, so I'm going to kind of point you to some things here. The two sets of bars on the left are students who received computers in fall 2020. So the dark blue bars are their activity in spring 20, term prior. The light blue bars are their activity in fall 20 when computers were received. And the two sets, again, are a comparison of computer recipients and non-recipients. Now, in the fall of 2020, when the distribution occurred, we saw that both students, the computer recipients and non-recipients, had an increase in their Blackboard activity and engagement with their courses. And to me, that kind of seems something that's parallel with COVID-19. In the spring 2021 cohort, so the two charts to your right, you see distribution of computers happened in spring 20. So when they're looking at their fall 20 access in Blackboard compared to their spring 21 access in Blackboard when the distribution of computers occurred. And here we see something that's a little bit more in line with our expectations. The students who received the computers and presumably gained some access that they didn't have before saw, again, a massive increase in their access in Blackboard. The non-student recipient population actually saw a pretty substantive decrease in their Blackboard usage from fall to spring. This is certainly an area because of the ongoing pandemic. We got used to saying pre-pandemic and then post-pandemic. We're still in the pandemic now. This is something that we certainly want to study more, but encouraging data here. And finally, some of the most significant and important data here. Our next question was, did this surplus program impact student success? And the answer is a resounding yes. These statistics in front of you are post estimates from a rigorously specified and estimated multi-level regression analysis. And the estimates show that the computer surplus program had about a 0.22 to 0.23 point impact on students' GPAs in term, so in the term that they received the computers, compared to peers in the same classes. Let me say that again, almost a 1/4 point GPA point increase in term. That's incredible. And as you can see on the charts behind me and in front of you, this impact was consistent across all of the demographic groups that we looked at: African American students, white students, Hispanic students, and low-income students. I made a point to mention earlier that these estimates, these post estimates, came from a regression model. So here I would like to point out that the likelihood that the impact that you're looking at in front of you is due to random chance is less than 0.0001%. This is some really impressive data. Finally, again, impressive stuff about student success. We wanted to examine how the Computer Surplus Initiative impacted retention as a part of our student success piece. And I have a lot of columns here for full disclosure of how we calculated the retention rates. But if you want to skip all the way over to your right to the stuff highlighted in red there where the good stuff is. So the top table is fall 20 to spring 2021 retention. And we found that computer recipients in fall 2020 were 19%, almost 20% more likely to return to school in the spring 2021 semester. And as of August 30, 2021, when we pulled these data, looking at the bottom table now, spring 2021 recipients were 26% more likely to return to school this fall compared to students who did not receive computers. Wow. So to wrap up, computer recipients, participants in the surplus computer program were far more likely than the general student population at Bluegrass to identify as non-white minority, low income, and non-traditional students. And as you all know, these are the students that represent the best of what KCTCS is. Our computer recipients saw increased access during the height of the pandemic and through to the spring 2021 semester and that subsequent academic year. And again, I love these numbers. Our computer surplus recipients achieved about a 0.25 point GPA higher than their classmates in the same courses, and were more likely to come back to school in the next term after they received those computers at a rate of almost 20 to 26%. Wow. Thank you all for having us. If you have any questions, Lauren and I would be glad to answer them.
First, I want to thank Regent Herdink for bringing this to my attention. And, you know, for me, it illustrates the point that education has changed in the last 20, 30 years. It used to be you needed a pencil and a pad and a lecture hall, and you were off and running. What is amazing to me is it took a pandemic for us to realize that certain tools and technologies are absolutely important to student success. This, I think, is a great story about how an individual college to embrace this concept and figured out a way to get resources to students that they needed. The statistics are amazingly impressive. The GPA 0.25 and the retention rate, amazing. One other thing I'll just mention quickly, and I think Dr. Zarapata would like to make some comments. As many of you know, I live in Covington, Kentucky, and recently got the opportunity to work with Kenton County leadership, who is working with Boone County and Campbell County leadership, the three counties together, to spend a lot of their CARES money on implementing broadband service directly to people's houses. And those three county leaders realized, as we're asking college students, elementary students to do school from home, you can't do school from home if you don't have an internet connection. And so I think, you know, I see it in local government and I see it here at KCTCS that the unfortunate event is it took a pandemic for us to realize some of these needs are critical, but we've got folks that are rising to the occasion and putting, you know, money behind those needs and putting really good thought behind it. So I thank you, Regent Herdink, for bringing this to our attention and for the work that you guys did to make this happen. And it sounds like you're continuing. So, Dr. Zarapata.
Well, most people here know technology is near and dear to my heart. Applaud you all. And what people don't realize is the pittance you get when you sell these things on surplus. And so what you were able to do to turn these things around and reuse them is amazing. We had some other colleges that did this. I don't think they did the data collection that you all did, but I can remember every time I drove by, it doesn't matter what campus it was, they had their outdoor Wi-Fi going and there was cars all over their parking lots because people don't have, you know, broadband or good enough broadband, which is a little terrifying to me when you're in a metro like Lexington. You know, so you can imagine what it was in, you know, Cumberland and some of these other places. But thank you very much.
Thank you all. We appreciate the opportunity to share, and we are very excited about it, and we will come back anytime and share our student success. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. If I may ask if folks would like to take a 5-minute break? We'll be back. So let's get back to business. And thank you, everyone, for indulging the change in the agenda so that the Bluegrass Community and Technical College folks could do their presentation. Getting back on track, the next item is Academic and Workforce Services Report. I'd like to ask Regent Thompson to introduce this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Damaris. The academics and workforce development covers a broad range of areas from technical and transfer credit to dual credit education, workforce to economic development, transfer coursework to curriculum development, and distance learning to program review. 4 separate reports to the Board of Regents will be highlighted. The first is the program suspension report, which, as you know, is a way for us to continue to stay current with our programs to make sure that our students have the most up-to-date programs and that we're not offering programs that are no longer viable, so that we make sure that we keep everything up to date for our students. From 1998 to 2001, we have had 1,802 either suspended or closed programs. And for this report, we had 8 colleges, as in your report that you can see, that have had suspended programs for this time, so that you can look at all of that information. The next report is the strategic planning update, attachment B. Again, we're talking about the EARS program from Dr. Sarapata that he talked about in his report, and the CPE strategic agenda for 230, and which we have to align, KCTCS has to align our strategic plan that we're planning right now with CPE, and then the colleges have to align with that as well. So as we continue to plan that, Dr. Williams will have a report for the workforce and economic development and highlights for that. And as you can see from our report and our conversations, how important our workforce development and economic is to KCTCS. And the PLT will have a retreat coming up later this month, continuing more information about the strategic plan and the timeline for how we're going to roll out the strategic plan after planning it, the rollout and communication to the faculty, staff, and everyone at KCTCS. And so with that, I would just offer if there's any questions, if Dr. Williams will take that.
Thank you very much. This new format is interesting because the regents are giving our reports, and so you're going to get highlights of what the Regent Thompson just did. But I'm going to go ahead and run through this because I've got stuff here, and I want to make sure that I have a couple other points. So as was said, we've got 4 reports for you today, and I'd like to add one more. I have Haley McCoy in the room, our Executive Director for Economic Development. A lot of activity in the special session around economic development, and if you have any questions about that at the end of my report, Haley and I can certainly discuss what we can share. Let me put it that way. We do have a program suspensions report. We bring that to you twice a year. 8 colleges suspended programs. For our new regents, you can suspend a program for up to 5 years. At the end of that, it's closed, but during that suspension time, you don't add new students, you just close, you teach out the students already in the program. Of those suspended programs, there are 2 associate and applied science degrees, 2 diplomas, 12 certificates, and 6 different tracks of certificates. And that's important because not only are you approving programs like you did with the apprenticeship program today, but you are also seeing that we manage our inventory. We don't just keep adding, we subtract too as the need gets lost for a specific program. So you can see our suspensions over the last 5 years. For our strategic planning update, I want to make sure that you all know Alan Lawson and Alicia Crouch, you guys wave over there. They're in our Office for Research and Policy Analysis. They are leading our strategic planning process. Right now, again, for our new folks, we've had 6-year strategic plans. Now we're in a 4-year strategic plan. We align with the Council on Post-Secondary Education strategic agenda that runs from 2022 to 2030, with the goal of 60% of Kentuckians having a credential of some kind by 2030. And so we're doing 2 4-year strategic plans, We're in the middle of collecting data and information, and then we'll be moving forward with that. As part of the data collecting, you've already heard about Dr. Zarapata's listening tour and the surveys that go along with that. We're also supporting development of that CPE strategic agenda. That's almost finished and will be finalized by November, but it's a real foundation of our work. We fit into that larger state picture. In 2 weeks, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of the last week of September, our presidents will be meeting to really dig into the top framework and goals for our strategic report or our strategic plan. And then you all in your November retreat will be spending quite a lot of time on the strategic planning, and Alan and Alicia will be leading that. So they are the ones, that I want to make sure you're comfortable with before you go into that session. So before I move on, are there any questions of Alan or Alicia? Okay, then moving on, I did give you a Chancellor's Office highlights document. I want to highlight 3 of those highlights for this quarter. One is that we continue our collaborative work with several of the cabinets, the KWIB, which is the Kentucky Workforce Innovation Board, and leads a lot of the work at the career centers, the cabinets for economic development, for workforce and educational workforce development and labor, the Kentucky Chamber, Kentucky Stats, which is our statewide data analysis group. We all meet monthly and we talk through the issues. We have 2 questions that we share every month. What are you doing to get people back to work, and how can we help you do that? And those conversations have gone on since June of our first year of our pandemic and have been really helpful in helping us collaborate statewide. We also have rolled out this marketing scheme and special website for displaced workers. And in that, I wanted to give you some page highlights. This is Find Your Career. It goes to 2 types of education that we offer: short-term certificates in 8 different focus areas like allied health or advanced manufacturing, and then longer-term programs. If you go in and click that you want information on a short-term certificate, like to be a state-registered nurse aide or a phlebotomist, then somebody contacts you back about that program. If you're interested in the longer-term program, you go to a page about that program and then end up linking to all of the colleges with that program. So that rolled out July 1 through September 12th. We've had over 38,000 page views with 32,500 unique folks looking at that website. They have looked most at health science, construction trades, business, and information technology. And we have followed up on 208 leads. So 32,000 to 200 doesn't sound like much, but those conversions, are very difficult to make. And it doesn't mean that they haven't come back or contacted the college in their area. Also wanted to share what we call our college life cycle or colleague availability calendar. This goes out of my office at the beginning of each academic year. It's in your materials, and I wanted to sort of explain the importance of it. We work so closely in our office with faculty, and faculty have a real life cycle, much like the life cycle of the college. As August 1st comes around and our 10th faculty go on contract, they're immediately going to work advising, checking their syllabi, making sure they're ready for classes. Our staff at the college are registering people, doing financial aid things. So you'll see that first red bar up there in August. Those are the 2 weeks that we're really heavily focused on the last student enrollment work. Then you can see the term turns green. The yellow means that some kind of fall break is probably happening. We have 2 weeks. Fall breaks are never 2 weeks at a college, but they fall across those 2 weeks. And then it goes back green again, and then as you get to red, that's final exam week. The blue days are our institutional closing days for holidays. So you can see that there's a life cycle to the college, and I felt like you all might like to see that. We use it here because we're a business here at the system office. We don't have students in front of us every day, and that helps us to remember how that student ebb and flow and that work ebb and flow comes together. So with that, I'm going to move to our 4th report, which is one that we've mentioned earlier today. It's our Workforce Solutions Annual Report, the first one of these we've done. And I'm going to ask Jesse Shook, our Executive Director of Workforce Solutions, to come up and speak to that report.
Dr. Williams, yes, before you move on and while she's coming up, if you would go back to what you said was the web page where the student can choose that one, find your career. Is that only on KCTCS? Because as a parent of a college age kid who's trying to get her to go to community college instead of college, I can tell you that I've looked at several of the schools and I don't see any page that looks like that. I'm just wondering if people know to look at the system website versus the individual or the local college websites, and does that correspond?
So it's an interesting approach. This is a marketing page. It's not our kctcs.edu. If you go to that, you won't see this web page either. It does link from several of the college pages, but this one is out there just to be sent through digital media. So it's going, if you do a query in Google or something about KCTCS and careers, this page comes up. If you look at the Facebook ad that goes to your targeted demographic, or you hear a radio ad or whatever it is, you go to this page. This is a brand new way for us to market our colleges. Always before, we've marketed from the college point of view. You find your college, you go to it, and you figure out what program's at it. But we never had a coalescing web page that said, we have a lot of colleges that offer this same kind of program, but you might want a program that's not at the college in your area. So here's a way to get to it by program rather than by college. So we're still figuring out exactly how to use this page, but it has been mainly part of a big marketing campaign.
I think it's a really great concept. I don't see it being that helpful once you do go back to, like, for instance, my child, the whole idea is I don't need to pay $7,000 a year for her to live on campus. So it'd be great if she'd go to MCTC and just live at home. But when we look at MCTC, it's actually very difficult to navigate to figure out what's even available or how, like, that just looks very easy, and you'd click and it would give you all the lists of the programs. And I think that would be really cool if it translated to the individual schools too.
So the individual colleges, what they're doing is taking this concept and they're doing their own pathways. So MCTC will eventually have, over the next few months, have a page like this. We're adding a module that's more of an early level career finder. You know, I have these skills, I like this stuff, just a few more questions to help direct students. And then each college can make their own version of this so that whatever's in the, you know, they may not have something in one of these icons, for example, or these graphics. So that if they have healthcare, it'll only go to MCTC's 4 healthcare programs. If they have advanced manufacturing, it'll only go to their programs. But this was honestly a quick and dirty attempt to be ready as unemployment ended and as people were really starting to look for careers and training again in a different way. So we do need to expand on this. The college
but not
websites
by
are
expanding to
different.
make 16 new wheels is what I'm saying.
I'm sorry. Well,
I
it's
said
not 16 new wheels, but you know, everybody. How do I say this? Everybody looks a different way at materials. Since our new websites came up, no, they're not new anymore, but 2 or 3 years ago, our page looks and our inquiries have increased dramatically. Mm-hmm. But not everybody will go to educational programs to find their program, for example. There is a version of this. I mean, I could walk everybody through the website, but there's a version of this that's, you know, tell me what interests you on each educational program page. There are, you know, 4 buttons at the top. How do I pay for college? What program am I interested in? Tell me about this stuff. And then if you click down through, you can find help that gets you to your program area. But it is targeted. It was hard to make one that was targeted to all age groups. And so that's sort of the best version of targeted to all age groups. And Dr. Zarapata, it may be that it would be helpful for Jackie and Terry to come in sometime and speak to some of the strategies and the companies that we work with to market. I'm grateful that they were able to put this page together so quickly. It's also really useful for economic developers who may want to know what colleges actually offer these programs. So they're looking at it programmatically rather than, again, by college.
I think this page is very clean. I like the look of it. I think it's quick, it's easy, it's all right there, but a little bit of a struggle on the homepage of some of the colleges.
Well, I appreciate that. We need all that feedback because the
And,
goal
yeah,
is
and
to get
that's
people in the
actually really
programs.
good feedback. And I've spoken with Jackie and Terry, and what they're trying to do right now is just kind of experiment and see what works. But I agree, we don't need 16 more wheels, but we need something that can highlight these programs.
Well, and without having to call the college, because like on the
Right.
MCTC side, I couldn't see anything. It was literally put your name in here and someone will contact you. And I'm like, I just want to explore. I want to be able to see the different options or look at some academic pathways, you know, some course maps and things like that without having to go meet with an advisor. So
Can I?
Thank you.
Can
I also know that like on each of the web pages, like when you go down and you scroll down on the web pages, there is something that looks like that on those pages. It says find your program and what's actually for each college and what each college has. So it looks kind of like that on the website when you scroll down. And then there is something also that is like I don't know, it's an online, I can't even think of what it's called now, but you can, an online where you can go and say, this is what I'm interested in, and you fill it out and you fill it out specifically for what you like. And then it kind of builds your own view book, your own interest, and then they can contact you that way and find out more about what you or each student really likes. So when you scroll down the page, it does look like that on each page of the college, but similar to that.
I also want to highlight that while we're figuring out how to get people to it, and Regent Fletcher, this may be helpful for you, that we do have a new digital catalog. It just rolled out, so we're still figuring out how to highlight it, but it has a lot of searches by programs as well as by college. And so if you go to catalog.kctcs.edu, it bypasses the marketing. It takes you right into the catalog, and then it, you know, you put in, I want healthcare or whatever, and it will pull up healthcare tagged programs. It will tell you what colleges it's at, what certificates are available. It's not quite as robust as the website, but it's a much faster search. So that's an option also.
which is what somebody old like me loves. But like my daughter's like, if I can't tap it or swipe it, I don't need to see it, you know?
Yeah.
Who scrolls? That's what she said. Who scrolls?
Regent Foltz, did you have?
I just wanted to add that the Chancellor's Office has the Guided Pathways Work Group that has been working for a few years, and we're working still. And one of our objectives is to kind of have these guided pathways where different programs at the colleges are grouped in umbrellas. So I think that's kind of what you're looking at, and kind of what the Chancellor's Office has been leading us to kind of develop is looking at a way of where we can have a website where you click on health sciences at Maysville or Bluegrass, and here's all the programs that would fall under that. Click on STEM. Here are the programs that would fall under that. And have it kind of consistent, have this consistent across the colleges. Of course, the programs listed under would vary by college as to what they offer, but the look would still be consistent and it would be easy to find things. But I just wanted to mention that the Chancellor's Office has a work group already looking at that and making excellent progress as to trying to decide what they should look like with the idea that it's student friendly in mind. So, and thank you for that leadership, Chancellor Williams.
Thank you. And I what I want to kind of echo is sort of this approach. And the first thing that struck me when I saw that webpage was the customer service approach, the concept for that. I, as the student, am the customer. So it is more valuable to me to go to a page and to say, I'm interested in this, tell me where I can find it, than to go to Gateway's website and these are the programs they offer and ask myself, do I fit in with them? I'm the customer. I need them to fit me. And it might not be Gateway. It might be, you know, BCTC or somebody else, but I really like this concept of, you know, the student is the consumer, the student is the customer. So let's show them where they can find what they're looking for, wherever it is.
at KCTCS.
Well, thank
So-
you. I appreciate all the feedback. And, this, as I said, this website is kind of the quick and dirty, guided pathways, the quick and dirty approach. But I really appreciate that marketing's taking it on as another way to make our programs much more available to individuals.
So the good news is you're on the right track. Keep going.
Thank you. Appreciate the support. Any other questions I should have asked before I turn it over to Jesse?
Actually, the last comment I wanted to make was the beautiful visual on colleague availability. That is great, because many times we do forget when certain offices will be busier than others, on certain times of the year in the academic calendar, and this visual is very helpful. Because sometimes we say, please don't call meetings during finals week or something like that. So, and that kind of visual reminder, I think, is very useful. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
I would agree with that. I would love to have, if we could have that, like in something that could be emailed to us. I would really like to be able to have that and show that to some people on my campus as well. I think that's great.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. I don't want to say it's not shared. It's sent out through academic council and others, but they may share internally with faculty, and then it does go out through the chancellor's corner, which tends to be more faculty received than not. Although anybody can sign up for it. I mean, I just pull the faculty email list. But I always do link to it through that in the first and second editions of that, so faculty can see it. But we do need to get it out more if it's useful to people. So
Right.
I
I mean,
appreciate hearing
just
that.
even from, like I said, just even from a marketing standpoint, for us to have that and see kind of what that looks like, to be able to use that and know, more things about that. I do have one question. And I don't know if you're there yet, Dr. Williams, but the learner and faculty support, are we there yet? Or have you talked about, are you going to talk about the part where the learner and faculty support on page?
Yeah, I'm lost here. I'm sorry. The learner and faculty support.
Highlights, we're not, highlights for workforce and economic development, we're not there yet.
Well, I think the learner and faculty support was the short document of highlights.
Okay.
And I only chose to hit 3 of them, but if you have a question on any of the rest of them, you're welcome.
Well, it's in when it says that in October 2019, the Kentucky General Assembly legislated, the LCR released a report about the non-academic barriers facing KCTCS students, and it said that there are 5 prominent areas and that there were 3 recommendations for KCTCS. I didn't see what those were. I was just wondering what they were and what recommendations were made.
So actually, it's interesting. Dr. Zarapata and I reported on that response from KCTCS yesterday to an interim joint committee. And I'm sorry I didn't link it through, but most of the materials are in SharePoint. So I can send you all the link to the LRC report. But in essence, what it said is KCTCS has a whole lot of programs, 140 of them across all our colleges, that deal with non-academic barriers, which could include food insecurity, not being prepared for college, or really understanding the college culture and how to access financial aid. Could be childcare issues, could be time management around employability, all those things that keep you from being successful. So the LRC's 3 recommendations essentially said, 1, you have a lot of programs, but you don't know how to deal with them. And Ellen, help me out here, because they're all 3 very similar. Can you come up to the mic for anybody who's online, please?
Right, so there were the 5 prominent non-academic barriers that Dr. Williams described. 3 recommendations were that we need to do a better job of collecting data to understand the prevalence of those barriers among our students and to track that over time. The second recommendation was that while we do some assessment of those programs, we generally link it to things like retention and completion. So the second recommendation was, while that's useful and the ultimate goal, we need to see if the programs are actually accomplishing the goal they were intended to accomplish. So food pantries, for example, they may be linked to credential completion and retention, but do they reduce food insecurity, like the specific purpose they were designed to address? And then the third recommendation was actually examining the relationship between those non-academic barriers and the programs that are designed to support students through them, examining the relationship between those programs and retention, credential completion, GPA, and those other factors. So we submitted that report and they presented it yesterday.
And what I'll do is, because it's a lengthy report and it's a lengthy set of solutions, is send Hannah the link to the LRC report and a copy of the executive summary and make sure that that gets shared out to the board. Sure, be happy to do that. We'll send all three out to the Board of Regents. Thank you. Okay, Jesse, your turn.
I came up a little too soon. Those were great questions, and the conversation around marketing, our opportunities, our programs, and our pathways to students is a good transition into this next topic, which is our new annual Workforce and Economic Development Report. The catalyst for the creation of this report is that historically we have been reporting on just a couple of metrics that really don't paint the picture of the scope of impact that we have, not only within the system, but across the state, truly acting as the liaison to business and industry and the backbone of our workforce infrastructure here in the Commonwealth. So the two metrics that historically we had been reporting on were revenue and headcount. Workforce Solutions impact goes so much far beyond simply generating revenue and generating additional headcount for the system. You can see in the report that each of our colleges is engaged in a significant number of partnerships within their region. The partnerships, I had to trim that list down significantly to fit it into a reasonable report for you guys. So those are some of the highest level, highest impact partnerships. And that's just one metric that we hadn't been, not necessarily a metric, but more so a summary of activity that we had not been presenting you with in the past. In addition, you're going to find new metrics in here, such as the outreach to closure rate, so outreach to sales closure. This is a really important new metric because yes, it is important that we continue to bring on clients into our portfolio of clients who are accessing customized training for incumbent workers and for pre-hire training. But every sales call that we make helps to educate employers across the state and the importance in investing in the workforce development ecosystem and on the spectrum. And that may not be customized training. They may not have a need for that. It may not be apprenticeship. That may be too far off the scale of what they're able to take on straight out of the gate if they hadn't been participating in workforce development in the past. So what I mean by that is they may not necessarily need our services at the moment, but if we're still sitting down, spending our time advocating for their investment in the system, advocating for their investment in education and workforce development, potentially connecting them to our colleagues at the Office of Employer and Apprenticeship Services or our colleagues at the Kentucky Chamber Workforce Center, perhaps they're just offering a job shadow through the Kentucky Chamber's Bus to Business program. That's a start onto the spectrum. And then the other piece to this is our partnership with the academic side of the house and referring companies who may not be ready for a full-fledged apprenticeship, but are ready to offer full-time employment to KCTCS grads, capstone projects, engagement in advisory committees, as well as apprenticeship programs, paid work-based learning opportunities. These are all very, very important connections every time we make those outreach calls. So I'm happy to present this to you today. This is very much a team effort, and I want to echo Dr. Williams' comments, shouting out the marketing team. We could not have done this without them. This was a really big lift. The colleges worked together to compile what they thought was going to be the best evidence that really showed the depth and breadth of their scope of work. So you'll see some anecdotal stories throughout this report as to what they're most proud of from their achievements over the past year. You'll see that they were able to work with partners, key stakeholders, and innovate, and in some instance work with the very programs that Alan referenced to help students overcome barriers, to help employers overcome barriers that their employees might be experiencing. And this report will serve as the launch pad into the dashboard that I mentioned to you all at our last meeting. So my goal is that in December, I'll present a draft dashboard to you all, and this will be something that we'll continuously report on at each board meeting, whether that's an in-person report or it's simply materials in your package. I want you all to see how we're moving the needle over time. So what I'd like to leave you all with today is just consideration of this report. What's resonating with you all? What doesn't make sense in the report? We don't have to dig into it today, and I know that we're short on time here, but truly your feedback is really important because that will inform how we craft this dashboard and how we're really tracking and showing our progress over time. So with that, I think I'll turn it back over to Dr. Williams.
Do you all have any questions? Because there's going to be questions.
Chris, I have a comment, and Jesse, well done. I thought well articulated, and this is something that's really been needed from KCTCS for quite a while. I think it's a tangible, solution-oriented type approach that so many of our communities need. And right now, you know, Kentucky business is in pain because of workforce, supply chain, timing, you name it. And I think KCTCS has a great opportunity here to be a hero and emerge as the true leader in each of the communities, matched with solutions. What I'm hearing from employers around the state, within our region, is where are the workers? Where are the trained workers? How can I import workers? What are we doing to get there? And so it's important to be programmatic from an educational standpoint, but the more you can partner with business and show actual solutions because of the partnerships you're talking about, I think that is a great call for KCTCS. So I applaud you for the efforts underway. I think, again, the more tangible you can be, the more connected you can be with the employers, can really mean great things for the system and the local colleges.
Thank you. I really appreciate that comment. And since Ben talked about his dream goal of where fundraising goes in the future, I'll just quickly say that we're working very closely with the Cabinet for Education and Workforce to look at how we might track our holistic impact as a state in a more effective way. So part of what we're trying to do is explore how we might assign identifiers to each company. We have 220,000 viable Kentucky companies right now, and then hone in on the ones that have meet certain qualifiers, right? A certain number of employees. If it's just an individual tax consultant, that might not be somebody who needs workforce development help right now, but then take our teams boots on the ground and create a really dynamic strategy where they're working together to facilitate that warm handoff and ensure that whatever that company needs, wherever it's at on the spectrum, we're able to make that connection point and we have that comprehensive picture of that impact. So hopefully by this time next year, I'll have a report to share with you all on that.
I have one question. First of all, I love this report. I love this report. It's fantastic because it's broken down by the different colleges and the counties that they serve, and it's also very succinct. So it gives me a lot of information in a short set of measures. So I'm really excited about the dashboard that you'll be presenting to us soon. I think just maybe a couple of things that I would ask that you consider in the report. One would be the industry sectors. So it's really nice to see the impact partnerships, and I can sort of guess by the names of these companies what industries they may be representing. But if we could have just a little bit on industry sector, that would be great to show that. And then I don't know if you can show this, but I was always curious about the students that are coming to each of our colleges. Are they all coming from Kentucky? I mean, are they coming from other areas? Because as we know, and if you look at the population trends that are predicted for the state, they're not. We don't have a lot of folks who are going to be continuing to increase the overall population, particularly in the younger groups of students. So I'm just wondering, any idea about where students are coming from? I don't have a good sense of how many are in-state, how many are out of state, that kind of thing.
We can certainly get that. I will say that all of our colleges have contiguous county agreements with the other states. So
Right.
At Henderson, a student who comes across the river from Evansville gets in-state tuition. A student who goes to Ivy Tech from Henderson gets in-state tuition. It's kind of a back and forth. So some of our students do come across, particularly in some of those programs like nursing, for example, where they're admissions limited and they're applying to every school, you know, that they can drive to go to, regardless of kind of the city of location. That's certainly data that our folks can pull for you in terms of where they came from. Companies tend to
train their employees, regardless of whether they live across the state line or not. So we don't have a good count right now of how many of those employees. I think we could figure that out. We use a different registration system for some of these programs than PeopleSoft, but I think we could figure out how many of the employees are from out of state. We try to be careful with that because a lot of times we offset that cost with in-state dollars, with legislatively mandated dollars. And even though that employee is paying taxes because they work in the state, sometimes it gets a little awkward back and forth. But we do not right now train outside the state particularly. We don't, unless a company asks us or they're, say, located near a state border and have a branch office somewhere else. We don't normally train for that branch office because there's another community college that's sitting on the other side of that state line, very carefully looking at what we're doing, and it gets a little, again, awkward sometimes. But we can certainly get you some numbers.
Thank you, and I appreciate that clarification. I was more interested in the student themselves, where they're coming from. So thank you.
Okay, sure. Any other comments on that? Then Haley, if you don't mind to come up and just join me, I just want to tell you all that you may have seen in the special session that a large sum of money was put aside for economic development, including a $25 million building for ECTC, essentially, that would be on a site that the legislature, the state of Kentucky, is purchasing. And Haley, do you want to speak a little bit to what's been going on?
Sure. This was an exciting opportunity for KCTCS in the special session. A nice little bill got slipped in, Senate Bill 5, that really was based around the property at the Glendale mega site in Elizabethtown. So it's a piece of property that requires the state legislature to, I guess, hand it over to a potential company if they decide to locate there. So Kentucky has had some significant interest in that property over the last while. The thing about economic development is you lose more than you win. So it's one of those games where, you just really don't know what's going to happen from one day to the next, but you want to be prepared. And so our partner agencies have been thinking about what resources we have in Kentucky, what mechanisms we have in the event of a large investment. So this was a means to make sure that those mechanisms were fully funded and prepared for a large investment. That bill states that an investment of a minimum of $2 billion is required to deploy these funds, but a reserve fund of $25 million is set aside to create a training facility on site at that particular property in the event of an investment. Also, though, to, I guess, provide the wonderful mechanism of trains as we know it, there's a reserve fund of $5 million set aside in the event of a $2 billion investment in Kentucky. That fund, however, is not tied to the Glendale megasite. So if somewhere else in the state of Kentucky a $2 billion investment is made, an economic development investment, KCTCS would have a $5 million trains reserve fund available to help offset the cost of workforce training. So that is a huge victory for the system. We've worked really hard to promote that as a critical piece for economic development and what we can offer through all of our colleges. So just very exciting news there from the special session.
Just a point of clarification for our newer folks. We have a legislative budget line of a little over $4 million that we call trains, and it's used to offset the training costs for companies. So if a company contracts with KCTCS, one of the colleges, to do training, they write a application essentially for a grant, and that trains fund covers 75% of the total cost of the training to the company. The company pays 25% plus 10% administrative fee. It can be done with a bunch of companies, like if you have a lot of long-term care facilities that each have 2 people that want nurse aid training, they can write a combined trains. The dollars can also be set aside to support a smaller than $2 billion project with a new company coming in where we might do 100% of their training for new hires for a new company opening up or a company that's expanding. And there's also money in there to help develop some of these new academic programs with support for their first year. So it's a very cool thing that, item that really allows us to help a lot of employers in the state, and we're grateful to the legislature for that support. So any questions on that last? I'm sorry, we can't be more specific. We don't know the company names either. It's just, we know very little about them. They're always project this or project that, but it's very exciting. And I appreciate that Haley and Dr. Pate have been on a few visits to the Glendale site with multiple companies. If not, Chair Damaris, or I should say Regent Thompson, that's my report. Thank you all very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris. The next item is our final update item for today, I'm pretty sure. Yep. And that would be Administrative Services Report. I'd like to have Regent Fletcher introduce this agenda item.
Well, as you all know, and for our new members, the Office of Administrative Services at the System Office provides the fiscal oversight and financial management services for the community and technical colleges across the state. And for this update, here's a guy we all know and haven't seen for at least, 90 minutes now? Wendell. I'm sorry, VP Wendell Followell.
Let me just thank you for being your favorite speaker today. Glad to host you. I'm just, filled with exuberance. I'll try to be brief about this. I want to do the kind of in reverse if you bring it up. Let's talk about the higher education relief funds first, because my boss has Shar-Pays, and our financial statements, while great, have more wrinkles than a Shar-Pei puppy. So we definitely want to kind of talk a little bit about the HERF funds first. KCTCS has gotten better part of $300 million in higher education relief, emergency relief funds, stimulus dollars in 3 different packages. The first one is, everybody calls the short common name of CARES. That's the Corona Aid Relief and Emergency Security Act, but we also got the second one with regard to the Coronavirus Response, Relief, and Supplemental Appropriations Act, and then we got the American Rescue Plan Act as well. You see the appropriate amounts in part of this. We got almost $46 million in various packages, another $92 million, and then $155 million in the last and third one in ARPA. These particular plans do have specific restrictions and earmarks. We have a large number for students, but we also have a large number for institutional support. If you scroll down, I'll just kind of go through that, and then we'll come back to the financial statements because they'll make a little bit more sense on that. You see the awards by college. We list them by student aid and institutional. The student aid directly has to go to those students. We can't put caveats on them that says you're going to re-enroll or anything of that nature. They do need to show some type of need or how they're affected by the coronavirus along that line, but we are able to do a large number. That's been a saving grace for us. There's almost $120 million there. We've got almost $180 million in institutional support. And largely this report that you see here is through August 31st. For example, on the institutional expenses, as of that date, we had spent $114 million. That number has now jumped up to, as of yesterday, $127 million plus and continuing to be spent. That's on PPE, that's on air infiltration systems, all types of equipment and things that help us do social distancing, maybe in labs or things where you need to have greater social distance. You need to buy additional lab equipment. You need to buy everything. We bought everything from semis on down, literally, because you can only get a couple people in those, and we have purchased those for our CDL programs. We purchase all type of PPE. As Dr. Zarapata said, Wi-Fi. We're still doing a lot of those things and continue. Those on your colleges, we purchase a lot of things. Now, there is restrictions on that. All of this dollar is going to be audited, both be looked at by our internal auditor as well as our external auditor. And we will have to, and we do have and have had documentation on that. We feel very good about that along that line. On the student side of things, we've dispersed, as of yesterday, about $45 million. Much more of that will come here in the next couple of weeks, here in late September, early October. And for the student regions, please reach out. Anybody and everybody if they have a need, anything related to the coronavirus, COVID-19, we can help certainly with them. One of the things that we have done, and I'll talk about a little bit of this when we go to the financial statements, is being able to charge lost revenue and some things of that nature that we've had that's helped us out significantly. But it's been a saving grace to us on our financial statements, on our balance sheet. It's one-time money, but it's great to have one-time money. We'd like to have recurring money, and hopefully the General Assembly can help us out there. Maybe we can get our enrollments turned around as well. Any questions about the HERF dollars? I mean, these things are pretty deep, but gives you a good overview of the amount of money that we have received. Now to follow up also, I mentioned, or should mention, the $5 million that Haley McCoy mentioned. I have talked to the Office of State Budget Director on that earlier this week. They're wanting to get it out of the general fund so it doesn't get it earmarked. So that will be hopefully in our coffers next week. We can't spend it until we actually have real expenses related to any of those projects on workforce development. And we will have to copy not only the not state auditor's office, but the state accounting office, but the Office of State Budget Director for any drawdowns on those. Now, the $25 million, we haven't gotten that yet, and be talking with them again about when and where. Probably not until there's an announcement would we get those dollars. But those dollars are within the bill that are allowed to be carried forward. They're an exception to the state appropriation. They'll be earmarked and they will roll forward. So forgot to mention that. Any questions about the HERF monies? All right, let's go to attachment A a little bit. Back to Regent Herding's point earlier, we do have a great number of dollars. A lot of those dollars are non-recurring. All of that money we just talked about, that $300 million, is non-recurring. And it has time limits on when it can be spent. That being said, if you look at the financial statement on the current funds compared to where our expenses were for attachment A, you can kind of see where we were year over year. I'll go fairly quickly on some things. State appropriation, you see that down from our original budget. The reason why there's $4.4 million there that we got swapped out by the state. They got federal stimulus money. They turned around and swapped, reduced our state appropriation by the $4.4 million, gave us another $4.4 million that had to be earmarked on certain ways too, and we have spent all of that money. That's separate from the HERF monies, but it is a swap out. So that's why you see the state appropriation realized at $170 million. That first line on state appropriation versus last year's at 174, because our state appropriation was constant from 1920 to 2021. Tuition and fees is down. That's largely due to our decline in enrollment for this past year. Some other things just coming down the page, governmental grants and contracts, those things are pretty much on target where they were before. Sales and services, you see a big number there. That number reflects the $48 million that we were able to draw back for lost revenue. Under the HERF dollars, you can draw back against lost revenue. So you can use up to a 5-year average of what you would have taken in tuition. So that's the most liberal. We took the most liberal because it generates us the most money. Now, we will do that again here next month in October, but we could go back and look at, and our enrollment was higher 5 years ago than it was today. The HERF dollars and guidelines and requirements allow us to do that from Department of Ed. We can use a 5-year average. So we used that 5-year average that allowed us to pull the most, or if you would, charge the most to the HERF dollars to then allow us to credit the lost tuition that we would have taken in should we have not had COVID. So that's where that money is parked underneath there. Other restricted funds, you see those numbers are up pretty big also. Here again, that has to do with the HERF monies, all of those. So those things, here's why I said has more wrinkles than you know, a Shar-Pei puppy in that sense. There's lots of things here that we won't have on a regular recurring basis once we get past COVID. Other income, same types of things there as well. The non-recurrent budget reserve, that is the budget reserve that this board has required us to have. Should we have a downturn, or should we not got a state, not a state appropriation, but had we not got HERF monies, things of that nature, unexpected types of expenses that you normally might not incur, those would be set aside to be able to address those. But if you look at the total revenues appropriated and fund balances, you see that as of June 30, and you will get these at your next meeting in December through an audited financial statement, and they should be pretty close. So this is not audited numbers, and that's being finalized now as we speak. We hope to have the audit done here in the next couple of weeks because it is due to the state controller's office first week of October. That being said, we had $1 billion compared to our budget, realized, you know what I'm saying, of 907 million. So here again, we've over-realized, but the primary reason for that is HERF-related dollars.
Say that number again.
Please.
Say that number again. We have a billion.
Yeah, if you look, no, go back up to the top a little bit, looking at the revenue. See that line right, stop, you were right there.
Oh, got it. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm following.
Right
Okay.
there, yeah, there's the $1 billion. We only budgeted 907, but because of the HERF dollars, we're actually over budget, even though we may be down on our tuition because our enrollments are down, we're down on sales and services, we're down on workforce development, all these other things where we're down because of COVID. Those HERF dollars have filled in that gap. Any other questions about the revenue side? The expense side, here again, the same things, instruction, but instruction was down also because of COVID. So you see some of these expenses, it's on a one-time basis, it's working good. Not that we want it to be working good because we prefer we had enrollments and had the students here. But because of the COVID and because we're spending less on things and we're able to use the HERF dollars that we would normally be spending state appropriation and tuition dollars, we're able to save those and have one-time balances. So bottom line is, going down to the very bottom line, I'll go on through this very quickly. You see, last year we ended somewhere around $86 million to the positive, restricted, unrestricted, everything together. We ended June 30 at about $176 million, but largely, again, that's HERF dollars. So that's basically where we are year-to-year comparison from 1920 to 2021 as comparison to budget. If you look at the next attachment B, this is more the statement of our position. This is basically what our balance sheet would be, if you would. So that being said, you look at the current assets, look at our cash. Our cash is up here again because of HERF-related dollars. So all these things, as I say, got kind of special wrinkles, but that's the reason why. If you look at like loans and other things, they're constant. Other current assets are constant. A lot of these things that unaffected by COVID, so to speak, won't have a lot of change. It's the COVID things that really put a lot of different change in here. Restricted cash, it's roughly the same on some things here, loans, receivables, other things coming down through there. Endowment investments, you see those up. Why? Here again, because we mentioned earlier, market. Market has driven significantly on our short-term, our short-term dollars haven't because you can't get anything out of them. I mean, the money markets, the overnight repos they're dogs at this point, but everything else, under longer term, if you've got anything in the market and you don't have to be, a genius on that, you can do okay. And we've done very well along those lines because our market gains on the endowments like $19.6 million. Other long-term investments the same way. When you see some changes on the post-benefit asset, that really is KERS and those types of things because you may recall the assumptions changed. We mentioned before with House Bill 8, which was House Bill 171, the reason this board voted for us not to get out of KERS. They changed some calculations, helps us tremendously over the next 5 to 6 years. After that, because they extended that debt period over there, 30 years, we will still be paying. It is my hope and belief that over the next 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years time going forward, as they reevaluate, much like anything else, and do a reevaluation, our proportional share, because we are no longer in KE or KTRS, as far as allowing people to come in. Now, we're still in those programs because we have employees with them, but we're not allowing people to come in. That ended on December 31st, 2013, that our proportional share will go down because we're not allowing other new employees to join those particular pension benefit plans, whereas maybe, I know Northern got out totally and doesn't allow it, but Murray, Moorhead, Eastern, Western are still allowing those as well as state government. That being said, just kind of coming on down to their forward outflows. Here again, changes in assumptions. The deferred post-employment benefit has to do with some calculations on 75. I won't get into all the accounting pieces of that. But overall, look at the total assets and defined outflows, $1.4 billion relatively speaking, compared to 1.3. So that, here again, the financials are strong. Look at the liability side. Liability side is down primarily. Here again, that has to do with operations related to COVID. So if you look at our total non-current liabilities, they're 428 versus the 447, and just inflows and other things. The bottom line, go to the very bottom line there if you would. Last year, year over year, June 30, 2020, we were at $664 million net assets. You look at the net assets at June 30, 2021, we're up $170 million or so, and largely again because of HERF dollars, but all that infusion. That's why I say there's lots of wrinkles with it. If you look back historically, if you didn't know this was non-recurring money, you'd say, wow, you guys are just floating in cash. Well, we may be, but at the same point, all of that money is very restricted as to how it can be used and how it can be used. And if we don't spend it within the time that we're required to, it goes back to the feds. So it's one-time money with a lot of strings to it. Maybe not as many as there are microphone cords going around the table, but not far from it. So any questions regarding any of that? I know I went through quickly, but it's 3:45 and there's, and this is scheduled to go to 5. I don't quite want to be your host that keeps you here that long. So
Thank you. Thank you very much, Wendell. The next item on our agenda is actually the item that was added at the beginning of the meeting. So I'd like to call on Regent Fletcher to present the item on related to efficiency.
Thank you, Chair Damaris, and I'll try to be brief as I know the day is getting longer. So it kind of hit me a few meetings ago that sitting in academic affairs that we were approving programs of study that we had approved for a college that we had previously approved for another college. And as I looked back through my notes, I thought, we do this a lot. We hear about, Hazard wants to implement a new program that Madisonville's had for years, or Somerset's coming to us with something that E-Town's been doing for a decade. And it just occurred to me in those conversations and that we're spending a lot of time doing a lot of repetitive work. And then as we went through our project with redoing the bylaws recently, one of the things that really stood out to me was in one of the statutes, and I thank Terry and Pam for getting those documents together with the hyperlinks, that it's actually in statute that we, KRS 164003 subsection F, that we are supposed to be an efficient, responsive, and coordinated system of providers that delivers educational services to all adult citizens. The one thing that I would never accuse us of being sometimes is efficient. And I'm probably adding to that problem today, and I apologize. But as I look over the agenda today and I think through everything that we've talked about today, it really started this morning with Paul using the word streamlined in that acronym for his All Ears tour. When you think about what streamlined means, to me, it means that we really do take a process from beginning to end and we transfer it across the system. Now, I've already been warned not to say these things, so if you all want to disassociate with me right now, you can. But I think it's a little bit crazy that we have 16 colleges with 16 different data sets, 16 sets of hiring personnel policies, 16 foundations, 17, because now we add the system to that. I would really like to challenge the members of this board and Dr. Zarapata as we go forward to try to find ways to be more efficient, not only in how we administer our programs, how we approve our programs, and how we perhaps accredit our programs. Coming from a hospital system and a healthcare mentality and owning a clinic that's been accredited, I realized we accredit each college individually instead of accrediting the system and then expecting that the colleges within that system all kind of follow suit. So I started asking around and asking friends in the system and colleagues in the system, what would be the downside to just accrediting the system and then having the colleges fall under the system instead of accrediting 16 individual systems? And how much money are we spending on things like accreditation visits and accreditation self-studies and accreditation meetings and accreditation preparation, and I mean all the things that go into accreditation? And the downsides of that, I have heard, would be if you had a college that maybe wasn't performing as well, that could take down the whole system. Well, that just sounds like an opportunity to me. That sounds like an area where we could develop plans to assure that doesn't happen. But I always believe there's strength in numbers, and I feel like that if we truly were an efficient system, we wouldn't be having conversations about this board or any of the other individual boards trying to approve policies 16 different times or programs of study 16 different times. Now, I appreciate all the workforce conversation we've had today. I think that's awesome, and that has been such a big part of our mission that I think has really not been highlighted for a long time. But you guys have totally stepped up today, and I think met what we were asking for on workforce numbers. But again, the efficiency of 16 different websites and 16 different ways to get to something, it's just, to me, does not feel very streamlined, does not, in my mind, meet this legislated mandate to be efficient and responsive and coordinated. And I never want to dishonor the work done before. I understand there's local ownership, as Ben said, that there's years of history with some of these programs and some of their workforce partners. And I want to continue to perpetuate those relationships and make sure that we support those relationships. But I think that we really could be more efficient doing these things under one big umbrella instead of a big umbrella with 16 sets of rain boots. I don't know. I don't feel like we're very streamlined. I don't feel like we're very efficient in a lot of what we're doing. And so I feel like when we're talking about data, we need more consistency across the system. I don't want to look at 17 data sets and all the different individual variables. We talked about multiple regression earlier. The variables are so broad when you're looking at 16 different colleges, 16 different presidents, 16 different this, different that. But then I find out within all of those, we don't even have the same positions in all the colleges. Are the colleges not similar enough that we would have the same structure to them? Would we not have a president, a dean, or a chancellor, or a provost, or a whatever? Some colleges have program directors, some don't. Some colleges have deans, some don't. Some colleges have, whatever, some don't. It's just so highly inefficient to me. And I don't know how HR at the system or legal at the system or anybody else manages 16 different sets of everything. But in my world, that's crazy. So anyway, and maybe I'm way off base, and y'all can tell me if I am, but this is my proposal, that we really think about, and this is something to bring back. Chair Damaris said no more action items today, but I would really propose that the board really look to add innovative efficiency initiatives to our goals for the system, for President Zarapata and his cabinet, particularly in the areas of human resources, of academic programming, particularly that ratifying of programs. Are they that different that we need to look at each one individually? Or should we not be administering efficiently the same program across the state? What else do we need to do within the system to try to decrease the variability? Not just across the system, but across the budget, across everything that we do. I love that all the colleges and the ones we've visited, it's been really neat to kind of see their little personal touches that they put on their community and how they really partner with their communities. But we're a system. We have $1 billion budget. I just think that there's lots of areas where we could streamline things, as Paul said this morning. and align goals across the system a little better. 16 colleges, 16 mission statements. We've approved them all, you know. It just seems highly inefficient. So anyway, that's kind of my thoughts, my proposal. I don't know if you want to talk about that anymore or not. But here's my last example. About 2.5 years ago, I asked for some data about dual credit, for example. And I asked 2 or 3 different people about it. And y'all have heard me fuss about this as a mom of a child who's now getting ready to graduate from medical school, who went into college with 30 dual credit hours. It still took her 4 years to graduate. None of those hours really helped her when it came to her program of study. I've asked repeatedly, how about dual credit hours? Somebody give me a report. Show me how many kids that take dual credit actually finish school earlier when they take those classes in high school. And then today we talk about, you know, we need more people with these credentials getting out into the workforce earlier in healthcare and linemen and all these other programs. And then I'm thinking, man, dual credit in high school could be those kinds of certificates. Why can't a high school senior graduate with that CNA or graduate? And I know some probably do, but why are we not using dual credit for more workforce focused things and less, let's leave the high school and go take English, and then that doesn't actually count when you get to your 4-year program and you end up being there for 4 years anyway. I'm just, again, efficiencies, where's the data? Let's streamline some of these things. And then, because like Paul said with the all ears, I love that you're surveying people and letting people even respond anonymously, like what's good, what's bad, what could be better. What if we as a board sponsored some kind of workforce initiative on efficiency? Because I always say, you know, the frontline workers are the ones will tell you where the breakdowns are. Sometimes I think we put together policies, or the system puts together policies, and they don't really translate very well to the front line. I always tease about EMRs in my world. You know, if Bill Gates wants to hire me to go build an EMR, I'd be happy to help him, because none of them work the way they should for a frontline user like me. And I think maybe we could hear some really good opportunities for efficiency coming from the front line if we just asked. So, Dr. Zarapata, I don't have that authority to say, I'd love to see you do this, but I'm going to ask you and your cabinet to look for ways that we could try to streamline across the system. Accreditation, program approvals, human resources, hiring, all of those kind of big ticket items across the system. Let's see if we can make them a little bit less busy and a lot better. Make sense? Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Regent Fletcher. Does anyone want to add to Regent Fletcher's comments or ask her any questions?
I would just add, I think what you're talking about is transformational for the system, and it does not have to be at the expense of each college. It can enrich and enhance what the colleges offer at the local level. So I applaud your thought, and I think it's something that we should continue to look into.
Yes?
It's interesting you brought this up at the last SGA meeting that I had with a group of students. So you take KCTCS, right? The system over top of us, but you take BCTC. And we try to be individual, but we're linked in with KCTCS. And we're talking about, I know this sounds so simple and so stupid, the mascot, right? So the students are sitting there having a debate. Do we have to keep the Pathfinder, or are we BCTC and we create our own mascot? Or do we follow the KCTCS system and keep that mascot? And there was this huge debate over the students, you know, who are we? What do we do? So I completely hear you and feel what you're saying. And I really think that it needs to be, they need their personal touch as community campuses, but they do need that leadership. And I think something as simple as a mascot and that community and leadership and rallying behind something as simple as that could be something that brings the community together just in the students' eyes.
For me, another area where this really was highlighted, and just recently, and I've talked to President Zarapata about this, is in some of the hiring practices. What we do on one end of the state could be completely different than what we do in another. And some of that maybe is market driven, but there are some things where you just sit back and shake your head. Why would we accept less over here than we would over there? And I think if we had kind of at least an overarching policy that with some leeway for those market variabilities, that's a good thing. But to have, like I said, 16 different sets of personnel, practices or academic practices or whatever. I had a student who's a patient of mine who actually kind of highlighted this for me because she said, I'm really anxious this semester. I've been in 6 classes, all of them online. This was last semester, all of them online. I've had human touch or human contact with one instructor out of all 6 of my classes. And interestingly, one of my classes is on a different campus, but my campus was closed on this day because of something happening. But that campus wasn't closed. But because I'm a student over here, I didn't get any notice from over there. And I'm thinking, it's those kind of things, it's those kind of inefficiencies where the policies aren't being processed the same way in the same places. And when you have students like her who were at that time, she was at 2 different campuses. This semester, she's at 3 different campuses to get the courses she needs. And so I just started thinking, something as simple as that to a student could be super confusing. And which guideline does she follow? Does everybody get the extra day to turn in that test or that assignment because she's a student here? That's her home base. But what about this course or that course? And again, there's just a million of those different little things that lead to a lot of confusion, a lot of frustration, and, interpretation. If we're called to the carpet because somebody has an issue or there's a liability, which policy do we follow? The system policy, the college policy, the wherever it happened policy? I don't know the answers to that, Pam. You'll have to help me. But, if somebody really had a question about those kind of things, how do you answer that when you've got all these different things floating out there? The accreditation thing is a huge thing for me. I know in the hospital world, and you probably understand that too, it's a big deal to be accredited. And it's a lot of work and it's a ton of resources spent. And in my head, I'm just multiplying that 16 times and thinking, yeah, it would be a huge and a massive undertaking, but it would be a coordinated effort. And I think that has the potential to, as Karen said, enhance the system, enhance the relationships, but at the same time, hold everyone to the same standard and hold everyone, not that SACS doesn't already do that, but why are we doing it 16 different ways, 16 different times? If the system was accredited, Dr. Williams, could each college under the system be accredited if they're all held to those same standards, or would we have to continue to accredit 16 colleges?
Thank you, Regent Fletcher. I think Paul Zarapata wants to make some
Well,
comments.
I'll let Dr. Williams respond.
I was just going to say, I would have to look into that. The accrediting agency that we do doesn't normally accredit at the state level, so we would probably have to go outside SAC-CSC and apply to one of the other regions, maybe the one that supports Ivy Tech, for example, which is one college with system campuses. But you can't have, they're individually accredited, we can't be accredited because the only area that can be accredited is the one actually giving the degree, and we don't have students at the system office. So we would have to subsume the colleges as our degree deliverers and be one college with one accreditation. And I'm not sure SACS would do that anyway, but that's the way that it works.
Thank you.
But we budget for all of them, right?
Their state appropriation or that's distributed through performance funding and their tuition. We roll all of those up. Their local boards approve those. We compile those and you approve the overall budget. So yes, they do, but they each have their own nuances.
Thank you. Dr. Zarapata?
Yeah, as always, I appreciate out of the box thinking. My first comment would be, we're talking about, on the first part of your commentary, we're talking about strategic ways to streamline things. And that seems like a perfect conversation for our strategic planning. And so I'm right on board with that. My gut reaction to single accreditation of the system is I think we can find other ways to get much more efficient without being that drastic. Yesterday, we testified in front of the Oversight Committee and Investigations. We had 2 legislators come right out without prompting to say, we need to make an investment in KCTCS. It seems like the time is right, which dovetails right into what you were saying. If we took on something that drastic, which would basically erase the footprint of the colleges and blow up a leadership team of 16 fantastic presidents. I understand from the surface how it could look attractive, but in practice, I think it would derail us for years on trying to really make and strike. We have got to strike while the iron's hot right now. I think we're getting support in the legislature. I think that we've got a good plan. We have never had this together going into a legislative session as far as what we want as our ask. And like I said, I think there are plenty of ways to do this. That said, if the board wants us to research that, but I do think the opportunities for efficiency are plenty outside of doing something quite that drastic.
And
I want us thinking in that direction, and you're right, it's maybe just the prompt for the strategic planning meeting.
Right. And I agree. I agree, actually, Regent Fletcher, because as you were talking, everything that you were saying, I thought to myself, we're coming upon 4 o'clock after a long day of meetings, and yet this conversation is so incredibly interesting to me that if everyone just wants to grab a sleeping bag and stay here,
yeah.
we could continue it. But in all honesty, it is the conversation we need to be having at our strategic planning retreat. Earlier today, we approved the goals for Paul Zarapata, which we will measure his performance, but we didn't yet articulate that next level of objectives, and I believe you brought that forward this morning. And so when we talk about operationalizing those goals, making them real, making them measurable, I think these are the things we talk about. How can we take your efficiency goal and flesh it out so that it means something, and if that means an investigation into the ways in which we accredit, if that means the way in which we approve programs. I mean, quite honestly, it frustrates me, and I think Dr. Williams has done a great job of helping with this, that programs have to come to this board for certain levels of approval, and that means we're meeting every 3 months, and so people are delayed with trying to do some of the work that they're trying to get done for their regions and their local industries. I think Dr. Williams has done a great job with the policies to help build in flexibility, which I'm sure our employers appreciate. But these are the actual things that we absolutely have to address.
Yeah, and I hope that when we go
plan.
into the strategic plan, that we can't do everything. We need to look at things, 90-10, 80-20, something like to where we can take the big things to tackle and actually accomplish it. Otherwise, we get death by 1,000 cuts, which is why we've got 9 million different initiatives. And as Lisa and I have gone around to the colleges, that's something that we've heard twice.
Yeah.
We've been to 2 colleges. We've heard there's too many initiatives. There's too many things that are either started at the college or started at the system office. And we've talked about it internally that we never let an initiative die. We always put it on life support and drag it while it's just dead and laying there. And we need to start killing some of these things off. And so it'll be very important to me. And I think you're going to talk about Chris Rice and some of the guests that we have at our strategic planning retreat. He's going to have some really good ideas where he sees a higher education going and where he thinks we can be a lot more efficient. But that said, I do appreciate that, Wendy, and I think that we've got a lot of work to do in that strategic planning session.
We do. And as you said, killing programs or initiatives that are on life support is an act of efficiency,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
In and of itself. It's saving time, money, resources.
Well, it might not be the best thing to say. Sometimes we think if we just kind of ignore that initiative, it will go away. No one will notice. So, like you said, kind of died a slow death and then it goes away, but never officially goes away. I do want to mention, I think some of Regent Fletcher's comments would be something to really consider. While single accreditation might be an issue with SACS, and SACS is difficult, okay, sometimes, even though SACS is us, you know, we still have to meet their requirements to be accredited. But even without single system accreditation, there's some things that would be, as you brought up, I think, efficient to look at. Just as you mentioned, Chair Damaris, approval of a program. Is there a way, if we approve a program, we could then let each individual college vote to offer it if they want?
Yes.
Right.
Is there a way to do that without violating the SACS? Because SACS only says we have to have local control of curriculum, and that would still demonstrate that. But it wouldn't be every college coming for the same program 16 times. Is there a way to make that? Because the amount of work that goes into writing those programs is, you know, it's quite substantial.
We give
And
it the bones and the college gives it a face, is
Yeah.
the way I'm saying it.
But, and I know that would cut down on a lot of work out of the chancellor's office too, because we're constantly contacting the chancellor's office about, we want this new program and it's offered at half the other colleges.
Right.
But we're still going to do a new proposal for it and a new, you know, and again, I think some of that stuff, if we can do that within our accreditation guidelines, would streamline not just the board's work, but the college's work. And they wouldn't
Absolutely.
have to do that kind of paperwork. I don't want to say for paperwork's sake, but it would it kind of feels like that sometimes. So if we could do something like that, I think that would be one of the suggestions discussed.
I also think, having been here for a couple years now and looking back, some of this is self-inflicted, and I'm sure Dr. Williams can tell you. You know, my favorite report is the program discontinuation because there's nobody in it. She knows that's my favorite. But at the same time, I think we have asked them to come before us, bring your letters of support. We want to know that we're, you know, if we're going to spend taxpayer dollars, we want to know that this is a needed or a necessary program. And I don't want to lose that piece of it. I still think it's important to hear from workforce partners and all those things. But at the same time, like I said, we don't all look alike, but we're all human. We all have the same, you know, the same bones, the same skin, whatever. We just look different. Maybe the colleges, if we gave them the bones, then they could put the skin on it, you know. At that local level, have that local curriculum control. But again, I still think this idea that we hire and fire the same way, that we implement a program the same way, or whatever across the system still needs to be done.
I just, if you don't mind, Chair Damaris, if I just add, the one thing that we have to remember as we're having these conversations in the future and continuing to report is, for example, you as a board were authorized by the Council on Post-Secondary Education to approve programs. Otherwise, they would be doing it. It would be going before their board, every single one of these. And so having you all authorize them expedites that. The universities cannot, their local boards cannot approve their programs of study. It has to go to CPE for approval. That delay in your approving isn't really a delay to the colleges because it takes 6 months for them to get their larger programs approved through our accrediting agency anyway. So you are part of a larger process. I say that not to in any way throw ice water on what you're saying, just to say that any of these conversations require a lot of research and discussion, making sure that there's not an unintended consequence or a input we're not considering. And so more than happy to do the research, but we have to think about it in a really large global sense.
Perfect. Thank you, Chancellor Williams. And that's probably, you know, hearing this from the Regents today, I think that's the charge that likely will fall in your lap for the most part, but also in Jackie's lap, Jackie Cecil's lap, as we look at it from the human resource perspective. I do think this is going to be a topic that we'll talk about extensively during strategic planning. So, so let's start doing that research now.
I believe I'd like to add one more thing to just kind of also echo what Regent Fletcher said about the hiring practices. If I'm not mistaken, in our last comprehensive study, when the group came back with recommendations on salary, that last study that was done, one of the things they looked at was the number of positions across the system that had the same duties but different job titles and things like that. And they had recommendations as far as making, you know, equitable salary. If it's here and this is the job, but it's called something else at another college, what should that look like? I think we started that conversation. Am I correct about that? And then it kind of.
It got partially corrected. Wendell?
Hannah study cut somewhere around 4,000 plus titles today. We still have a large number of titles, but that would be one of the things we tried to stop, is that for college, okay, I want somebody to get a salary increase. I want somebody to get a salary increase because I don't pay enough or whatever it is. So, Dr. Fletcher, we want to hire you. We don't have anything, the title range that allow us to pay you what you want to do. We're going to create a new title. We had titles like grass growing in the summertime. We cut that stuff out best we could. We still have some of that to a limited extent, but I forget how many titles we did. Jackie's not here, but we have significantly less titles today. I think we cut them by 2/3. So going back to your point, trying to be efficient, but by the same time, we have every shoe doesn't fit every foot, or the same shoe doesn't fit every foot. So we're trying to do that. Large system, you got 3,800 employees. You do have different needs in different institutions. Urban institutions have much different needs and things than maybe a rural institution. Somewhere like Southeast maybe doesn't have the need that Jefferson has in Louisville. Because, I mean, you're just looking at Madisonville versus Northern Kentucky and Gateway. It's not a perfect situation, so, I mean, we have cut down some of those. We are looking at, like I say, 49 different position titles that we have that are primarily in band 7, 8, 9, and your assistant professors along that line that really are where the turnover and where we're having issues. So, I mean, try to look into that and see if we can reduce more, but the more we do that, then we hear from the colleges that we're being more controlling, we're not allowed to meet the market demand, all of the things. I see some heads shaking, so it's a catch-22. Darn if you do, darn if you don't type situation. You move 2 steps forward, and then you realize maybe there's some externalities that take you a step and a half back or 2 steps back. I'm not making excuses, I'm just telling you that's kind of how it works around the table. It's just, there's always, back to Dr. Zara's point, we've got to maybe look and do some research on all of these things to give you all some options and you all make some decisions on things.
Thank you, Wendell. Appreciate it. Okay, this was good conversation. And again, thank you, Dr. Fletcher, for asking for the agenda item to be added. I think it sparked some good conversation today, and there will be more conversation, more in depth as we move forward. The next couple of items are the chair's report and the president's report. And so my report's going to be in 3 parts. The first part will be recognition of board members whose terms are ending. These are goodbyes. I'm going to do a recognition of Regent Thompson, and Wendy's going to recognize Regent Foltz, and James Lee. Are you still with us, James Lee?
Oh, yeah.
All right. You are going to recognize Regent Wells. Okay, so I'm going to start. So Tammy, you need to come up here so I can. Now, bear with me. I got to go under the table here.
Which one's? I almost grabbed your lunch bag.
No, not my lunch bag. Okay. So I'm going to make you hold that. There you go. And there's a gift in here for you. For the rest of you who are used to us doing this, there are no more whereases, proclamations that I have to say.
Oh, thank goodness.
Thank goodness. I'm just going to say a few words about Tammy. Okay. Tammy lives in Paducah, Kentucky. She is the coordinator of public relations at West Kentucky Community and Technical College. She served as the Occupational Technical Education Staff Regent on the Board of Regents since winning her very first election in 2015. She was re-elected in 2018 for a second term, serving a total of 6 years on the board. She has served on KCTCS board committees such as the Executive Committee, the EEA Committee, Finance, and Academics, so she's done the full tour. She has 28 years of service, which she mentioned earlier, with
with West Kentucky, CTC. She graduated from Paducah Community College, which eventually became West Kentucky Community and Technical College. So when we say she spent a lifetime with KCTCS, she really has spent much of her adult life with us. She has a very strong focus on students and a very strong focus on community involvement programs in the colleges, and we will miss her dearly.
Oh, you want me to?
Yeah, either way. Oh, I'm over here in the picture.
Okay.
Yes.
Don't
Careful
trip.
of those
That's not
wires.
Jesus. I was just waiting for a death.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Got a mask on. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. All right, next up is Angela.
Well, I have the distinct honor today to recognize once again my lifelong friend, fellow valedictorian at West Carter High School and academic team member years ago, Dr. Angela Foltz. So as many of you know, Dr. Foltz lives in Moorhead and is a chemistry professor at Maysville Community and Technical College. She served as the General Education Faculty Representative on the Board of Regents since winning a special election in 2014. She was elected in 2015 for her first 3-year term and then re-elected in 2018 for her second 3-year term. So she has served 7 years on the board. She served on both KCTCS presidential searches for Dr. Box and for Dr. Zarapata, and has served on every KCTCS board committee, executive, EEA, finance, academic, and nominating, including being a chair of our academic committee. Angie's been at Maysville CTC for 16 years, and she has an extremely strong focus on faculty benefits and compensation, as well as community-focused academic programs. So please join me in thanking Dr. Angela Foltz for her tremendous service. She's a kick-butt trivia partner, too, if any of you ever want to go play trivia.
Okay, Mark, come over and stand by me. Please. This is Mr. Mark Wells, and he lives in Prestonsburg, Kentucky. He is a professor at Big Sandy. Mark has been, teaches business and occupational training. He's been at Big Sandy for 24 years, various committees he's been on with KCTCS, including the chairman of the finance committee. He is a valuable member of this committee. And there's a couple of personal things I want to say in reference to Mark. That, first of all, if you're going to have a party and you need a drag queen, Mark is your guy. That's one thing. Then about a year ago, we were talking about friends. And I made the statement, I said, you know, I was in public education a long time, and I don't know if I'll have any pallbearers. Mark stepped up and he said, I'll come, I'll do it, won't send you any mileage, be glad to be your pallbearer. So for that, Mark, God bless you, and thank you for your great service. Yeah.
I don't want to know that story.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to know. That's right.
We don't have the pictures.
We don't have the. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, fellow regents, for your colorful descriptions of our.
And you did 3 in less than 5 minutes.
3 in less than 5 minutes. Don't we love the no more whereases? Woo! All right. My other comments, yes?
Can I make one comment?
Sure.
And I really enjoyed being on the board, and I would like to say at least that I feel like my life has been somewhat enriched by all the people that I've met here.
Oh, wonderful.
So I wanted to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Angela, Tammy, anything you want to say before you cry?
I would just like to reiterate that, I mean, it has been one of the most rewarding and challenging professional parts of my life. The friends that I'll cry. The friends that I have, I really appreciate all of you and all the service that we've had together and all the things that I've learned. I really appreciate everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yeah, it has been such an honor and such a privilege to be part of this board. I cannot express my gratitude to the faculty for electing me to this position, but the interaction with all of you and the discussions with all of you, I am so impressed by your dedication to the system. And before I do cry, I think that I'll just cut that off, but I will miss you greatly.
Thank you, Angela. And thank you. Thank you for your service, all three of you. Thank you very much.
We also need to work on legislation to stop this practice of all of this institutional knowledge rolling off at the same time. So we might want to ask for a housekeeping bill in the future to just say maybe we need to stagger their elections so that we don't lose all of them at once, because
Yeah.
this is going to hurt the next meeting.
There's a lot of knowledge walking out the door. Thank you for that comment.
And can I add one thing? I'm
Sure.
sorry, you knew I wasn't going to get out of here without saying more, right? I also want to really thank everyone at the system and also the other regents for making no distinction between the elected regents and the appointed regents. That has never been the case on this board, and it's deeply appreciated, and I wanted to thank you personally for that.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you. Never entered our minds. So thank you, Dr. Fultz. Two other items I want to just mention briefly. One is an update on the college visits, and actually Paul's going to cover quite a bit of this. I just want to say that I've been on 2 college visits with Paul. We're going to Big Sandy. We'll see you, Mark. Big Sandy next week, and I'm just amazed, right, at being on these campuses and talking with folks. We coordinated these visits so that it had a good balance between talking with the cabinet members on the campus, the local workforce, industry leaders and community leaders, and also the faculty and staff. And those conversations, whatever feedback we're getting from all of those groups, as well as the feedback we're getting through the surveys, which I hear is tremendous, will have a very, very big impact in our strategic planning discussions. And we can only get better if we are, in fact, talking with the frontline people, as Dr. Fletcher mentioned, and understand how we can improve. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the visits. Paul's doing all 16. I think I've got 13, maybe 12. I'm doing a lot of them. So, but it's totally worth it, and I'm very excited. Last item I want to mention to you is that we will be conducting our Board of Regents retreat. I think all of you should have received an email about this. Perhaps the new regents may or may not have received this. So we'll ask Hannah to send it back out again. So you mark your calendars for November 4th and 5th. It's a Thursday and Friday for a 2-day retreat. We will be at the 21C Hotel, I believe Lexington. Yep, downtown, which is a very nice venue. It has been used before by KCTCS for other types of meetings like this, and so looking forward to that. So please carve that out in your schedules. The first day will focus on the discussion of the strategic plan. I'm sorry, not the strategic plan, the way in which we work together as a board. Our guest speaker is Dr. Reno, and we do have bios for the 2 speakers that will be sent to you so that you can take a look at their information. Dr. Reno is an educator. He's done a lot of work over many decades in the academic space. He is a nationally known consultant who works with boards and has a lot of experience at college, university, and system levels. And so he has been instrumental in helping many other colleges across the nation, not the least of which are colleges here in Kentucky. For example, Northern Kentucky University was one of the colleges he's been doing some work with. So.
So familiar with how we operate and engage with each other. So he'll be familiar with this when he sees us in November.
Great, great. And thank you, Dr. Reno, for watching us. A couple of things he'll be provided with before he starts working with us is full copies of the 3 board surveys that we have completed to give him some background information and some areas of study. And then obviously will work with us directly. So for the morning of that first day on November 4th, we'll be working with Dr. Reno. And then the afternoon, we'll primarily be working with the Honorable Pam Duncan, who is, this board has asked for a training workshop on fiduciary responsibilities. And so she will be covering those fiduciary responsibilities. During your orientation, they're hit pretty high level, but she'll go into more depth on that. So we'll have more information on that on the afternoon of the 4th. On the second day of the retreat, we will be focusing on strategic planning. So that's where the discussion around strategic planning will be helpful. By that time, the president's leadership team, the presidents of all the colleges, will have already met with Dr. Zarapata. So there'll be a lot of information coming as a result of that strategic retreat that they're doing at the end of this month. And we will hear from Dr. Rice. And Dr. Rice is a futurist. He's actually already presented to the PLT, and he will be at the PLT's retreat. Is that correct?
That's correct. And then he'll be at this, so he'll be coming with information. Again, the information that we bring forward to the board in November isn't going to be prescriptive or canned like in the past, but it's just going to be used to help us make decisions.
Exactly. And so, you know, we thought that one of the things that was important was to provide a linkage opportunity between the work being done by the PLT and Paul and the work being done by the board. And so sort of bringing these things together, bringing Dr. Rice into talking with us as he's already been working with Paul and the PLT can provide that continuity. And so we thought that that would be very effective. Mm-hmm. He's a very interesting speaker. I watched his video, so. And I don't know if everyone has access to that, so is it possible to get?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The TEDx talk that he did?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a TED talk.
Yeah.
That where he talks a little bit about some work that he's been doing. Pretty fascinating guy. And that concludes my report.
Yeah, I think this is me. A lot of this has been covered today. Just to give you a brief breakdown on the college visits, it's basically the day's chopped up into 3 parts. And so the first part, we meet with the local college president and leadership team. Those have been very fruitful. I think we've heard some of the frustrations. And I mean, that's why we're out there, is to hear, you know, this isn't, you know, pomp and circumstance or anything like that. And we've made sure that these are really just deep dives into, you know, the issues and some ideas that they have at the local college. Then we meet with business and industry and legislators. Those conversations have been very interesting, very common themes around workforce participation and lack of workers and difficulty keeping those that they do get, and very interesting. The last part is with the faculty and staff, and that's been pretty enjoyable. I know a lot of these people, and so they're not afraid whatsoever to say what they think out loud, which has been good. You know, it's good to get that feedback. And then, of course, the people that aren't necessarily comfortable speaking up have definitely spoke up in these surveys. So, you know, but it's been constructive. There's been a few nasty things, but most of the things have been very constructive, and I think will be very useful for us. In my president's report, Again, we're not, thank you to Hannah, who has reformatted this into a more edible edition where there's more, instead of having 80 things in there, we kind of focus on the big things in between board meetings. But one is the superlative group I'd like to draw your attention to, which is alternative revenue generation. And this is basically an affinity marketing opportunity. Wendell, do you want to talk any more about that?
Very briefly, we are working with them. They have worked with a number of other higher education institutions. This is the first to really work with a two-year institution, community college type sector. But they're looking to market the KCTCS state, regional, college, and even departmental affiliations, so that maybe like pouring rights for beverages or whatever else in Kentucky. So you might, Coca-Cola being the official brand of KCTCS or whatever happens to be along that line. I spoke to them again yesterday. Don't know that we're interested, but we're going to talk to the PLT on some things about this. I think it may have some merit. Pop-ups right now for, you see food trucks and all that kind of stuff, but on your campus or potentially on a campus, 6 to 8 spaces, there's lots of, I would almost say subletting for maybe whether it's a Wendy's, whether it's a Chick-fil-A, whatever it happens to be, other types of fast food or other types of things to where there are contractors just because of Uber and Uber Eats and all of that, they need other places to prepare their food.
Mm-hmm.
That, rather than being all the way across town and then it's cold time it gets there type of thing. So they're looking for satellites, small places where their food can be prepared. So that's an idea that, and it may not pay a lot if we're interested in being able to do things, depends on that, got to work out a lot of detail. What if we could do, what I'm saying, might be $1,000, $1,500 a month, but $1,500 a month times, 12 months, that's, $18,000 that we don't have in revenue now. In addition to, like I say, whether it be pouring rights or just whatever happens to be, those types of things. Primarily we use, for example, in welding, Lincoln or Miller Electric welders. Can we not get all the things, the equipment stuff we buy for this college or whatever else, or that college to be Miller Electric, the official welder, or Snap-on tools, all the technical programs we have, Fanuc, all the robots, as many things as we buy, can we not do some type of affiliation with them to where they would pay us revenue for that? One of the things we're looking for is in our bookstores. Right now we have Hearst Jones, we have Johnson's, we have Ballard's, we have all of these Boston's, we have all of these different things. But could we not consolidate to one thing such as Johnston's, make the prices kind of like, for lack of a better term, be like Walmart, bring the price down so everybody can afford it, but keep the quality and go with one vendor and get some type of revenue generation commission off the sales, those types of things. So that's what we're looking at. We can talk more about that as we get advanced, but we're moving to do things that would be alternative revenue sources using outside company to help us identify those and help market those.
Thank you. Let's see. I mentioned briefly, Dr. Williams and I testified in front of the Legislative Oversight and Investigations Committee yesterday. It was a very good discussion. A lot of discussion around daycare issues across the state. A lot of discussion. It was a great opportunity for me to let the legislators know how different our students are from the university students. When 1/3 of our students have got dependents versus the universities, if it's less than, I think, 5%, the daycare thing becomes real. I mean, really real. Not to mention the fact, a lot of legislators didn't know that 45% of our students are 25 and older. And so we've got, and that's where the flexible programs come in. You can't do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from, 9 to 11 or whatever. So anyway, we were so good that we just got invited to another interim joint committee meeting next week. So we will be testifying in front of that committee on, I don't even know yet. When? Okay, well, I'll figure it out once I see my calendar. The chamber dinner, unfortunately, got canceled. I know we invited the board to dinner, but due to COVID, they've canceled that. Karen, Lisa, and I had the wonderful opportunity to go to a press event at the Freedom Center in Cincinnati, and it was a company called EAB. It's called the Moonshot for Equity. And so it's a partnership to raise the levels up of underrepresented minorities. This is a partnership between Gateway, Northern Kentucky University, Cincinnati State, and Miami of Ohio. It was a wonderful event. It was great to see everybody there, and I'm really, really optimistic about how this can really be a model for the rest of our colleges. I think it's going to be a wonderful opportunity. Also, and lastly, before I finish up, effective, and this goes along the efficiency route, effective October 1st, the financial aid department will be moved into Wendell's area, and student services is going to be merged into Dr. Williams' area. And the reason why I did that is because right now, if you look at strategic enrollment management, it composes of the faculty advising side, it's composed of the student services side, and it's composed of marketing and recruiting. I feel that the three of those need to work much more closely. This isn't to say that student services is any less important. This is to make sure that we've got a coordinated effort around this. I feel this is the way it was in 2003, 4, something like that, before that move was made. So anyway, I'm looking very forward to it. We let the staff know the other day. And that's the end of my report. If anyone has any questions.
I don't have any questions, but I appreciate the conversations that you've had about childcare. That's a passion of mine. My kids are both grown, so that doesn't really affect me anymore. But I know and see many times on campuses that even when they come and register for classes, their option is to only bring their kids when they come and register. So that's a passion of mine. I appreciate that conversation is happening because that is a big barrier for many of our students, both single mothers and single fathers.
Yeah, it has got, I can tell you, the Kentucky Workforce Innovation Board has had a bunch of conversations about this, and there's a lot of federal money coming in that's going to support these programs. Right now, these folks that are doing this, I can't imagine working in a daycare. I mean, it was tough raising my kid alone. I can't imagine, doing 5 or 6 or 7 other ones, but the pay is horrible. And that's the thing is that, when you can go someplace else and not have that kind of responsibility and make a lot more money, you've got to either really love your job or I don't know what, but so I think there's going to be some help coming. I know the governor's got some funds that he's planning on putting aside there, but it's a crisis. I mean, it's keeping our students at home. It's keeping people on the bench for work. You've got children and
Tell you, I'm impressed and encouraged and inspired by hearing this. I brought it up to my president on campus, the need for childcare, and then to hear you say it and say you're taking it to legislator, I'm just like, yes, thank you. Somebody is hearing it. Like, you all really care about your students. I do. I have 6 children, and it's hard, and that's why I'm not in the workforce right now. And then I thought it was going to be impossible for me to go back to school, but you all made it possible. Yeah. And now to hear this, it's like I'm going to be able to move forward. I know I'm in good hands because you all are working on it. So thank you so much.
There's a lot of eyes on it right now, and I've never heard it talked about more.
Because, do you know how many times I've had to take my youngest son to campus, and thank goodness for the faculty and staff that is willing to help me and let me still be involved in SGA and the clubs I'm involved in or be here. And that's what got me here. They were willing to let me bring him in with me and not push me away or say, no, you can't bring him to campus. We'll work with you. I've literally had to bring him in the stroller for counseling sessions, but it's because of your understanding and compassion.
And another testament to those faculty and staff who are dedicated to help students manage that.
Also, Paul, I noticed that we have another college vacancy, and I've been on the board for 6 years, and I think in the 6-year period, there had been 14 or 15 new college presidents. Mm-hmm. And we've got to find a way to, the last couple of years have really been much better is what I'm saying, but we've got to find a way to stop that or cut down on it, what I'm saying is because, and I'm a strong believer if we have people throughout the community college system that have worked hard and have put their time in, that at least they should be given an opportunity for an interview or something like that, is what I'm saying is, because I know you and I have talked, I know some of the last 3 or 4 presidents that we've had at various colleges, it was nothing more than a stepping stone to come here and get a year or 2 and then go back to their home area. So I would just encourage us to really look at the local people, and if they're qualified, to give them an opportunity.
We have
Thank you.
one thing we have now that we didn't have then is a much greater age distribution amongst our presidents. When Dr. McCall retired, almost all of them were in their 60s, some were in their 70s, some were in their late 70s. And so, you know, it was a triggering event. And then most of, you know, a lot of cabinet retired. Tim Burcham retired, Ken Walker retired, and you know, we just had this great shift. And I think the shift has been really positive, to be honest with you. A lot of fresh ideas and a lot of good people. That's a very good point. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you all very much. Just like to say that the next meeting, the official board meeting of the KCTCS Board of Regents will be on December 3rd, 2021, here at the system office. But please do mark your calendars for November 4th and 5th for the 2-day retreat, which will be in Lexington, Kentucky. At this time,
Are you ready for my motion, Madam
I'm
Chairman?
calling for it.
God
I'd like
bless
a
you, honey.
motion.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Yeah.
A second.
Woo! Second. Okay, so we got Mark on the second and James Lee. And just to give you a time check, 4:45.
Yay.
Woo! Everyone have a safe drive home. Thank you very much. I'll see you.